The NFL regular season is finished. Does that mean that opportunities to make money here on Pub Sports Radio have come to an end? No!
The NFL playoffs are here, and so is the Pub Sports Radio Confidence Pool. $100 to enter, with only 3% going to cover credit card fees. And as always, top 10% gets paid.
There are 13 NFL playoff games culminating in the Super Bowl in Santa Clara, California. 6 games in the wild card round, 4 in the divisional round, 2 in the conference round, and then the Super Bowl, which means you have 13 slots to fill. And you have to decide how confident you are on each game. Now, these picks are straight up. They are not against the spread. Each week, before the kickoff of the first game, you must have your picks in, pubsportsradio.com. So your most confident bet of the entire playoffs would fill your 13th slot. Your least confident spot, the one you question and you're not sure of, will be the number 1 slot. And you fill in these slots as we go through the playoffs. The capper with the most points, when it's all said and done, wins the confidence pool.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com.
Get that cash. Get it. Get it.
Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for Pub Sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. Pubsportsradio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kengan. Kenny Kengan wants a piece of the pie. Put his Schnoz up front. Keep Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Red Small make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is why here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Joe's one all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim.
Started from the corporate Peter Low Shack. Legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. Though we say we be pubbing, better with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Legend.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, January 9th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Chock full of neocitrin here. I'm not going to miss any of these goddamn shows. Got to get this cash. That's why I'm here. That is why I'm here. Not going to miss a show. Pump me up with neocitrin and let's get this goddamn money. Thank you guys for joining us. We got a great show. 3 games in NHL, quick, fast. Then we move to college basketball. 14 games on the slate. Both Stacks plays of the day are in college basketball. He'll be joining us for those spots. We also have Spooner's action, so we'll be discussing all of that. Then we have college football playoffs, Oregon, Indiana, Hoosiers. Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll hammer that together. And then we close shop with NBA, which as a group, including me and my guests, is our highest ROI of any sport that there is, that we have. So we'll be attacking NBA. It's not too big of a Friday card, and I'm looking forward to cap with Justin Mcelvy. I am almost caught up with Justin's record, and it's very, very strong, and it does us a disservice not having it up. I'm so close to having everything caught up, and I will make sure that happens. Thank you guys for joining us. Stacks Play Day there, number 1 and 2 up on the board. We got Rez Mob in the house, steady mobbing. Billy Friedrich ready to get to work. Kong's Clip says, congrats to the Miami backers. Says we have a chance for a max bet. I'm telling you right now, if the opportunity presents itself, I'm going big. Says Indiana would smash Miami by 14 plus. Wow, that's what Kong's Clip says. Pig Milk play of the day is Miami of Ohio. Miami of Ohio money line. Let's get that set up here under our college basketball schedule. Of course, the schedule's up here in our video description, so you can just copy and paste that and have your own worksheet ready to be filled in with winners. Gotta be. Where the hell is Miami of Ohio? Trying to get it. Also, my mic maybe I need a new one. Oh, it's for the first game. Jeez. Maybe I need to get a new one because it's unbeknownst to me, it's popping out and then muting me. So that could happen today. Let me know so I'm not sitting here with some Shakespearean monologue that no one can hear. The Nuke Worker on Oregon plus 3.5, and the money line from the Nuke Worker says, let's get down to business. Shout out to all of you guys who have signed up for the confidence pool. It means a ton to us. We just had our latest sign up. Shout out to Zane Stubbs who signed up. And at the end of today's show, we are camel racing for a free roll into the $100 confidence pool. Camel Race right here to close off the Friday show. Billy Friedrich also moved on Sienna, Bowling Green, the Norse, first half and full game, and Fairfield. Let's get all of this here copied and pasted. Need to know the action from the cappers in the chat. Jose Bouquett was up very, very late. He's a big part of our big new card side of things at Pub Sports Radio, and he was hosting it last night. So he didn't get home till like 2:33 in the morning. He's still going to rock with us, so he will be leading me through a college basketball, so that will help a lot. Jam play of the day is the Philadelphia 76ers. We have coin on Toledo money line. Let's get this all copied and pasted. By the way, that Toledo game here is a spot that Spooner is trying to get to live. Morgan Spooner wants to be at that game live, and he has been talking about this Miami of Ohio squad and believes they can run undefeated through conference play, which is very, very exciting. Let's get Jam's play of the day on the 76ers here. We got some really good basketball games popping off. 7-3 day in NHL yesterday. Look, I'm not going to sit back and enjoy any of it. I need more winners as soon as possible. We're going to open up an NHL here in a second. Coin on the other side, though. He is on Toledo money line, expecting the Toledo squad to put an end to the Redhawks winning streak. Rockets, Redhawks. That's going to be a fun game to talk about. So we have Pig Milk play of the day on Miami, Ohio. We have a Stacks play of the day on the total. We have coin here on the other side with a Toledo. And I have all of, you know what, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up when I got Jose with me. But I have all of our action from Spooner as well. Spooner went 4-3 on the show yesterday. Jimmy's Teeth in the house. Curtis Berry, T. Moss, A, Yo, D. Barry Smith says, we love Jimmy the Bag and Jamaica Man. My homie is a trainer, a thoroughbred trainer down at that horse track in Jamaica, and I dream of it. God, we want to have a Pubapalooza in Jamaica. That's what we want. That's what we've been talking about. Man, respect. Barry Smith in the house. Jam saying shout out to Jamaica. Los Chudy in the house. Indiana -3 in the under 50. It's wild, Los Chudy, that this total just keeps climbing. I mean, of course, we have the 30-20 first game they played, but one thing I want to talk about look, I made a horrible mess of just thick sickness in my head. I made a mess of the live betting on the Towson game yesterday. But I want to talk about live betting football. Something that's worked so well for me this year is I will only live bet on the perceived sharp side if I'm not on a side. So, when we talked about the football game yesterday, we were talking about how Circa had the highest number on the board. A book that we perceive as being very sharp, 53. So when that was down to a live 41.5, live bet the over. So, what we perceive as the sharp side is generally where the market's moving it, or the books that we respect the most is moving it. That has helped me very, very much. And it's helped me so much in this NFL season. So we'll talk more about that, as we roll through. AOD, Old E, Spencer Hicks. We got the Trill OG play of the day. It is your Philadelphia 76ers. So Jam and Trill on the same spot. I got Los Chudy's action. Thank you for sharing that with us, my man. Let's get LJ's action here right under Jam's action. Thank you guys for sharing all of this with us. Barry Smith says, Miss Gokster, need AHL. Yes, I miss Gokster. And schedules will be changing a little bit here because I'm going to be adding on the Peter Loshak show. I'll be joining Peter on Tuesday. So we're going to make changes, Barry, but I'll let Gokster know that he is missed. He is missed. Great to see all of you guys. Man. Justin, don't worry. Jose will get you that link. No problem. Jose will hook you up there in a second. Anunya in the house. Great to see all of you guys. Thank you for joining us. They're saturated, ready to go. Robert Franklin, Rez Mob, Nasty Nate, Philip, Morgan Spooner there. Spooner in the house. Says Toledo's point guard Leroy Blyden Jr. is playing with a wrap on his finger on his shooting hand. He had the nail ripped off in play 4 games ago. Doesn't look comfortable with the ball. He is the difference. Inside scoops here from Spoon Dog. Let's get this all copied and pasted so we can break it all down together. I have not moved, as you guys know. I took a bath on Wednesday. I was getting a little overconfident. And I took a bath in college basketball on Wednesday. And you know, our whole goal here is to take our action to the next level. Our unit size has to go up. And I've set deadlines for me, or not deadlines, but goals is a better word for it, for when that's going to happen for me. So when I take a bath like that, you know, quick 3K, you know, poof for my bankroll, it's jarring. Now I had a big night in NBA, but what's a $1,200 gonna do? I mean, it helps. So I'm rattled. I was rattled. I'm rattled. I'm fucking rattled. I told you guys what happened to me last year, college basketball, how I was having a really strong season. I fell apart in conference play. Of course, we're starting out conference play, and I got, taken to the woodshed. So I'm going to cap these games with you guys here. I feel like that's the best way to kind of climb out of it. But respect. Rez Mob ready to go. Kelly McInnes, Jerry Davis, Rod Zawacki, AM in the house. AM. Great to see all of you guys. Great to see all. Jim Dewigger ready to get to work. Nasty Nate says 75 more days till we get live camel races in the bar. Super true story in the house. Great to see all of you guys. And Sham, the dog catcher, with a $10 dono to bless our action as we head into the weekend. May Sham lead us forward. I love it, Sham. Thank you so much, dude. It means a ton to us. Respect. Great to see all of you guys. So let's get to work here. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Let's roll. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. We're gonna start in the National Hockey League here. The record is not good. I'm sure it'll come up on the second game here. But it's not good. We did move up 3.91 units last night. We cashed Buffalo easily. We lost New Jersey first period in full game. And TJ was absolutely right to question the Devils' heart and character. That's costly. Oilers cashed. Toronto, Philadelphia, first period under 1.5, full game under 6, cash. So I truly believe it's funny because I told you guys, look, I'm going to fade Washington every game without Wilson and Protas. Now, Protas may come back tonight, but I still, I got to bet the Blackhawks? Want me to bet the Blackhawks? That's a difficult button to press. So maybe there's a squad that the Leafs will play without Willie Nylander that I won't want unders on. But I'm telling you, so many unders in Leafs games that I've bet I've lost because either Nylander's not back checking, Nylander gives a egregious giveaway, or Nylander snipes 1, 2, or 3 incredible goals. Having him out of the lineup is a gift to us. The first period under 1.5 of plus 105, nary a goal to be found. Final score 2-1 in overtime. Bang, bang. Carolina minus 1.5. Colorado minus 1.5. I haven't been betting too many puck lines, but those were nice plus money puck lines. Minnesota minus 1 pushed. Unfortunately I added that Minnesota Seattle over 5.5 late. And look, here's another thing about NHL. And I've been talking. I got to figure out the mistakes. Working. What are the mistakes I've been making? And I think the mistakes I've been making are getting in the way of streaks. I shouldn't bother. What am I trying? I shouldn't bother. My ROI is negative when doing that. And then my ROI is also negative when I back a team that I don't like and I don't think is good because they're in a very good situation. I'm going to stop doing both of those. And I expect to get paid because I told you guys, and you guys, a lot of you guys believe this already about the market moves in games, that you don't care about them. And there's times often where I care too much, but these line moves towards the Canucks are ludicrous. I mean, it's this advanced model spitting out that the Canucks have a chance. I'm watching how bad they are every night. I'm watching the Leafs not be able to score and play much tighter defense without Nylander. I'm watching this shit. and a model won't do justice to how bad the Canucks are. It makes me sick talking about how bad they are. Oh, wow. Shout out to Billy Friedrich and Jim Dewiger, who just signed up for the NFL Confidence Pool. There we go. There we go. Shout out to our guys, Billy and Jim. Let's climb, baby. Let's climb, man. Remember last year was just $50. This year we moved it up to 100 because we want a score involved. Remember, just the top 10% get paid. We want a score involved here. We want some cash to be made by our winner. That's dope, man. Billy Friedrich and I, we were co-winners of the Survivor Pool too. Billy Friedrich, you're the man. Jim Dewey, you're the man. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Jam says, enjoying some pancakes and chicken tenders on this lovely Friday afternoon. Listening to the fam doesn't get any better. Man, I am jealous, Jam. I am jealous. We got plays of the day from Nine Legacy as well, and Robert Cherry and Rob Free. Let me just get these, and then we'll get back to business. Dizzy Donut in the house. Thank you for joining us, fellas. Let me get this all here. I'm going to try not to sniffle like a, you know who I think sniffles, little bitches. So I'm going to try not to do that. I do have Kleenexes right there. I'm going to not talk about being sick either. I've got my Neo Citron. I'm hopped up on the Citron, man. All right, we got this all set up here. Let's get Nine Legacies action. And then let's attack. Thank you guys for joining us. We start with the aforementioned Washington Capitals, 22-16 and 6, 9-8 and 3 on the road. The Chicago Blackhawks, 18-18 and 7, 10-8 and 4 at home. United Center in Chicago, Illinois. Logan Thompson, 15-12 and 4, 2.40 goals against average, 9-14 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Spencer Knight, 13-11 and 6, 2.61 goals against average, 9-10 save percentage, 2 shutouts. Washington's power play is the third worst in the National Hockey League, with the greatest goal scorer of all time on it. Now he's old. This penalty kill ranked 23rd, 77.2%. Special teams are hurting the Capitals this year. Chicago's power play is 8th, and it really hasn't dropped that much without Connor out there. It's shocking. You would think no Connor Bedard. You'd think that power play would. You think that the Blackhawks would struggle, and that's not being the case. And just because that's not the case, does not at all. I can't bet on them. I tried so look, I told you guys that the Capitals had to be faded. So we backed a team in the Dallas Stars who lost 6 straight games on the second half of back-to-back, and they won easily. So I should say right now, I should say simply, we have to bet the Blackhawks. But I went over this lineup, and I could not do it. I don't know how they're doing what they're doing. And also, I guess I slightly benefit with the fact that Protas might be back. But let's just talk about what this team is doing with this lineup. And, it's good coaching. They have some quality, I guess. They have accountability defensively. But this lineup is, you would think it'd be the worst lineup in the National Hockey League. You would think that there could be nothing worse. The fact that there is a lot worse, that Winnipeg's lost 11 straight, that all these things are part of what we're dealing with is nuts. So let me just pull up this line. So you have Ryan Green. Ryan Green is your first line centerman. I mean, so it's Frank Nazar is out as well. But Ryan Green is your first line centerman. And I don't mean any disrespect to Ryan Green. The Blackhawks have stockpiled prospects. This was the 57th overall pick in 2022 draft. Played for the Green Bay Gamblers out of the USHL. Then went to Boston University. He scored 4 goals in 45 games at the NHL level. And he's their first-line centerman in between Burakovsky and Bertuzzi. Then you have Jason Dickinson as your second-line center in between Donato and Mikheyev. Dickinson's accountable face-off winner. I mean, but a top 6 forward, it's ridiculous. Teravainen is on with Oliver Moore and Nick Lardis. Colton Dock with Nick Foligno and Landon Slaggert. Louis Crevier and Alex Vlasic are their number 1 defensive pair. Then you have Artyom Levshinov and Wyatt Kaiser as their second-line pair. I would think that Grzelcyk and Connor Murphy, but these young guys are playing better than the old guys. It's just absolutely madness to me. We have our guy Justin McKelvey moving on the over 6 in this hockey game. We're going to go over more points of reference because I can understand it. We'll go over line history too. So I hear you, Sweaty Butcher. And I hear what you guys are talking about. I love it. I love it. Dom play, absolutely, absolutely. Here, let me copy and place this so I can remember. Yeah, we'll give you the best play on the board. In fact, maybe this calls for a friends and family parlay. Get this. It's the freaking weekend, man. Okay, so let's get this copy and paste. Thank you, Don Play. So let's roll. Logan Thompson, 15, 12, and 4, 9, 14 save percentage. Spencer Knight's been good, 9, 10 save percentage. Chicago's power play, unreal. Their penalty killing, very strong. You would think that the Capitals would have a strong power play that they have to deal with. It's the general managers that don't respect size. It's appalling to me. And most of those general managers are sort of bigger guys themselves. I'm 5'11". I got my ass kicked on the ice. I could score power play specialist, so the players on the opposition would want to break my spirit. And does it take a 5'11" guy to tell some 6'3" idiot in a suit that you need to have size out on the ice? This Capitals team is completely different without Tom Wilson and Alexei Protas. Protas 6'6", 245. He's not that tough, but he's big. Tom Wilson is 6'4", 225, and the only player tougher than him is on the Columbus Blue Jackets. That's the only guy. There's one player in the NHL tougher than Tom Wilson. So Protas practiced in the regular jersey on Thursday, so he could return to the lineup as early as today, and we think that he may. So Protas here has missed 3 games after getting hurt January 1st versus Ottawa, and he was red hot. 4 goals, 5 assists in the 5 games leading up to it. He's only 25 years old. His brother is going to be a mainstay in the National Hockey League as well. Tom Wilson, toughest player in the NHL. I mean, when he's on the ice, your head has got to be on a swivel all the time, or you'll get knocked out. So he's not being cleared for contact. He's not being ruled out for Sunday in Nashville. And there's a reason why he's on Canada's Olympic team, because your smaller forwards, they need to know that they're protected. The Caps coming off their 3rd loss in 4 games, 4-1 at home to the Stars on Wednesday. One of those losses was 3-2 at home in overtime to these Blackhawks. So again, that's like, so look, I mean, if the Capitals had Tom Wilson in the lineup and a healthy Protas, they would be a must bet here against the Blackhawks team that doesn't have Bedard, doesn't have Nazer, and is playing above the sum of their parts. Coming off their 4th straight win, 7-3 home over the Blues on Wednesday. And this is the first of a back-to-back with travel. They play at Nashville tomorrow. We have Billy Friedrich on the team total over 2.5. Let's just go over the line history quickly here, because I don't want anything to do with it. I want to fade the Capitals without, as you guys know, without the 2 big guys on the ice. Let's go through this line history here for this one. I am not on anything in it. I've got moves on the other games. This 6 opened up at 5.5 minus 128 to the over. It moved to 6, and then it went right back to 5.5. I went back to 5.5, then it got back up to 6 at 10:30 this morning, and it's now a 6 minus 116 to the over. I wonder is Spencer Knight confirmed? It's possible that maybe they're going to go with their backup, because this is the first of a back-to-back here. Let's grab Res Mob's respect plays of the day. Respect plays of the day. So that is the total. And let's just take a quick look at the side, and then we'll move on to our next spot on the board. Just 3 games in the National Hockey League before both Jose and Justin Mcelvy join us. Justin Mcelvy will be joining us for his 2 best spots on the board, stacks plays of the day. We have, from a side perspective, goddamn. Let's move over to money line. We have these Washington Capitals minus 122. What a massive move. What a massive move towards the Blackhawks. Look, I get it, but I cannot back this Blackhawks hockey team. One thing I do want to mention here very quickly is that when teams are playing above the sum of their parts in every sport, they're difficult to cap. Because going over their lineup, maybe it cost me money. I had a script. The script was to fade the Capitals without Protas and Wilson. Jam says Blackhawks money line to the wheels fall off. That does make sense. But that's a huge, huge move towards the Chicago Blackhawks, one that has to be respected. I'm not going to respect. I can't back this hockey team. But in a really sharp book, the Blackhawks have gone from plus 130 to plus 100. And I was telling you, I was looking at plus 108. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us here, and we talk about streaks. We have the LA Kings and Winnipeg Jets, Ken Life Center, Winnipeg, Manitoba. One thing I didn't realize, and I was on the Sharks first period. First period plus a half, and it was 0-0, and I cashed it. I didn't realize that Kopitar was unavailable to play. It's unclear if he's going to be able to play tonight. It's unclear if he's even traveled with the team. I was trying to get that information. AM is on the Jets money line plus 113. What I see from the Winnipeg Jets is a team that's squeezing their stick too tight, and they're in enormous trouble. And I have a vividness bias of them being a good hockey team. Now, Scott Arniel will be fired at any minute. If he was fired right now here, I would then be on the Jets. Tyler Flowers in the house. Great to see you, Tyler Flowers. Billy Friedrich has moved on the under 5.5 at plus money. We have Eric Comrie in net for the Jets, 3.49 goals against average and 880 save percentage. Rod Zawacki is on Washington money line. Says bet on all favorites of minus 200 or less against the money line. Off an upset loss of 3 goals or more as a home favorite against opponent. Off a home blowout win by 3 goals or more since 2017, 36-7. Yeah, I mean, hopefully Protas is in net for you. The Goracle is on Oregon money line here and Oregon plus 3. So I'd been making mistakes with Winnipeg. I backed the Oilers against Winnipeg last night, and they're just shook. This is a hockey team that's shook. We talk about the Blackhawks playing more of the some of their parts. Now you have a Jets team that's playing way less than the sum of their parts. And, you know, a lot of you guys handle streaks much better than I do. Barry Smith agreeing with the Washington money line. You guys, go get it, man. I'm not on the other side. I'm going to continue. Even if Protas comes back when Washington moves on, I'm gonna fade them every game without Tom Wilson. This is the Goracle. Thank you, Goracle, so much, my man. So here it's just, and there's my man TC in the house. Let's break this down before I tell you why I'm moving on my side that I'm moving on. Oh man, I know Barry Smith, man. Res Mob. I feel shook right now just because of my sickness. We have the Kings at minus 121. They opened up minus 125, quickly went up to minus 128. Now they're back at minus 121. It's a ridiculous line. It doesn't make any sense. We know what the Jets are like at home. This 5.5 opened up minus 120 to the over. It got to 6 and then came right back to 5.5. DC Capper coming off 5-0 day. I love to see it. So here we go. Darcy Kemper, 12-7-7, 2.38 goals against average, 9-10 save percentage. We expect them to be in that. This Kings power play is weak. This Jets penalty kill is terrible, which makes no sense at all. None. Winnipeg power play 19th, 18.5%. They're weak. Not as bad as their penalty killing is. And the Kings also have poor penalty killing. The Kings had their 2-game winning streak snapped in that 4-3 loss home to the Sharks on Wednesday night. This is a game one of a quick back-to-back on the road. They play the Oilers in Edmonton tomorrow night before they head home to host the Stars on Monday. That's got to be a Stars spot, especially if the Kings can menace in either of these two games here. Kopitar missed the game with a lower body injury. Joel Armia and Trevor Moore are also dealing with upper body injuries. The Jets are on the second half of back-to-back after suffering their 11th straight loss, 4-3 at home to Edmonton. Hayden Fleury, he's on IR. You know, they watched him get stretchered off the ice. It was a pretty ugly situation. When a team is losing, I've been on teams where it doesn't make sense. You can't. Why are we losing? Why is every bad bounce going against us? It weighs on you. It's in your head. And now you have Eric Comrie coming in between the pipes. I imagine that and I'm not taking the Kings first period, but I imagine that the Jets outshoot the Kings 11-3 in the first period and they're down 1-0. Because that's what happens when you're losing. I have screwed up enough. I've screwed up enough back in the Jets, expecting them to get out of this. I had them against Vegas. I thought that game made perfect sense for them to stop the streak. Why am I trying to catch a falling knife? Excuse me. It doesn't help me trying to catch a falling knife. It doesn't. So what did I do? I bet the LA Kings here. Just like I bet the Oilers last night. Something's wrong with the Jets. Scott Arniel's about to be fired. Players are about to be traded. The season's about time to give up on the season. This is a team that has played 42 games, won 15 in regulation. Kent Davies now. It's great to see you. So, look, I completely get anybody who looks at this spot and, look at the Kings. The Kings have played 42 games and won 18 in regulation. Barry Smith, that's a wild spot to go that deep. And Kent Davies currently on a plane to Vegas. I'm jealous. Vodka on ice, even more jealous. I am on the Winnipeg Jets here. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, my head. I'm on talking about Jets for July. I'm on the LA Kings here. I'm fading the Jets. Something's wrong with them. Something's wrong with them. Squeezing their stick too tight, stressed out. I'm on the Kings coming off of a loss. Now, Kopitar might not be in the lineup, which would hurt. That line would then move even, slip a little more towards the Jets. I don't care. Let's go into our final spot on the board here, 9 p.m. Eastern with the St. Louis Blues. Kent Davies bet Winnipeg first period. Look, I'm ready to start backing the Jets. Give me a sign. Give me a goddamn sign. I just did. But, again, if you simplify things, like I was doing in college basketball, it was working very well. Simplifying things. When you dive deeper, like my knowledge of the Blackhawks roster and the Jets roster has been costing me money. If you were simplifying things, you'd just be on the Blackhawks. You'd probably not be moving on this one. Oh, I love it, Kent. Wife and I got recliners at Circa tomorrow night for the Bears game. Yeah, man. All right, let's talk about Blues Mammoth here. Delta Center, Salt Lake City, Utah. We have Jordan Binnington. And there's my guy, Jay Peasy, in the house. Jordan Binnington versus Karel Vejmelka. We think Binnington will be in net. Obviously, well, first off, this is the first of a back-to-back. They play at Vegas tomorrow night. The Godfather in the house. What up, Godfather? I'm on the Kings. Kent Davies saying maybe I'll bet the Kings -1. Look, I'm on the Kings. Jets have to prove it, and I'll just keep fading them. But here, I said from the beginning of the year, I don't get anybody's love for the Blues. I don't like their roster. Now they have Pius Suter out, who I think is a really good centerman. A big loss. The Canucks don't have him. They also don't have Nick Bjugstad, who I don't really care about. 6'6" toothpick. I mean, he's not tough at all. He can win some faceoffs. He gets passed around the NHL. And then they're also without Dylan Holloway, who I think has some toughness, has some ability. Now, Monty tried to pull Binnington last game, and he wouldn't get out. And then to make matters even more interesting, Hofer went and hid like he's 8 years old. He hid in the hallway so that I guess, Binnington's the vet and Hofer's the kid. And, if the vet says I'm staying in, what's the kid going to do? Go hide? I guess. I wouldn't hide, but he did. There's a picture of Hofer peeking out the hallway just to see if it was all over. He could go sit back on the bench. I don't know what the hell that's going to do. I don't know what it's going to do here. Kent Davies, it might not be a regret that you're on the Blues. But I think the Blues are a bad hockey team. Barry Smith's on the Blues, so you're in good company, Kent. I think they're a bad hockey team. Kent says this is the behavior of a team about to win. One of the things that I hear that, JPZ. I hear that. Anybody wanting to go outside and catch a falling knife, God bless you. At this point, they're in their heads. They're a mess. Yes, Billy Friedrich. I know Steos came out, the general manager, and said that it didn't happen. I don't want to get too involved in these fucking rumors. I mean, like, you could say that they're playing like there's a mess going on, but I don't want to get too involved in that rumor. We don't need to get into it right now because they're not playing. But I don't rumors. I don't know. So here with Blues Mammoth, there's a thing that's been working for me over the last 2 years or so, and especially since Pubapalooza 4, in the last 12 months of the calendar, 12 months. I know NHL is not looking good right now, and but I've been really strong for 11 or 12 months. It's been the best 11 or 12 months I've ever had in gambling. And it started the week of Pubapalooza. I was a mess. I was on the verge of losing everything. I mean, everything more than just, the bankroll. I started wanting things to be expensive. So here, this over 5.5 is at minus 120. It's a 5-cent move to the over. But this money line for the Utah Mammoth is really, really expensive. And you have to ask yourself, why would this be so expensive? The opening line at minus 160 is expensive. Open up minus 160. And yesterday, before other books even opened up the market, this had moved 15 cents towards the Mammoth to minus 175. Then by 10 o'clock at night, it's a minus 182. 1 in the morning gets to minus 183. Now it's come back 8 cents, so it's a minus 175. It's extremely expensive. It has to appeal. It has to appeal to gamblers who want. Look at that plus money. Why are the Mammoth that? The Mammoth are 10-7-1 at home. They've won 10 of 18 games in regulation. They've won 10 of. I mean, why would they be this expensive? It doesn't make sense. I'll tell you that it doesn't make sense because the Blues are fucking trash. And the Mammoth team that I do not want to back will run them over. They're coming off their second straight win, third over the last 4 games, 3-1 win at home over the Senators on Wednesday. This is game 2 of a 7-game homestand. Now, they've been playing without Logan Cooley for a month, and he's another month till he comes back. And Kevin Stenlund is sick here. And Barry Smith saying is NYC Spidey sent to say Mammoth minus 1.5 is a trap. Maybe it is. I'm on the Mammoth minus 1 here. And I believe if they take care of business here against St. Louis, that we should probably bet them every game of this homestand. That they're getting their shit together. And they shouldn't be this expensive. I mean, they shouldn't. So I am on the Utah Mammoth minus 1. I got the Utah Mammoth minus 1. I got this at, let me pull this up here. I got this at minus 1 at minus 104. Minus 1 at minus 104. So we are in business. In business. That's our NHL breakdown. Justin McCulvey got the Mammoth minus 1.5 at plus 150. I would say, I know it's a short little card here, but I'd say Mammoth minus 1 is the best bet in the NHL board tonight. They're playing good. They have this opportunity for this long homestand. We talk about statistical profiles for hockey teams. Look, I'm not a Mammoth fan. I don't like them. I don't think they're a good hockey team. But they are sitting here with 44 games. Only 18 have come at home. So you could say their statistical profile doesn't quite make sense. That they haven't had a fair opportunity because they haven't had enough home games. But yeah, look, Barry, we're not trying to hold hands and live happily ever after, man. You're be on the other side and go get that cash. Rod Zweig says Blues are 5-0 this year when they get smashed by 4+ goals, and he's up 5.5 units back in Blues in these spots. So it's Blues money line for Rod Zweig. It's a very appealing line. You can make a lot of money betting it, and I'm not standing in the way. I just think the Blues are trash. They're not going to make the playoffs. They're not going to turn it around. They're one of the weakest hockey teams in the National Hockey League. I'd say they're a bottom 5, bottom 6 team. And now you have Utah Mammoth at home, no travel, game 2 of a 7-game homestand. And I think they're going to get theirs. And that's me, So there we go. I'm on the Mammoth. And look, I'm going to have to leave that Caps Blackhawks game alone. Hopefully Protas comes back, and that's my excuse. And then I'm fading the Winnipeg Jets, and that is National Hockey League for Friday, January 9th. Let's move into college basketball. Look, what's so messed up about sports gambling is 48 hours ago, I had a ROI just under 10%. On Friday of last week, I made 14 bets on a college basketball card, and I went 10, 2, and 2. And I was like, okay, it's time to open up volume. Play of the day for Toby Lane. He's backing the Jets. I've been talking with Toby, on X, and we were both on the Jets against Vegas. I don't know, Toby, did you back the Jets again against Edmonton? Because I flipped and moved on the Oilers. But that's what happened to me in 48 hours. There is consequences, and that's part. Oh, you didn't? Okay, I did flip, Toby. I took the Oilers. There's consequences, and that's part of the excitement of all of this. I was going over old videos because I gotta delete shit my phone. I can't take pictures on my phone, so I had to delete a bunch of old videos, and there's clips of old clips, of the show, and it's always excited me so much that there were consequences. I told you guys when I first went down to the Costa Rica, it was for a football betting conference, and a huge, very famous tout. We're smoking a blunt, and I was like, "Whoa, how much do you have on it?" And he laughed at me. He's like, "Oh, I didn't bet it." And I'm like, "Oh, what do you mean?" It's like, why would I mess with my bottom line? I gave it out to my followers. And I was like, "Oh shit!" So this guy's no consequences. These touts have no consequences. They don't care. I mean, now they want to win just so you keep filling up their fucking bank accounts. But they don't have the consequences that we have. And so obviously after what happened to me on Wednesday night, it threw me for a loop. And I'm looking forward to get back at it. Maybe the next 2 gentlemen who will be joining me will help me get out of it. You lose that kind of amount of cash, and it's just, you're shook. So let's bring on our first guest of the show, the producer of the show. Man, he is he's fighting a good fight. He was we should hear a little bit about what he's up to as well at Southtown 101 in these sports card streams. But please welcome the backbone of Pub Sports Radio, SN1P5, Jose Bouquett. Jose, how are you?
Not doing great because it took almost an hour to break down 3 hockey games, but here we go.
Does that bother you? It bothers you?
We were ass slapping around for the first 15 minutes, so that's why we had to speed it up a little bit. But
man,
it's nice to see everyone in the chat. And stuff.
I don't think that you need. You don't need to be here if you don't want to. You want to bounce?
Oh, I know. Don't you worry. I know I don't have
you
to.
You can fucking bounce if this is a problem for you.
I know. Don't worry.
Fucking bounce if this is a fucking problem for you. Last fucking thing I need. I'm sick as fuck. If I could have canceled this fucking show, I would have, Jose. It's the last fucking thing I need. You tell me I'm going too fucking long like you're a fucking comedy club owner, and I went over time, didn't look at the fucking light. All right. Let's bring in our next guest. He is crushing NBA here, and I can't because I'm just behind on records. I wish I wasn't. So you could see how good he's doing, and that will be fixed on Monday. But please welcome star of the Stacks play of the day. Please welcome our guy, Justin Mcelvy. Justin, what's good, man? How are you?
Pretty good. I ain't gonna make no jokes about how long you took. Keep my little opinion to myself.
Fuck, man. I know he's been fighting a good fight, but I don't need to hear that fucking shit. Let's get to work. Here. We start with a game where we have Stacks play of the day. We have Pig Milk play of the day. We have Coin moving on this first game as well. And let me pull up here our guy, Morgan Spooner. He's also on this very basketball game. So we have a ton of action for this one popping off at 6 p.m. here. So, Jose, if you don't mind, do you want to set this game up for us?
Sure. This line is flipped from Miami, Ohio, -1 to Toledo, -1. It was at a pick 'em at one point. It even got to Miami, Ohio, -2 at one point. 71% of the bets and 81% of the money on Miami, Ohio.
You know, Sweaty Butcher, the show didn't start till 12:07 because we have the extra 2 minutes. And then I copied and pasted action here. So that was a 25-minute breakdown of 3 games, 27 minutes max, to be fair, if you want to be fair. If that's something that you guys choose to do. You don't have to. You don't want. You can call it a fucking hour like Jose called it. If that's how you would prefer to handle it. Let's roll here. We have our guy Morgan Spooner, who's going to be at this basketball game tonight. He has told us that he believes Miami of Ohio can sweep the conference play. This is a Miami of Ohio Redhawks team that is 16-0, opened up MAC play 4-0, and they have traveled. It's not like this team hasn't traveled. We know that the Toledo Rockets, are going to be a tough out. There's no doubt about that. But we've seen this team travel, especially in December. They went to UNC Asheville, Eastern Kentucky, Wright State, Ball State, and Bowling Green, all in December. So we have seen them travel. We have our guy Morgan Spooner moving on Miami of Ohio at -112. And he was talking about Toledo's point guard, Leroy Blyden Jr. He's playing with a wrap on his finger on his shooting hand, had the nail ripped off in play 4 games ago, and doesn't look comfortable with the ball. Robert McCormack, welcome to the show, man. So, Spooner thinks that's the difference in this basketball game. We also have our guy, Billy Friedrich, star of Pig Milk Play of the Day. He is rolling with our guy, Morgan Spooner. Pig Milk Play of the Day is Miami of Ohio on the money line. Shout out to our guy, Billy Friedrich. And we also have the Stacks Play of the Day. Stacks taking a different route here in this one. Stacks focusing on the total in this one. Take it away, Justin, your plan of attack.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't get to a side with Spoon and Pig Milk on the other side, because when I first dug into this game, I wanted to be on Toledo. I wanted to be on Toledo bad. And so I'm glad that I'm not on the side. And I still have them. I got them in my bet slip still. And now hearing that Spooner and Pig Milk on it, I'm about to scratch my head. But Stats Play today, number 1. And I'm on the over. My fault. I'm on the over 163.5. I got it at -110 at Bet Rivers. And I love this over. Like last meeting, they played 172 points, and I think it was a conference game when Miami jumped on them, won by like 12. And I think this is a get-up spot for Toledo at home. They tend to go over. I think the crowd going to be crazy. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of points scored. So, and this is a get-up game. Like, you want Miami, Ohio. This is who you want, the undefeated team coming in on a Friday night. So, both teams play fast. I know Miami, Ohio is undefeated, but that line was telling me, like, I'm trying to get better with my line reading. And Spoon be messing me up because every time I think I read the line right and I'm on the other side of Spoon, I lose. I'm like, 35,000 probably, but I want to be on Toledo bad. And being that I like Toledo, being Toledo at home, I think there's gonna be a lot of points scored. And I see right before when me and you was texting about college that it moved up. So I'm glad I posted it early. I posted on X like I don't know, like 7 something this morning maybe. And it was like 163.5. I think this game flies over. I think the 166, 165.5 that it's currently at, I think that's good. You can still go over. I just love this over. And I want to live. I'm probably going to live bet Toledo. But I would pre-fly. Spoon just chased me away. I planned on coming here and like by the time we got done breaking down college, probably getting to Toledo, but Spoon done messed that up. So I'll stick to my over, but I want to get to the Toledo bad.
I mean, we watched yesterday in the Towson game. Market was just opening up their arms. Towson seemed like the sharp look. The line was moving towards Towson with 10% of the action. You know, Spooner was fading Towson. Let's explain why.
Not to interrupt you. Honestly, that's the reason why I haven't pulled the trigger, because that exact game right there. Because I liked the Towson yesterday. I felt like the line was screaming against Hofstra. And what I did was, and then the previous game before that, Towson had only scored 48 points against some no-name team. So, and that game was at home. So I felt like the line was screaming Towson. So when I seen Spoons on Hofstra, I deviated and was like, okay, they just scored 48. Maybe they'll have a big score. I took over 68.5, and they didn't get there. They got to 67. So it's like recency bias. Like hearing Spoons on Miami and me being on Toledo, it seemed like yesterday all over again.
I feel like that's way. The market is telling us that Toledo at home is going to step up and hand the Redhawks their first loss. This got up to a -2 for the Redhawks at 7:19 this morning. So it's a 3-point move towards Toledo here. And as we're not going to have much action, was there anything on Wager Talk odds logic board, Jose?
There is now 71% of the bets and 81% of the money on Miami, Ohio.
61% of the tickets, 60% cashiers on Miami, according to Action. And then on the money line, we have 68% tickets, 89% cash on Miami. Look, I agree with you. I'm not going to get in the way here of.
How do I don't bet Toledo though?
A Spooner and our guy.
I don't know. I swear, I think I'm not even like playing. I think I might got like 1 in like 100 when I'm on the other side of Spoon. And when I see one on the other side and I look at it, it's just not worth it. Like
we have coin on Miami over Ohio.
Does anybody like Toledo? I'm the only one in the world that like Toledo.
Oh no, maybe this is it. Maybe I think I had coin. Yeah, no, I've got coin wrong here. Coin is on. He is on Toledo a -.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say if nobody likes Toledo, I got to make it official. If nobody, not one person like Toledo.
And AM says Toledo optically looks amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stay off of this spot here. But we have Stacks play of the day number 1. Stacks play of the day number 1 is the over. We have over 163.5, a -110 for the Redhawks and the Rockets. Savage Arena, Toledo, Ohio. Jake Burns on Toledo, Kelly McInnes on Toledo, Rob Freeze on Miami of Ohio, and Stacks play day number 1 in business.
Stacks.
You're in business, Justin. We have USC, second to last game of these 14 college basketball games. We are going to touch on all of these games and see if there'll be any moves here in this one. But Justin, thank you for rocking with us. Looking forward to hear your USC Stacks number 2 and then the NBA card. Any last words for Capper Sport and the show, my man?
No, so you're gonna bring me back on for the USC game, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I ain't got no words. I don't know. Maybe by the time I come back, I don't know. I gotta do some digging while I listen, but I want to get to Toledo. I want to get to Toledo bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't see how it's not Toledo's spot. But going up against an undefeated team, not just an undefeated team, 16-0, and Spoons, I don't know. It's just not what I want to do on my Friday night.
No, I'm right with you. I started my day with it yesterday.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's the 6 o'clock game. So I'll start my Friday night irritated, then I'll wake up mad. So I'm okay. So I ain't gonna make it official. I love the over, so maybe I'll quietly in the bushes live bet them when they're down. But yeah, I'll see y'all for the UFC game.
Okay, we'll catch you, my man. All right, Jose, we roll on game 2 on the board. We head to Fairfield, Connecticut, Leo D. Mahoney Arena for Ryder Bronx Fairfield Stags. Do you mind setting it up?
Yeah, it's 8.5 was the opener. Heritage has a 7.5 right now. Everyone else has 8s. I'm going to refresh real quick because I'm seeing now 8.5's back on the board here at BOL. And it seems like in Fairfield, we have 62% of the bets and 81% of the money on them here.
What was the
not much
money?
movement? 81% of the money and 62% of the bets on Fairfield, and it's not moved much. Line 8.5 opener. BOL has 8.5. Got down to 7.5 here. Excuse me. It got down to 7.5 at Heritage, but they're back up to 8.5 as well.
And this is such a fascinating game because Ryder Bronx are absolutely horrific. I mean, that one win was not against Div 1 competition. But Rod Zawacki says, bet against road teams where the line is +3 to -3 after 6 or more consecutive wins and undefeated on the season. Since 2017, 43-16 against the spread. So Rod Zawacki is on Toledo money line. The Ryder Bronx is lose and lose and lose. Now, they've faced tough competition. So, they faced Texas at Texas. They started the year at Virginia, at Rutgers. Then they had a home game versus Div 3 college. Came back, played at Texas, at Houston. And then came home and lost to Coppin State by 3. Again, we're not talking about the Ryder Bronx at home, though. This is in Fairfield. They've lost at Merrimack, Quinnipiac, Bucknell. When they lost at home to Bucknell, they scored 38 points in that basketball game. The losses are just piling up. They're piling up. And, yes, they've had a much more difficult schedule than Fairfield, but you can get too cute. You can make this all look too easy. Fairfield is coming off an 83-75 win at Niagara. That snapped a 2-game losing streak. So they come back home, and they haven't had that many home games this year. They've had, against Div 1 competition, they've only had 6 home games this year. And how many of they won the first 2 and then lost the rest of them. Oh, no, sorry. They beat Monmouth 73-65. I just feel like if we were going to try to back Ryder here, we'd be getting just too cute. And I think it's a very dangerous thing. But, this line's not really moving towards Fairfield. What do you think of this spot? How many 0-12 teams in college basketball have you trusted, Jose? Do you have any interest in backing or trying to fade the public here on Fairfield?
No, but Billy Friedrich mentioned that Ryder is 341st in first half point differential out of 365 teams. So if I was betting Fairfield, it would be first half.
Yeah, I shout to Warbucks in the house. Thank you for joining us, my man. I don't want to. Okay, how about this? I have some interest in Ryder. Let's just see. We'll just close on this here. We'll close on this. So Fairfield at home, have they beaten any of these teams? They beat Stonehill. Now these teams are better than Ryder. Beat Stonehill by 2 in overtime. Beat Loyola Maryland by 3. They got destroyed by Columbia. Beat New Hampshire by 4. Beat Monmouth by 8. Okay, I guess there's your example. Lost to St. Peter's. So they've not beaten the team. They've not covered a -8.5 at home all year. Action Jackson said they played Manhattan well. I'll just leave it. I'll keep an eye on this here. I would say that if with this amount of money on Fairfield, if this line does nothing, I mean, would make it somewhat appealing to me, all right. Over at Action, it's got 72% of tickets, 85% of cash on Fairfield. This line's not moving a cent. So I'll leave it with some interest here. On the rider Bronx, just so Pete can sing Rider of the Storm. Let's roll on to the. Oh, and we have Billy Friedrich, as you said, Fairfield first half and full game. It's a double up here, but it is not the pig milk play of the day. We also have the respect play of the day up next. So let's roll into the next one, my man.
Cleveland State versus Oakland here. Line history, we have 14s across the board now. Opened up at 15.5 here for Oakland. Has come back down in the last few hours here. And there is 50% of the bets each way and 67% of the money on Oakland.
And we have the respect play of the day here as well. Respect play of the day. Oakland first half -7.5 and full game -13.5. Cleveland State, not really a team to be trusted, but man, Oakland just destroyed Robert Morris, 96-73 at home. You wonder, is Cleveland State a team that they could overlook in a situation like this? Now on the road, they just played PFW tough, the Vikings. They lost by 15. They lost badly to Northern Kentucky to the north. They lost at Missouri. They lost badly at Kent State. They've had a really difficult schedule. Now, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to stay in this one. We got Ron Crawford in the house with his play of the day. Thank you for sharing that with us. BJ with his best bet as well. I'll copy and paste both of those here. But, do we really sit back and expect the Grizzlies to win by margin here? I mean, speaking of not wanting to go up against, Spooner, I don't want to go up against a respect play today, but this opened up -15.5. It's now -14. I think that the Vikings are appealing here. This is the number where I've benefited back betting first halves instead of full games. Jose Perez in the house. Great to see you. I'll sit with this longer, but I'll have to see if after this show I have the conviction to go up against respect play today, because this is too much. This is too many points, I believe. Look, I know that in the horizon the Grizzlies are going to probably run shot, but this is a little much. Let me copy and paste BJ's action, and we have Ron Crawford spreadsheet play of the day coming up in a little bit. Let's set up the next game, Jose.
Next game on the board, Wright State, Detroit Mercy. 5.5 point favorites are Wright State here. As I scroll through the games here, they opened up here at 4.5. Bodog still has a 5, and so does Bookmaker, but most other places have 5.5 here for Wright State. And there is 87% of the bets and 89% of the money on Detroit Mercy. So line moving towards Wright State, all the money on Detroit Mercy.
Wow, that's a surprise. Everybody would be backing the dog here. Let's see if it's the same over at Action. No, they've got 56% of tickets, 71% of cash on Wright State. So clearly
that could be a sharp money divide there.
That's got to be it.
Would be my assumption.
Detroit has been off now for a full week. They played on Friday. Wright State's won 4 straight. They last played on Sunday. Wow. This is interesting. So let's take a look at these home games for Detroit Mercy against. They played Eastern Michigan, so one home game there. IUPUI or IU Indianapolis. So they've only really played 3 home games against Div 1 opponents. They had 2 home games against colleges, which they blew out. Which means that, again, we go back to this, but well, Rez, that's generally when I have the conviction to do it. Like if I really believe in a side, I would need to sit with that longer. And you've doubled up on it. Like I do not have the conviction. I'm not sitting here going, no, this is I got. Generally, when you have that conviction that you can say, oh look, I'll go up against a friend and a colleague, then your ROI is going to be okay. I don't know if I have that here. I feel like that it's not that the stats don't bear out. Now, again, this blew up in my face on Wednesday, but the stats don't bear out. Detroit Mercy yet. I mean, 3 home games against Div 1 opponents. Wright State too. They've gone on the road, so it's not like this is a team that hasn't traveled. And they went to Cal early in the year. Stetson, Butler, and Youngstown State, Marshall. They had their first road game in a while at IU Indianapolis. Maybe they're more set up for it. But so, do you agree, Jose, with Troy's thought process that the Action Network is giving us the public, and that the Wager Talk board, the Odds Logic board, is giving us the sharp side of things?
I don't have any other reason to believe it other than Troy saying it. So I'm just kind of echoing Troy's thoughts. But I generally, obviously we trust Troy. So I don't have any like empirical data to say that that is true or not. But like I said, I trust Troy.
I don't know if we'd ever be able to get it either.
Yeah, I think Action is like DraftKings, like all that stuff, all those books.
Well, it's over 40 books supposedly.
And I don't know where Wager Talk gets their shit. So, but yeah, I've gone to. Especially because Wednesday, you'd probably, this is one of those spots Wednesday where you'd be like, okay, well, I'm going to bet the side that the line moving away towards or whatever. And then we obviously saw how Tuesday went. And that felt like maybe all the bets and money are on the one side, line moving the other way. Maybe it's just all the sharps are on that one side. And we've seen Spoon as well cash so much with the line moving against them. So it's very tough to bet the college basketball so far.
Huh. I do
when
find
it comes to the market, at least.
I do find Detroit Mercy appealing here. Jerry Davis talking about at 5.5, he would move on Detroit Mercy here. Godfather said I would take the spread with Mercy at home. They want to play hard. One of the things that was so rough on Wednesday for me was that the first half, I was only betting full games. So first halves were cashing and then teams were falling apart in the second half. And maybe this, I don't see Wright State. I think the key is that the stats that we're pulling from Detroit Mercy have generally come from very difficult situations with them on the road, not at Callahan Hall. So I'm very, very interested in Detroit Mercy. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board, Jose, and then when we do the review, we'll go over what we think should be moved on and not. Let's roll.
IU Indy versus Green Bay, UW Green Bay here. Shout out to the formerly known as Ooey Pooey. There's 82% of the money and 92% of the 82% of the bets, 92% of the money on Indianapolis here. And we've got a 7.5 opener for Green Bay. BOL has 6.5. Bookmaker still has the 7 here. So does Heritage. So back and forth between that 6 and 7. But there is, like I said, 82% of the bets, 92% of the money on IU Indy.
Wow. Is it just because people despise Gottlieb? Is that involved in this? Because the Green Bay actually looks decent. And IU Indy's lost 4 straight games. I guess they haven't been that bad. They just lost to Wright State 81-77. Warbucks on Green Bay minus 7.5 here. I'm surprised. So, these teams have played each other. These kind of teams already played each other. They played at IU Indy. Green Bay won 85-75. And there was no outlier, statistically. I guess no, maybe there was. Green Bay shot 9-21 from 3. But this is a team that's sort of finding themselves. I'm a little surprised here that Green Bay is here at this line. I wouldn't have. I would have thought this line would move towards Green Bay. Now, you have they just played each other. I guess it's not just. They played each other a month ago, and Green Bay handled them at Indy. I don't know why anything would be different here. I guess you got to. I mean, I don't even know whether to trust the books. All of this cash is coming in on IU Indy. Don't you think it's just a vividness bias of Green Bay being trash when they're not trash this year? Godfather is Philip says love in Miami of Ohio. We have a Godfather moving on Green Bay here. I mean, we haven't seen them at home, and we've seen them beat decent teams at home. They lose to Robert Morris by 2. They beat UC Santa Barbara by 3. Beat Milwaukee by 3. These teams are much better. I mean, and again, okay. Well, this is one-way traffic for me. I'm gonna sit with it longer here, but this is just Green Bay or no bet, and I'm fine not betting it. And I guess, I mean, I don't think 43% from 3 is that much of an outlier. Philip loving Green Bay. Jerry Davis got IU Indy at plus 8.5. Jerry, you want to? We're gonna move on to the next game, but can you touch on your plan behind backing IU Indy? And then, Jose, our next spot on the board here is our guy, Ron Crawford. Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day in business here. Ron Crawford moving on Sienna, backing the mighty Sienna Saints in Albany, New York. Shout out to our guy, Ron Crawford. If you're listening on headphones at work, you might want to turn it down a little bit. Yeah, definitely, Jerry. Definite move towards Indy. No doubt about it. And MJ Fall's going to be the Bears-Packers game. So is Troy Torrance. Kent's going to be watching from Vegas. Jose, set us up here. Set us up for Ron Crawford's play of the day.
Sure. I can start with this line movement. It's bouncing back and forth. 5.5 opener for Sienna. Over Merrimack here. They go up to 6. They go up to 6.5. And then they start coming back down. It goes down to 5.5 this morning, 5, 4 at 10 a.m. this morning, and it's come back all the way up to 5.5 again here for Sienna. And that's on BOL. There's 80% of the bets and 92% of the money on Merrimack here. So it's been interesting to watch this line bounce up and down. Shout out to you, Ron Crawford, for your play of the day. Again, this market's very confusing to me with this line bouncing back and forth. What do you think?
Wow. Yeah, it is. Over at Action's got 53 and 55 on Merrimack. Merrimack 5-0 in conference play. They're running roughshod over the Metro Atlantic right now. So they've been just taking care of business. And then you have Sienna hasn't played at home in so long. So, Merrimack coming off beating Mount. Look at this run they've been on. They've won 7 of 8. Beat LaSalle, beat Ryder at home. We just talked about how bad Ryder is. 0-12 against Div 1 opponents. And they beat Ryder 68-66 at home. Then they took out Fairfield by more margin. Then they went to Princeton and beat them. Lost at Vermont. It's a tough place to play. Beat Sacred Heart at Sacred Heart. Came home, beat Mount St. Mary's, and beat Manhattan. Jose Perez liking Sienna as well. Sienna, let's talk about their home basketball games because they've been on the road for a while. They are expected to be a tough team to beat here, in conference play. So they at Vermont, at Indiana, those tough games. They lose them both by double digits. They lose by 14 at Vermont. They lose by 21 at Indiana. They go to Iona and lose 75-72, and then they beat Ryder 74-65. I don't see why. I guess you're right. I guess the movement is the concern here. Other than that, I agree with where Ron is at. I think that from an X's and O's spot, Sienna's should be bet. They should be bet to give the Merrimack their first loss. I mean, at what point? I mean, what action do you consider sharper? I mean, generally speaking, we consider the action right around when limits are lifted to be sharper. When those limits were, when it was leading towards that, this got up to Sienna minus 6.5. The early action's on Sienna. Then the morning action comes in on Merrimack, comes back to Sienna. I guess the market move is an easy way to stay off it. Well, we'll go over a once over of these games all at the end, but I think it's spreadsheet or pass. I think it's Sienna or pass. I mean, it's like Merrimack's going to run through the whole Metro Atlantic undefeated. You got to think that Sienna's been thinking about this basketball game, and here is their chance. I expect to. We'll go over it at the very end, but I plan on joining our guy, Ron Crawford, at this point. I mean, would you rather get the 5 or 4.5 or keep it low? I mean, I guess the problem is this is going to be a very tight game, and in a tight game, do you actually want to sit here and be on the dog? And the answer is probably no. But at this point, I'll just we'll study spreadsheet a little bit more, but I'm interested in where he's at. Give Merrimack their first conference loss. The question is, can it be by more than 5? And I understand why this market moving back and forth, up and down would get somebody off of the spot. Let's roll on.
Billy Friedrich on Sienna first half, full game as well there. St. Peter's versus Mount St. Mary's here. St. Peter's 1.5-point favorites on the road here. There's no side information on this game. I can tell you the total, 60% of the bets on the over and 85% of the money on the under in this game. But this line has gone from Mount St. Mary's minus 1.5. BOL has Pick'em. Bodog has minus 1.5. St. Peter's. Heritage has minus 1.5. St. Peter's. It's gone back and forth, obviously, here. So, like I said, it opened up minus 1.5 Mount St. Mary's at BOL. Goes down to Pick'em. Then it goes to St. Mary's minus 1.5. Then it goes back down to Pick'em. Then flips to Mount St. Mary's again at 9 a.m. and goes back down to a Pick'em at 9:30.
So, because I was kind of multitasking there, what is the difference? But where is Mount St. Mary's now from the very? Are we using the site we used to play poker at?
Yes.
What's the difference between Mount St. Mary's right this minute from the opening?
It was minus 1.5 Mount St. Mary's at the opening. Now it's Pick'em juiced towards St. Peter's.
I mean, this is a very fishy line. St. Peter's, here's another team we just talked about, a squad that was undefeated in the Metro Atlantic. St. Peter's sitting here 4-0 in the Metro Atlantic. St. Peter's is 4-0 in Metro Atlantic. They took Georgetown to overtime at Georgetown, and here they are, opened up as slight dogs at Mount St. Mary's. I mean, it's so fishy. So fishy. Speaking of the golf here, we'll know in a little bit how many, because we might have some real pro golfers here, because Mike's son, Caden, might be coming as well. And we're going to hear from, so there's a lot of talk about
money, guys. Don't do it. Don't try to bark that tree.
But we'll definitely be talking more about golf, and we'll be setting everything up here too with the exactly how Pub Palooza is going to play out, because I know golf's a big part of it. I mean, this makes this line is so fishy. I mean, who in their right mind? I mean, look at St. Peter's has one loss in December at Georgetown. That's it. That's it. Is it the same? Do you guys plan on the same golf course this year?
No idea. Yeah, I haven't thought about it, honestly.
Good God, this is such a fishy line, man. I mean, how could Mount St. Mary's 5-11, 1-4 in conference, be sitting here at this number against a team that's undefeated in the conference. I mean, it means that I get why JPZ's moving towards the Mount St. Mary's, man. I mean, they beat Iona 66-59 their last home game here. And they played once since December 3rd at home. That's it. So I like Mount St. Mary's here. Again, though, if I want to see where this line ends. If I hadn't had Wednesday happen to me, I'd be on them. Action Jackson on Mount St. Mary's. Tome Miggins is on Mount St. Mary's. We have the levels play today from Tome Miggins in college football that Jose and I will be getting into here shortly. Look, I'm with you guys. Jams on the first half under 65.5. I think Mount St. Mary's should be bet. Now, in saying that, when the show's over, because we don't have that much to cap today, we do have 8 games. I believe it's 8 in NBA. So it'll probably be in like an hour and a half. We can see at that point. Tone saying Mount St. Mary's is better than the record. Look, I'm with you guys. And again, wouldn't you say, Jose, this would be the exact situation where Spooner would say, this is why I know the line. Like now, Spooner's not on Mount St. Mary's. Let's go back to his action. He's on a bunch of action that's coming up here.
Justin said he asked if he's on St. Peter's.
No, I've got Spoon's action here, so we'll talk about. Oh shit, he is. He's on St. Peter's money line.
So I guess that answers that question then, huh?
Yeah. It's on St. Peter's money line. Because Spoon. I mean, God. 10 games in NBA. Okay, thanks, Saturated. I've got him all capped. I'm ready to rock. Okay, well, I'll have to. So Spoon is on St. Peter's money line here, and he is also on our next game as well. Jose Perez says he wants St. Peter's but doesn't trust his fishy line. Okay. Jerry Davis says, I immediately bet Mount St. Mary's because of the line. Why is St. Peter's not -4.5? I agree completely. The line is fishy as could be. The question is, are we going to go up against, Spooner in this spot? All right, it's going to take some more time to sit with, but I agree with you guys. It's as fishy as a line that we've seen by far at this point. Oh, actually, you'll get it back. Don't worry. You'll get your Bulls back. I don't know why they're taking so long, but they will. They'll avoid it all. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. So just to set you up, Jose, for this one, we do have Iona as a move here for Morgan Spooner. He's on Iona -8.5 at -120. Iona -8.5, -120. Let's roll.
Well, he should be thrilled about that because now they are at 10s across the board here for the Iona Gales. And by the way, shout out to Rez Mob, who said he was a caddy at the Open for 30 years at Shinnecock. So that's very cool as well. And he's caddied 2 Opens, I should say. And he's caddied at Shinnecock, which was a site for the Open for 30 years. So it's very cool. Shout out to you, Rez. But Iona Gales at 10 now across the board here. Interestingly enough, BOL says that opened up at 13.5 at 120 yesterday. But if you go to Bookmaker, they opened up at 8.5. So that opener at BOL is interesting. Heritage, same kind of story there. 8.5 opener, goes down to 7.5, comes back up to 8.5 here. So I'm going to trust the 8.5 more than a 13.5 or whatever. Excuse me, I was hitting the wrong game. Jesus Christ, there. That's classic by me. 12.5. I apologize for that there. Heritage opened up. Excuse me there. Now at 10 for Iona. Now we have BOL opening up at 13.5. Like I said, down to 10 here. And just to double check myself one more time, Bookmaker opened this up at 14 plus money for Iona, down to 10 now, -111 for Iona. Now for the market here, there is 54% of the bets and 82% of the money on Niagara there. So just to go over it one more time, Bookmaker, all these places, 14 opener, Heritage 12.5 opener, BOL 13.5 opener, all down to 10 across the board.
I mean, I understand the idea behind this. I mean, Iona just got absolutely annihilated, embarrassed. Marist just beat them 83-38. Iona shot 1 of 14 from 3. They shot 53% from the free throw line. They turned the ball over 24 times. I mean, it's the worst game that they've, could possibly play. So, I mean, I completely understand the idea that they're going to bounce back in a big way. The question at that point is, is it too many points? But I mean, I think we can believe the 13 because it slowly moved. 13 and a half. 11 minutes later, it's a 13. 3 hours later, it's a 12. Then it went up to 12 and a half. I think we can believe all of that. But I don't think it changes the fact that Iona is going to deliver in the first half of this basketball game. I mean, I don't see how they don't. I mean, if you look at like what happened to their best players in that game, they got to be championing to get back at it. I mean, Toby Harris is, you think is their best player. He scores 0 points in 26 minutes. The starting 5, they didn't play that long, and they turned the ball over 15 times, the starting 5. They turned the ball over 15 times and had 5 assists. And Toby Harris goes 0 of 6 from the field and 0 of 4 from 3. The starting 5 goes 0 of 6 from 3. It was the bench that came in and cleaned up all the action. What is the difference between the first half and the full game? I think that will tell more of the story because, yes, we see this full game moving from 13 to 10. Maybe people believe there's a real issue with Iona. But the first half opened up at 6 and is at 6. Now, it opened up at 6. First half didn't open up till 7:19 a.m. I mean, I think that Iona should be bet first half. They should come out of the gates flying, feel good about themselves, back at home. And then what has Niagara done, really to show that? Look, I think you just focus on the first 20 minutes. I mean, was that the worst game that's being played by a Div 1 team this season? And they're not a bad Div 1 team. So I truly believe that it is that the Gales first half should be bet after that debacle. I think they're shot out of a cannon. I think the concern here is whether they keep it together, after getting shot out of the cannon. I think Iona first half should be bet. The question is, do you care? You have to ask yourself, do you care that much about this movement from 13 to 10? Because it's a big move. Spooner said he didn't really want to bet Iona minus 8.5 when the last number he saw was 13.5. But he said he had to. He says Iona is the most talented roster in the Metro Atlantic versus the least talented roster. So he took it at, I mean, you could look at it different ways. Like, it's scary to be on the other side of the line move to that extent. But no, I think Iona first half. I think the 6 is like our guy Dutch Boy Fresh would say, is good money. CD Player says Iona is an erratic team. Look, I get erratic, but 38 points. Your star who, gets you 20 points a game generally, he goes 0 of 6 from the field for 0 points. They empty their bench. They shoot 1 of 14 from 3. I mean, how much difference has to happen for this team to take care of business here? So, I mean, and look at what has Niagara done on the road. Niagara on the road lost by 28 at St. Peter's. They lost by 29 at Sienna. So, yeah, Niagara seems to do some damage at home, despite playing in front of an empty Coliseum. All right, I'm in. Iona first half for me. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board.
The next spot on the board is Marist Sacred Heart here. Red Foxes by 5.5 here. Up to 6.5 at some places right now. BOL shows a 6 and Bookmaker a 6.5 here. And there is, if I can find it. 64% of the bets, 90% of the money on Sacred Heart in this game. The line moving towards Marist. Bodog shows 5.5 still, but still 6.5 still showing across the board.
Wow. Again, these numbers are so different than what we're seeing at Action. I don't know if I'm going to renew Action either. I don't know if it helps or confuses, honestly, looking at two different sites that give us different information. Action has 45% of the tickets on Marist and 56% of the cash. What is it exactly over it? I mean, I've got it the wage talk board up here. What is exactly there?
Wagers is 64% of the tickets and 90% of the money on Sacred Heart.
Wow. I mean, that's just so different than what we're dealing with here. We have Marist coming off that just destruction of Iona. I mean, they'd lost their last two road games by double. No, I guess Quinnipiac, they only lost by 6. Quinnipiac's a good basketball team, for this conference. And then they absolutely annihilate Iona. You have Sacred Heart coming off 4 straight losses. Only one was at home. I mean, I get it. I think that Sacred Heart should be bet in the first half of this basketball game, or it should be a double up bet on Sacred Heart. I mean, this Marist team just absolutely dominated, absolutely annihilated their competition. And I guess you could say, like, how much money is actually in these pools that they're talking about at this point.
Yep.
I think Sacred Heart should be moved on here, man. I think you have to fade what Marist is coming off of. And this is a fishy line. I mean, you have a 5-11 Pioneer squad that's 1-4 in conference play. We just talked about 3 of those 4 games being on the road. They lost at Towson by 25. They scored 47 points. They've looked better since. They lost at Niagara, which is not good. And then they lost, at Canisius, who looks to be like a middling squad here.
By the way, Rez Mob went to Marist. So shout out to Rez. Learning a lot about Rez Mob. Went there with the Flying Dutchman, Rich Smits. So shout out to him. All right.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to pay for it, Spoons. It was just that with the baseball season, when we decided that this doesn't make any sense, we had just kind of renewed here at this point.
Yeah, they sneak that shit through.
We have TJ in the house. I'll look into that for sure, Spoons. We have TJ in the house. He's dealing with the same respiratory thing that we're all dealing with. 4-0 in here yesterday. Beautiful work. He's on Chicago money line and the Kings money line for TJ today. Okay, well, Sacred Heart should be bet. I do think they should probably be bet first half, though. And I always feel nervous, deciding that first half should be the spot, but Sacred Heart should be bet. Warbuck says Marist will be cashing by halftime and full game. I just find it hard to believe that after that domination at home over a team that's really talented, arguably more talented than them, that they would just get out on the road and do it again. I Sacred Heart first half has to be a bet I make, and I'm going to. All right. My card's starting to come together here. Jerry Davis says he hates Sacred Heart, was leaning Marist, but the move towards Sacred Heart, he says, thinks it's the right side. I agree. I would prefer that first 20 minutes, but we'll talk more. The next spot on the board here is a spot that Morgan Spooner's on, Manhattan, -6.5, -109. Set us up, Jose, my man.
Yep, Manhattan here. Right now, they have 75% of the bets and 58% of the money on Canisius. And this went from 7 opener to 8 at BOL. Everywhere else still has a 7.5 currently. Bookmaker, Heritage, and such. Bookmaker opened up at a 6.5, and it's up to 7.5 there. Same thing with Heritage. Like I said, BOL opened up at 7, got down to that 6.5 at like 7 a.m. and it's climbed back up to an 8.
God, I find it so difficult to trust Canisius on the road, but I feel like this is too many points. Canisius had a 5-game road stretch. They won one of those games. They beat Maine, who might be the worst team in Div 1. They lost at St. Peter's by 12. They lost at Sienna by 22. They lost at Rhode Island by 17. And they lost at Duquesne by 44. So then they come home, they beat Fairfield, and they beat Sacred Heart. Now they go back on the road again. I just find it so difficult. So difficult to back them here. I guess if you think this is too many points, and which I do think, I guess maybe you just stay off of the spot. You know, Manhattan at home, they beat Quinnipiac by 1, beat Presbyterian by 6, lost to Furman, beat Fairfield by 4. So we have a situation here where they haven't played many home games. They have not beaten a team by 7.5 points at home all year. You know? Why would this... Yeah, TJ, I'm with you on the Kings. I do hope Kopitar plays. CD Play says lay it with the Jaspers. I was the one that was talking all about proof of concept because I thought I had it. And I knew that the sample size was small. But here, there's no proof of concept that the Jaspers are going to beat anybody by double digits. And I know we're just talking about 7.5 here. Yeah, TJ, that's exactly it. 13 spots. You can only use a number once. So your 13 spot is 13 points. You have to cash that. You have to win that all straight up. Justin says first time for everything. Oh, he took the Manhattan minus 6.5. I get it. I'm going to stay off the spot. I'm not going to back Canisius because, again, I have no proof that they can do anything well on the road. The beating Maine means nothing. Shout out to Guillermo Zertucci in the house. Gee, they were talking golf here at Pubapalooza. I know that you and the squad want to rock, but I'm off. I'm not going to take Manhattan. I'm not going to ask them to do something that they haven't done, and I'm not going to trust Canisius to deliver here.
All right, we roll right along to our next game, Northern Kentucky, UW Milwaukee. Shout out to the Ekdals there. UW Milwaukee here, if I could find them. -2 opener, 3 now at BOL, and 3.5 seemingly starting to pop up. Bookmaker showing a 3.5 here from a -2 opener. And we have 79% of the bets and 90% of the money on Northern Kentucky.
Wow.
So another one of those spots, yeah.
Yeah, we have our guy Billy Friedrich on the Norse. We have Spooner on Milwaukee. So
yeah, on Tuesday or on Wednesday, you would have been on Milwaukee here, right? I assume.
Wednesday, you mean? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and look, I'm not afraid to look. I just needed 24 hours to kind of take a breath and kind of, when you take a beating like that, it just takes a second to.
And I understand. I mean, I agreed with all those spots too because it was all like market, situation spots too, and it feels like we have another one right here, and it's like are you walking back into the den of horrors right now?
No, I think that it's the move to be made. What did the Panthers open up at?
-2 for UW Milwaukee at BOL, up to now a 3. I'm going to refresh real quick because I see a 2.5 now actually at UW at BOL, excuse me. Bookmaker's still showing that 3 plus money now, I guess, but 3.5, excuse me, at plus money. So yeah, -2 now, but 2.5 at BOL.
I think Milwaukee's a must bet. Now I don't like being on the other side of Billy Friedrich, but this is a team that's 5-1 at home this year against Div 1 opponents. What's their only loss? Indiana State, 70-68. They lost by 2 points. They've won close games. They've beaten teams by double digits. They've done it all. They're coming off playing 3 road games, which they played pretty well. I mean, they lose at Wisconsin by 20. I mean, it's a tough spot to play. They lose at Wright State by 6. They lose at Green Bay by 3. Now they're coming back home, and why would they not deliver here? So, yes, saturated. Yes, I'll pop it here in the chat. Yeah, I want the Panthers here. I want the Panthers here, and I will be betting them. Why are they favorites? They're favorites because of their home record, and I think they can take out the North here. So I'm on Milwaukee Panthers. My card's starting to shape up. We do have Stacks play. We only have 2 games left in college basketball, so we have Stacks play the day number 2 in our next game. Why don't you set this one up here? This is the next 2 games are bigger games than these, Metro Atlantic and sorry, I'm one too fast. Sorry, we have one more before. My bad. We have one.
I was about to say, I guess Akron Bowling Green's a big game.
Yeah, no, my bad.
I'm the beholder.
My bad. Let's roll. Zips Falcons. Jose, let's roll.
Yes, and by the way, Jimmy, I can hear maintenance around my hallway knocking, so I might be dropping out for a little bit here.
Okay.
So just so you know.
Okay.
Akron Bowling Green.
What the hell did you hear?
Maintenance.
Oh, okay. No worries, my man.
No. By the way, I'm determined in the year of 2026 to befriend the peacock. I'm in the active process of making peace with him. We'll see how that goes.
It's my fault. It's my fault, though. I haven't got you my sister's.
Well, I went to the aquarium recently. This is just a completely sidetrack with Helga and my brother. And at the aquarium, naturally, they have peacocks. They just roll around. You can, you be up close to them and such. And I fed a peacock, and I was like, "This isn't so scary. It hasn't pecked my eyeballs out."
No.
So I have a little bit of hope now. So.
Okay, good. We'll work on this. But let's roll.
Akron Bowling Green here, 3.5-point favorites. They opened now up to 4.5 at BOL. Bookmaker has 4. And I want to refresh real fast. Yes, still 4.5. Juice towards Bowling Green -115, but nonetheless still up to that 4.5 from 3.5 favorites. Akron, 60% of the bets, 82% of the money on Bowling Green. So back at it again.
Wow. I can understand, why it's moving to Bowling Green. Bowling Green at home. So sorry. Can you give me it again? What's Bowling Green at now compared to the first opener?
Plus 3.5, now plus 4.5.
That's not good. I thought they played Miami, Ohio pretty tough. And
only place that doesn't have a 4.5 is Bookmaker. They have 4.
Huh. If we talk Bowling Green playing Miami, Ohio tough, no one played them tougher than Akron. 76-73. That was so tight, right down to the wire. But they got up for that basketball game. Now, I don't see why they wouldn't get up for Bowling Green. It's not like they're going to go play some, Bowling Green is not a walkover. I mean, they're sitting here 11-5. Bowling Green will be tough on them. And then, so we look at the road work from Akron. They played at Purdue, and they played Purdue tough, but they're a team that can get up for games and not. But they'll probably get up for this. Billy says he could only bet Bowling Green here. Crip Key on Bowling Green. CD Playa says tough game. Hart says Bowling Green. Mine says Zips. Maybe this is one that I can stay off of. I think the line move is telling. I mean, look, Akron is the better basketball team. I mean, I don't think anybody's, we're not guessing about that. The question is, with Bowling Green being at home, does that give them an advantage here that would take care of business? And, let's look at the Zips last home game. So they played Miami of Ohio tough. I think it's very, very close here, obviously. But God, I wish this game was at Akron, but then again, we'd be talking about a 7 or an 8. I think I would move. I think Akron is a real tough team in the MAC. And if the Red Hawks weren't running the table, we'd be talking about the Zips here. Spoon says he's got Bowling Green minus 2.5 and 3.5. Says want to cash out of the 3.5, but the ticket has no cash out offer. Oh wow. Yeah, I guess I can stay. Maybe this is just too tight of a game here. I guess you'd prefer the dog. Slight road favorite. When I started, 10 years ago, when I went down to Costa Rica, I thought that light road favorites in NBA or college basketball were just losers. The road favorites between 2 and 5 were just losers. 1.5, 5. I think that was not fully correct. Like I got out of it, but it was always in my head. This will be a stay off, man. I can't. I agree situationally. Bowling Green can probably step up here. I agree with the market move towards the Zips. I think they're a better basketball team. Let's roll into USC Minnesota.
Let's roll into USC Minnesota here. 3.5 point favorites are the Golden Gophers here. They opened up at 2 point favorites, and the 4s are starting to pop up here. Bookmaker has 4, as well as several other books here. So interesting to see the line move here. Let's find out where all the money is. And predictably enough, we have more bets and money on USC, 80% of the bets and 53% of the money on the Trojans. Welcome back, Justin McKelvey. A lot more bets and money. Well, a lot more bets, slightly more money on USC here. Line moving towards Minnesota, Jimmy.
This is an interesting spot because one of the things that we've been talking about these California teams, which didn't fully ring true because Stanford looked good against Virginia Tech while California looked terrible against Virginia. And USC has traveled now. They went to Michigan and to Michigan State, and they lost both badly. So let's hear Stacks play of the day number 2, and then I will talk about my thoughts on it. So we have Stacks play of the day number 2 right here in Trojans Golden Gophers Williams Arena in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's hear it.
Stacks.
Let's hear it, Justin, my man. I'm interested.
Yeah, when I looked at this game, I've been interested since the Michigan State game, their last one. When I looked at it, and they got blown out. The game before that against talking about USC, got blown out back-to-back games by Michigan and Michigan State. And prior to this road game, they was balling. And this is their last game of the road trip, and they're going back home after this game. So I feel like after back-to-back, like almost 30-point, both of them, one was like 29, but almost back-to-back, coming off of back-to-back blowout losses. Like, I kind of think that you want to go back home with a win. And then you look at Minnesota, like, I want to say they're undefeated at home. That's why I'm not on the money line. They're like 9-0 or something real close to that in Minnesota. They're coming off a big win against my Iowa in overtime at home. And I just want to be on the opposite side of that. Like, they stormed the court. I felt like they partied like they didn't won the Natty. And with big celebration like that in overtime, you won as a dog. And then with USC, last game of the road trip, coming off back-to-back 30-point losses, I think this is a good spot to stay within this number. I thought the spread was way too high, plus 4.5. And I don't know. Doesn't seem that popular, but I really like this spot. Like, I think this is the spot of all spots.
It's such an interesting spot. Jose, I'd like to hear your take on this too after I set it up a little more. Such an interesting spot. Spooner says he wants to get to Minnesota so bad. Unprecedented 3-game East Coast trip. They've been out here 10 or 11 days. Los Chudy liking USC tonight plus 4. Billy Friedrich says I get a 4 or 4.5. He'll be on USC. CD Play says USC showed zero effort on the road, but they do have talent. Warbucks is moving on Green Bay. Interesting. back in the Phoenix here, -7, 3-unit pick of the day for Warbucks. This is a wildly interesting spot. I mean, you have what the hell? Like, what's Musselman gonna do if they lose by double digits here again? Like, he's just gonna lose his He's gonna lose his mind. I mean, it's one thing to lose to Michigan State. It's another thing to lose by combined. Oh my God. I thought it was 29 in my head, but they lost by 39 to Michigan State. So they lost by 69 points these last two games?
That's what I said. It was back-to-back 30-point losses. Like Michigan State. And then, like, so what? You're gonna lose 3 games in a row by 30? I mean, I know this is a low spread, but Minnesota, like, they really just, and only because I watched that game, because I was on Minnesota in that game, and I watched it. So when they stormed the court, I mean, I get that that's a college thing to do, but, like, y'all been balling. Y'all was that happy about this win over Iowa? And then you got USC coming off of, like, back-to-back 30-point losses to Michigan State. Like, and I think they only got like 3 losses, so 2 of them, like, you don't want to get one in this road trip before you go back home? Because the next game is at home. Like, you gotta get one, right? And I'm not even asking you to win. I just feel like these are just one of the spots that no matter what happens, I'll be okay with. If USC lose by 30, I'll be okay with that. Right? But I don't know, just. And maybe, I don't know, maybe that makes it seem too easy. Maybe everyone's thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Or maybe everyone's thinking Minnesota, they just beat Iowa, and USC then lost by 32 games in a row. Why not 3 before they go home? So, you know.
More tickets coming in on Minnesota, by the way. That 80 goes to 75% of the tickets, 53% of the bets on the money.
This is the one that I got confidence that. You said Spoon's on Minnesota?
No, he wants to get there, but
I'm about to say this will be the one.
Of the last 3 kind of weird market situations, this one would be the one where I would be on Minnesota here, just because it's not as overwhelming. But you
like Minnesota?
Charts. Yeah, just on a market standpoint, you know, like the last 3 games have been like 80, 90+% of the bets and money on the other side. This one, at least, you have the other side being bet bigger with Minnesota, because there's 25% of the bets and 47% of the money on Minnesota. So if you took the market out of it, would you still be on Minnesota? Like, if you just didn't even look at the market? I wouldn't want to catch a falling knife. I don't know shit about the personnel on the team, but it would be.
See, that's the thing. I don't think this is catching the falling knife.
I get that.
Like, this is a good USC team. We're not talking about a team that's lost, like, and if you look at their losses, they lost back-to-back games by 30 to arguably 2 top 5 teams in the league, at least 2 top 10. Michigan, they drilled Gonzaga. So, like, you can't take teams and records and losses. You can't take it off their record, but Michigan, okay, they got drilled by Michigan, but Gonzaga lost by 40 by Michigan. So if you want to look at their losses, like at Michigan State, like they balling. So 30 points is not respectable, but if you got 3 losses and 2 of them are by Michigan and Michigan State by 30, I don't know. I think a good way to fix that is go to the barn and jump on Minnesota. And then go back home.
I wonder what this line would have been if USC could have menaced a little bit here.
Yeah, and I thought about that. Like, what if they only lost by single digits in both games? What would this line be?
Well, exactly. USC would be favored probably.
Seems like, I don't know. Like, I told y'all, the casino's real close. Like, I want to go to the window with this game, but these are the spots that I lose and be like, it wasn't that easy. But I don't know. I like it.
This reminds me so much of yesterday's Penguins Devils game. I'm 7-1 in NHL if I don't bet the Devils first period in full game. And TJ said in the chat, when has the Devils team showed heart? Here, all you have to ask yourself is, do you trust the character of this Trojans team? And do you trust Musselman to get the best out of them?
This game I do.
This is by far the most interesting game on the board. So, Jose, the three of us are sitting in Vegas right now. The Trojans have just lost by 69 points combined to Michigan State and Michigan. It's the final game of their road trip. They haven't gone home in between. Put $1,000 on the table and say you get half of the profit. Are you moving on the Trojans or the Gophers here?
I would move on Minnesota, and I would just say that those boys don't have heart. No heart. Soft USC into the cold Minnesota air. That's would be my whole narrative going into it.
And Jimmy, and just so you know, if it was us three and you gave that to him, I would have told him, give it to me. I'll cover the bet.
No, you got stacks on it. No, I feel that. But here, Jose, despite the fact that Minnesota just rushed the court against Iowa,
literally,
yeah. Now I would challenge USC's manhood here.
Chill we'll get this figured out. We got Swiggy, he's around, he's gonna be around all day. So Swiggy, if we can answer Chill Will, and thank you for signing up, Chill Will. That means a ton to us.
So Jose, real quick, and then we'll go to the next one. I think there's one more. So who cares about storming the court, beating Iowa, partying like rock stars?
Sure.
And who cares that USC done lost by 70 in two games?
Yeah,
like
accurately.
And you would still go through the window with a K on Minnesota?
Yeah, very much so.
Whew.
I mean, if it was $1,000, I would tell you that we're not taking the points. I'd tell you we're taking the money line as well.
You know how mad Jimmy would be to come back and find out you put $1,000 on like a minus 210?
Well, what is money line here? For 3.5? No way.
I got 4.5, so I'm thinking about a 4.5 money line.
You know what? I'll tell you this. And it reminds me of 10 years ago. I was moving on a Fordham game. I've told you guys a story. Moving on a Fordham game, and somebody messaged me, what do you know about New York basketball? And I froze. I was like, oh, damn. What the fuck do I know about Fordham? I don't think I know USC well enough.
I'll be honest, I also don't think Eric Musselman's as good as a coach as he's cracked up to be either. So that's another thing I would be saying. And by the way, Justin, it's only a humble minus 175. Come on.
At what, 3.5?
Yeah.
You got to understand. I got plus 4.5 when I bet it. So what would minus 4.5 money line be?
Oh, no, you're definitely right. But, fuck it. We'll take the 3.5 minus.
That's what I'm saying. So when Jimmy come back, you come back and be like, hey, Dad, I got a minus 210, minus 215 for your $1,000.
See, actually, my answer would be, if you gave me $1,000 and we're like, go move on this game now, we'll split profits, I would take USC first half. But I think that I just don't know I don't want to sit. You don't want to guess. You want to have a script, an angle that you believe in, and then you invest in it. And here I would be guessing the Trojans.
Yeah, my script is USC saying, man, forget all that. We're getting one.
That's what I would think too.
Yeah,
I would think too.
We're getting one.
I have some interest in USC at this point, and I think I just leave it there. I think I've got a big enough card. Let's take a second. We got Wine Time Sports in the house. Man, every morning I struggle not texting, going like, I'm like,
is there a baby yet?
About this shit. Let him be a man and have a baby. So I've not been messaging him, waiting for the info. Don't like, look, he's got, this is a huge deal. It's been so hard not calling you every day one time, and I haven't.
I ain't texting him either. I ain't bothering him either.
Right? Yeah, I've not one text, but it's been hard, man. It's been hard. Like I just want him to know that we got you. I just want that stuff. We got your back. We got you. That's all. But I've not. I've been, TJ says he bothers him daily. I've not sent him one message because because I've been thinking of one time he's got to be sitting there cradling the baby now, and he'll wait and let us know what's good. It's been the hardest thing. And
then Jim, we're fathers, so like the first day.
Oh yeah.
So forget the text the first day. So you got to think the second day.
Oh, no, I don't think you text until someone texts you.
Yeah. Trust me, like when you was talking about it yesterday, I'm like, I ain't texting them either. Like, I don't even care if I got an NBA play or a college play. I ain't gonna text him until he texts
us with the Wow,
I've been there with babies and grandbabies, so
no, I'm with that. It's been wild imagining because we haven't talked. It's been over a week since I've talked to him now. This guy I talk to every single day, and you're just wondering what's he going through right now. I ain't
got no one. You got to drink. I know you sick, but you got to get a shot ready for NBA because I always drink one with wonton, and he's not here, so.
I don't even know. I don't think I have. I don't even have.
You don't want me drinking two by myself, do you?
No, I don't, man.
Jose, like
fucked up. That would be pretty fucked up.
Jose, do you have something?
I mean, I guess, but I'm not going to be on. I'll take it with you to start the NBA, Justin.
Yeah, that's perfect because I don't have any
that's what me and wonton do, and I ain't got wonton, so.
All right. Well, if I puke later, it's on you.
I feel like an alcoholic if I drink them by myself.
I know. I don't have anything to. Oh no, I don't have hard liquor, but I have wine.
You got a Mike's Hard Lemonade?
I don't have Mike's Hard Lemonade. Fuck.
Oh, all right.
Shit. I just have wine. Fucking wine.
Wine's cool.
Like Daryl.
Okay.
I'm saying wine is cool. Like, I think if I drink more wine, I'd probably see more football games.
You guys could be like Daryl Rice too.
Okay. Look, one time we're gonna give you space. Little Chudy. See, I'm jealous, man. It's got that Henny in there.
And you want to know what's funny about babies? You remember GLB? I used to have the systems and post them and try to get them on here.
Yeah.
He had a baby like 3 months ago, 4 months ago. Nothing. I ain't heard nothing. It's almost like it's over.
A long time, man. That's a long time. One time we talk about you on every single show. We're all waiting on bated breath, man. But look, no stress. No stress. Stay cool. Stay easy. Your girl be stressing. Just don't stress. Be cool as a cucumber, man. Sit beside her. Ain't no thing.
Yeah, don't rush it. Enjoy this time now.
Oh, yeah.
It's about to be bad for you. I mean, good for you.
Wow, 7 days late. Okay, yeah, I'll get some wine in honor of wine time here. Okay, stacks, play days, Trojans plus 4.5 minus 117. I can't get there at this point. Wine time says, just like I said, UCLA against Iowa and whiskey. These soft kids from LA flying into these hostile environments in the Big Ten against these hard-nosed, corn-grown kids.
Yeah, it's kind of my feel. That's kind of my thought as well.
It was. Yeah.
I just don't think they don't have the dogs.
And I think
I kind of think it might be like a Lakers thing seeping into this as well, but
was it Brizzy? I think it was B Brizzy and Loshak. And we had a conversation about these college games, these teams staying out west. And I guess this applies here. Do you think USC went home?
No, they didn't.
So you think they've been on the road away from campus for like 10 days, 12 days?
That's what Spoon's saying has happened.
Because
I would prefer that.
No, if I knew for sure they stayed and didn't go home, I'd have been on the money line. I just want to make sure y'all didn't go back to campus and you know what I mean. And
I don't think they have the money to do that shit, Justin. If we're being honest, I get it's USC still, but like
almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, I keep those fuckers out.
Like 11 days. That's like 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, they stay their ass out there.
And Michigan, you had time after the second Michigan State. You had time. I mean, to go home and I don't know, get a sandwich and I don't know.
Yeah.
But I wanted them if I knew for 100% sure they stayed out there, I'd be on the money line.
Well, I'll tell you, Justin, I feel 100% certain they stayed out there.
Well, let's keep Justin up here for our final game here on the board.
Yeah, I might as well stay for NBA.
Yeah.
Well, might as well
yeah,
stay
exactly.
for the fucking college basketball or football as well.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Yeah, let's keep him for college football as well. Okay, cool. Let's
I
roll.
got action in that too.
Oh, perfect. Okay, let's Jose, set up Rebels Rams for us, my man.
UNLV versus Colorado State. Whatever I think UNLV, I think of Connor Mack. So shout out to Connor Mack picks as well. We have right now a 6.5 at BOL. Bookmakers showing a 7. Some places still have a 6, which is interesting. I'm going to refresh real quick to make sure my shit is updated. 6.5, 7s across the board. Yeah, BOL 6.5 here. And we have the most split betting-wise game we've had so far, it seems. 58% of the bets and 55% of the money on Colorado State here. Not much movement. It's been half a point towards Colorado State, a full point at bookmaker. What do you guys think about this one?
My first take is that UNLV should be backed. They've traveled and looked good. They went to Memphis, beat them by 14. They went to Stanford and beat them by 1. We just watched Stanford go into VTech and go into Blacksburg and look really good. Then they're coming off getting destroyed by Wyoming, 98-66 on the road. So they just traveled and got annihilated. In the game, they weren't supposed to win. Wyoming's expected to be better than the Rebels this year. UNLV shot 18 of 48, and that's with going 5 of 11 from 3. So that means from 2-point field goals, they went 13 for 47 from 2. They played horrible, absolutely horrible. And that appeals to me. It appeals to me a lot. I think that, look, again, what heart and character do you want to trust? And we don't know these teams well enough. I'm afraid to trust USC's heart and character. That game is so interesting. I cannot wait to follow along with it tonight. But here, I mean, what is Colorado State showing us that they can do at home? They've lost 3 of their last 4. 2 of those losses came at home. I mean, what is Colorado State proven? Now they're going to be out for blood after losing to the Lobos 80-70. Lobos are a really good basketball team. Lobos took control. Colorado State was favored in that one, and Lobos just took control of that game pretty much immediately. And I just think that it's too many points. I think that we can take it. It's too bad Colorado State's coming off of a loss. I mean, they went into Grand Canyon, beat them 70-60. It'd be better to fade them in that situation. So they're probably angry and want to take it out on UNLV. And that might be enough to get me off of this game, honestly. Godfather says watching the market till close to the game, UNLV has a few injuries in the backcourt and wing that could impact the defense. If the line for Colorado State moves to 6 or 5.5, he'll bet Colorado State. He still likes Colorado State. So, that's my thoughts on it. I want to back UNLV off of that loss. They've proven they can play well on the road. I think it's too many points. But, we're talking about where we used to play poker. I'm looking at a really sharp book that moved this from 6.5 to 7.5 almost immediately. Yeah, I can't. I think Colorado State is a dangerous team here. So I don't think it's a buy low spot for UNLV, honestly. Los Chudy saying that some UNLV players and coaches are going through a sickness right now. They're not 100%. And Liam Duggan saying the same thing, that they had the flu recently. Saturated signed up for the confidence pool. Nice. Saturated. I love it. It's going to be really, really fun. The more of us in there, the more fun it is. Robert Cherry's on UNLV here. One thing about sickness is when I first went down to Costa Rica, I thought that it gave us a big edge and we would hammer teams that were sick, and our ROI was horrific. Like it was not succeeding at all. What do you think of this spot, Justin?
I don't have nothing in this game, but it's kind of like what you said. Being that Colorado, like I want to back UNLV, but it just seems like this spread is telling me that Colorado's going win and going away. And this is where I don't know. This is like for me. This is where you want Colorado State. You always want them at home. I don't have success with this UNLV team, but if anything, I would have wanted to have been on Colorado State.
Jorgensen's been out since December 20th too.
I hear.
Their leading scorer, Colorado State's leading scorer, has been out for a long time. I don't know how much. It's not like it's a new injury or anything.
Was he coming back there or something?
No.
You're about to say he's been out, right?
Yeah, he's been out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to stay off of the spot. So what about?
I don't like fading Colorado State at home.
I don't think the Rams are that good, honestly. But again, it's been a tough start to the Mountain West. All right, let's take a look at all action here. Take a look at all action on this one. So I'm going to go over everything quickly in college basketball. So we have a Billy Friedrich Pig Milk play of the day is Miami of Ohio. We have him. He's also on Sienna, Bowling Green, the Norse first half and full game in Fairfield. Spooner's on Miami of Ohio, St. Peter's, Akron, Manhattan, Iona, Milwaukee, Marist. Coin is on Toledo. Stacks play today, number one is Toledo, Miami, over 163.5. I actually have some interest in Ryder. I want to sit with it a little longer. Cleveland State first half, I find appealing here. Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play today is Sienna. Detroit Mercy, I'm going to move on. It's a Green Bay or no bet situation, IU, Indy, and Green Bay. I get why Sienna is a spreadsheet play today, and I want to sit with that a little bit longer. I have interest in Mount St. Mary's in Iona first half. Now we get to the spots I know I'm betting. I'm betting Sacred Heart first half. I'm betting the Milwaukee Panthers. So those are the two spots I'm on for sure. I'm going to have more than two bets here on the rest of the card. I've enjoyed breaking it down very much. So, but the late games, unfortunately, I guess it's going to have to be all football and hockey. I'm not moving on these ones. Markel, we haven't hit NBA yet. We got Justin McKelvey ready to roll here. We're just going to talk college football here. Jose, my friend, hold off on the drink. I'm going to grab one. But Jose, set us up here for the big one. The big one. The Peach Bowl, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Atlanta, Georgia, hosting Oregon, Indiana. I cannot wait to talk about this football game. I will be right back with a drink to cheers our guy, Justin McKelvey, and a shout-out to Wine Time Sports. I'll be right back.
Yep, so we've got an interesting matchup here in Indiana and Oregon. Game of the day, game everyone wants to talk about here. So let's go ahead and do so. We obviously have arguably maybe the two top overall picks in the NFL draft playing against each other, too, in Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore. For the record, I hope the Jets don't draft Dante Moore. We have a 3.5 here, and I saw in the chat some people saying Circa has 3 now. Indiana opened up at 4.5 point favorites at BOL, and the line has been slowly trickling in that direction. I personally agree with the line movement. There is 66% of the bets and 55% of the money on Indiana here today. I get it, and everyone just saw that Indiana beat the shit out of Alabama. Cincinnati has been getting a lot of love. Mendoza, the whole thing. I think personally this is when the clock strikes midnight. I think Dante Moore and the company get their Rebenga on Indiana, and I think Oregon can win this game outright. So my lean personally would be plus 3.5 points. Sprinkle the money line for a half unit. You bet 1.5 units on this game personally. Justin, what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, since I'm on here, I got official. I do have official bet on here, and I can't wait to watch this game. I'm gonna take a little nap after we do pub. I'm gonna take a little nap,
Did Jose say that you
and
a unit and a half?
I'm gonna
on it?
watch this game. I fell asleep in the third quarter.
No, I
yesterday's
would be
game.
betting a unit and a half on it if I was betting this game, Jimmy.
And it would be on who?
It'd be a half unit on the money line on Oregon and then a full unit on the 3.5, excuse me.
Okay. Yes, Kong, and I'll go over that as well. Keep rolling, my man.
Yeah, I've been studying this game. I didn't even move on it all week until this morning. And I kind of wanted to make it stacks, but I didn't because I really don't want to fade too much of Indiana. But my official play, it's not stacks none, but it's official play. It's a nice play for me. I'm on Oregon Ducks, team total over 21.5. I got minus 118. And my whole thing is no matter how the game script is, whether Oregon blows them out or whether they get blown out, even if Indiana blows them out, you mean to tell me, I mean, they didn't score 20 the first time, but show me you're going to hold Oregon over 22 points, under 22 points in back-to-back games, well, back-to-back meetings. I just think it's a good spot for them. You're going to have to score to keep up with Indiana. You're just going to have to. So if you're going to win or cover the game, I don't care what you do. And then even if they get blown out, I feel like with this team total over 21, 23, have 20 field goal, 24, any of that, I just think the back door is always going to be open for Oregon to score points. And I'll trust Dante Moore to give me 22 points in this game.
This is very, very, very interesting spot. I'm not surprised to see so many of you guys on Oregon here in the chat. Let me just
is Oregon popular?
In with our group, it is. Now, let me get this in here. Los Chudi's moved on Indiana -3 in the under 50. What do you have for official action here? The team or Ducks team total over 21.5?
Yep, minus 118.
Yeah, minus 118 for Justin here. Get this here. So Dizzy on Oregon, Wine Time on Oregon. Kong says, don't forget Oregon only scored one offensive touchdown in the first game. I'm going to go over Kong's notes here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to set the game up. Then we'll go over Kong's notes that he gave us yesterday. I've got it all here. And my dad moved on. He moved on Indiana -4 when he was in Vegas last week. Moved to 3.5. He gets, he gets upset when the market moves against him, and he thinks he's right. So he sent me cash to put in for him on the Hoosiers, and I did not send it in. I didn't send it in because I don't. When he's not on what I perceive as the sharp side, I then decide whether or not I want to send it in. I did not want to send it in.
And he put it on Oregon?
No, he's on the Hoosiers.
Oh, he's on the Hoosiers.
Yeah, he took the.
And you did not send it in.
I did not send it in at 3.5. No. So let me just set the table up a little bit. I know Jose set up the odds, which is important. It's important that it's moving to Oregon. 67% of tickets, 55% of the cash on Indiana here on the odds logic board. 57% of tickets on the under, 58% cash on the under. If we go over to the Action Network here, we have. Let me move this over here. We move over there. I'm curious if it's any different. They've got. Oh my God. Why am I not logged in? Come on. Oh, here I'm logged in. They have a 64% of tickets and 61% of cash on Indiana as well. I think it's pretty clear here. I'm not going to send it in. Jerry Davis bet Indiana -4 and bet -3. Again, and I get that. I get why. Look, and my dad's doing the same thing, Jerry. I get why people double down when the market moves against them when they're confident in something. I'm not someone who does that. Again, maybe I have too much respect and fear for the market, but I'm not someone who does it. We watched Jose, and I broke that game down. It was a market play for Jose, and Jose very deftly and correctly bet Indiana to take out Oregon back when they won 30-20 in Eugene. Let's just take a look at exactly. I want just to touch on this one more time in a couple different books with that. It's clear this line is moving, towards the Ducks. No one is questioning that. The Oregon at plus 3.5 right now at a very sharp book is minus 119. They also got to minus 119 just before 1 p.m. today. But it's clear to everybody that this line's moving towards the Ducks, the team that lost by 10 at home. TC is moving on Indiana minus 6.5 at plus 132. Nunya has the prediction of 40-41. The fact that this is moving so quickly to the over really surprised me and shut me down. And again, I talked to you guys about if you're getting a chance to live bet this, which, oh, wow, it's coming back down. Is it coming back down? It's a 49 here. I saw it's a 48.5 here. It's coming back down. Wow. Huh. Wow, that makes a Los Chudy spot on the 50 was perfectly timed. And when I'm looking across here, I see a 48.5 at Circa. That's with tickets on the under and 58% on the under and cash on the over. They've moved this down to a flat 3 right now at Circa. They moved that 6 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago, Circa is a minus 3, minus 110 each way. That's so obviously the market, and it's not always the sharps in the market. Nice job, those two getting the 50. We got MMA Locker Room here. He's got Mendoza anytime touchdowns pocket. So let's just set this up. So there's so much on the line. Obviously, we have two teams that have never won the national championship. The last time there was a new champion was that had never won, first time champion, was 29 years ago. Also, the Hoosiers.
Good year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Hoosiers are trying to become the first team in college history to go 16-0. These are huge, huge things here. And obviously, everybody's talking about Signetti, and I get it. And they're also talking all about Fernando Mendoza, Heisman Trophy winner. Look, I get it. I get all of this. He can become the first player to win the award and the national title in the same season since 2020. So we talked about in the Miami game versus Ole Miss that it was clear to me that Miami's route there was more difficult, that they beat better teams. Well, everybody is talking about what the Hoosiers have done, taking out Alabama and Ohio State in back-to-back games. I mean, we're talking about the defending champion and the best team in college football over the last 20 years. That's who they knocked out. So the whole world is talking about the Hoosiers. Their last 4 games, they've given up 2 touchdowns. They've given up 200 yards rushing. They look dynamite. And the Ducks are dealing with some injuries, which we'll go over. Roma Hemby, Kalen Black, look, they're monsters. Charlie Becker has stepped up huge. Omar Cooper, Surratt, these guys are beasts. So you have all of this pressure on the Hoosiers. First team to go 16-0. They just took out the biggest names in college football. Signetti's getting more press than any coach, well, other than Kiffin, in sports. You have all of this going on with the Hoosiers. That's a weight. That's not an easy thing to handle. You have a team that went into Eugene as 7-point dogs and beat them by double digits. They held Oregon to 267 yards of offense and 14 first downs. Indiana put up 326 yards and 23 first downs. They took the lead on the final play of the half, and they never gave it back. They held Dante Moore to 21 of 34 for 186 yards, touchdown, and 2 interceptions. What else? The pass rush of the Hoosiers got to Dante. Dante Moore got sacked 6 times in that football game. The other 13 games, he's been sacked 8 times in total. So everything is pointing in the direction of the Hoosiers. Why would this line be moving from 4 to 3? So that's, so let's talk about why could this be happening. From an X's and O's standpoint, it's hard to beat a team twice in a year. You'd say that. We know how hard it is to beat a team 3 times. That's not coming into it here. Oregon did hold Indiana to just 111 rushing yards. That's the lowest that Indiana had all season long. And while everyone's talking about Cignetti, Dan Lanning is a beast, and he's an incredible coach. We've seen the Ducks play 2 college football games. We saw their offense dominate, 51 points, 2 college football playoff games. 51 points, 500 yards against James Madison. Then in the quarters, they shut out Texas Tech. Now, Jordan Davison's not going to be in the lineup. Everybody believes Noah Whittingham, will be a monster in his absence. Malik Benson is heating up. And is there an answer for Kenyon Sadiq? I don't think there is, the tight end for Oregon. So clearly to me, and it's not always about sharp money, but clearly to me, because we saw the Ole Miss Miami line go from 4 to 3.5. Let's talk about what Kong was talking about, and then we'll go over cappers in the chat here. So we have Kong. Kong said Oregon against the best defenses they have played this season. Texas Tech, they scored 23. 7 points came in the last minutes of the game. 30 against Penn State. 13 of that came in overtime. That game drove me fucking batty because I was on the first half under and full game under and was certain that I was going to cash it. 20 points versus Indiana with only 1 offensive touchdown. 18 points versus Iowa. Oregon coming off a tough game against a great defense. Indiana will be the fresher team. Kong's on Oregon team total under 21 and a half, and he's on Mendoza 2+ passing touchdowns. We have our guy BJ. He's moved on Oregon plus the points at 4.5. Here, Robert Franklin says, I was looking at what Oregon's offense did against very good Texas Tech defense. Ducks offense looked lackluster. My only worry is Indiana's missing some pass rushers. Wine Time says Surratt versus Finney is going to be a matchup he'll be watching all game long. Kong says, love everything I'm hearing with the interviews with Indiana. They still found a way to have motivation for this game, saying that they were underdogs in the first game, so they are underdogs now. They can say that all they want. But, we know that there is a ton of pressure on the Hoosiers here. And I don't know if there's that much pressure on the Ducks. Also, we have a sophomore quarterback, a young sophomore quarterback. Coin just purchased his confidence bull ticket. Thank you, Coin, my man. We have a sophomore young quarterback at Oregon who has been getting better and better and better season going on. Now, sure, you could say about the Heisman Trophy winner here. BJ says Oregon's playing with house money. Now, you could say that nobody thought Indiana would be here either. Sweaty Butcher going to be joining. I love it. So, with all this being said, I wanted the under from the beginning. It's an under that the first half under is going to look much nicer than the full game under, just like it did last night. I think that the full move and full, because I've just taken Dad's money. It's $300. I haven't invested any of my own, but I think I should. I think the Ducks are the play here. And, Luke Burrow signed up too. I love it. Love it. Thank you guys so much. TC says pressure mounting on Dante. Ain't flying under the radar anymore. So I just laid out a whole bunch. I'd like to hear from both of you gentlemen on screen for a final take on this football game. Because my final take is this game goes under. I'm jealous of Los Chudi's 50. I wanted the under the whole time, but I was not going to get in the way of this market move. Finally, the market is starting to move in the direction I wanted to. Not that much. Because this was a 46.5. And again, do you trust that early move to the under? Because we often think that the early action is the sharper action. So I want to hear a final take here from you guys here. Before we do, let's take a couple more notes from the cappers in chat. Jerry says, in his opinion, casuals looking at Oregon team total results saying 4 is too many, but that game was an absolute choke job by Morton. That was clearly not up to the big stage. I think that there's too much talk and too much pressure on the Indiana Hoosiers. Not that Cignetti can't handle it, Mendoza can't handle it. I just think it's too much. It's too much. And do you think that this should be an 11.5-point difference from the first time these two teams met? On that alone, Oregon should be bet. On that alone. 11.5 points difference on a neutral field. Let's hear from you guys here. Jose, final thoughts on the game, and then we'll have our guy Justin clean it up.
I think Oregon wins this game, and I've been holding up a shot for about 20 minutes now.
Okay, I will. I have no booze. I've not been drinking.
I was more directed at Justin. That was more directed at Justin.
This is not mine.
Saying mine here though, so
I don't know what
like,
the hell this is here.
I was
I don't
waiting on
buy this
Jimmy.
shit, but I will drink it with you guys. And also, I think that we should put it up for our guy, our guy, Wine Time Sports.
So we're gonna do two. We're gonna do one for the action and one for wine time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I like
yes,
it.
Sham live. So, another thing that's so important, but let's have a shot first. So to Wine Time.
Yeah,
We
this
love
one
you.
for wine time.
Patient.
Hiya! As someone would say.
Do you do that every time you drink a shot?
It's fucking gross.
Tito's today.
Okay, and then it's so gross. Fuck.
Christ.
That's just disgusting. And then for our action. Just disgusting. Fucking gross. What am I sitting there taking shots of fucking white wine like some ass clown? Ugh. To our action. First one was to Wine Time. Second one's to our action.
We gotta wait on Slow Zay. Oh, there you go.
Slow Zay is nice. Oh god, it's fucking gross. Wow. Okay. Oh god, it's disgusting. Okay, final thoughts here. Okay. So Sham, thank you for bringing that up. NFL Pub Hub. I totally forgot because I've been sick for the last 48 hours, not moving. NFL Pub Hub. We moved to Saturdays. Playoff time.
No games on Sunday. No, not all the games are on. Yeah.
So we moved to Saturday. So it'll be Saturday, either 2 p.m. or 2:30. I'll figure that out with Jose. But NFL Pub Hub is tomorrow. So I've got to do all the records after the show today. And then I've got to do the invites. God, that was gross.
I'm glad I heard that.
Yeah, so NFL Pub Hub is Saturday. I got to do the records and the invites tonight. I apologize to everybody that I'll be asking late too. Okay, so
y'all did a bankroll. My fault. Y'all did a bankroll blitz, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I gotta catch that too.
Yeah,
For the record, either time is fine with me.
Okay, cool. 2 hours and 45 minutes on 6 games. Jose loved it.
That's what we do.
I'm sorry I got so angry off the top. I just sick. And I just didn't.
I know.
I apologize. Though I shouldn't have been that angry. You're a good guy, great friend. I shouldn't be that angry.
See, I take back everything I said about Jimmy. Because when he did that, I was like, man, Jimmy's such a bully, man. Like, that's crazy.
I didn't hear this. I didn't even read this.
I was angry.
I was gonna come on and then be like, holy shit, Jimmy, like, why don't you spend 3 more hours on 3 games? And then when he cussed you out, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll just mind my little business.
Yeah, it was. I was angry.
I'm glad Jose took one for me. Good luck, Jose. I owe you one.
No problem. That's what I do.
Okay, let's do 2 final thoughts before we get into NBA.
And by the way, sorry to interrupt you, Jimmy. Billy Friedrich said it was like mom and dad fighting. Who do you think's mom in this situation?
Oh, we don't ask that. Justin, final thoughts.
I was about to say, we're really gonna wait for answers. My whole thing about this game is, I've been saying it all along. It's hard to beat a team twice. Like, if you're gonna call yourself a good coach and call yourself star players and runner up for Heisman's and I really like Dante Moore. I never thought he was Heisman, but I really like Dante Moore, and I really like this Oregon team. And I faded Indiana like twice this year. So obviously, I mean, they're undefeated, but ATS, but I lost both of them. And including the first time they played the previous meeting. And that's how I got to the team total. Like, my whole thing was, just showed me like y'all that damn good that you're not gonna let Oregon score 22 points. But I do like Oregon to win this game. I like Oregon to win this game. I like them to cover. And I don't know, it's just, but I respect Indiana. That's why I haven't made that bet. And when I watched the game and I was capping the game, and I ain't gonna lie, like a part of my bet made me think about how do I want to feel when I'm watching this game and what am I more confident on? And I could see Indiana jumping out the 21-3 lead and me be sitting there with Oregon plus 4.5, sitting there 3.5, 4.5, pissed off. But I do think Oregon wins this game. So my thought was if Indiana does jump out, the back door going to be open for the team total because Oregon going to go no auto and speed it up. And I don't know, do you realize this team has not scored or has scored over this number all but 3 games? They scored over this number every single game but 3 times this year. And my whole thought is I don't need a winner. But I do think Oregon, if this was a casino bet, I wouldn't put it on the team total. I'd put it on Oregon. But my personal money that I bet, we do everything in unit. I got more than a unit on the team total over. I just think it's the Oregon spot. Like, but at the same time, I ain't got my chest out because Signetti and this Indiana team, like, I don't know, they on some bullshit. So, like, they could win this game 56-10, and I wouldn't be like, wow. So, like, I ain't got my chest out. I don't want to stand in front of this Indiana team, but I do say I don't think they're national champions. If they win this game, I'll be on the U. And then I'll come out here.
I just want to let you guys know I'm already just blitzed from those 2 shots now. God damn it.
No, I like it.
Disgusting.
But we got one more. We got to do the NBA. We blessed the college. We got blessed that. We got blessed the NBA. That's what Wine Time would want us to do, damn it.
Yeah, I hope Lonzo, Rosen, Wine Time Sports comes out happy and healthy because these shots are going right down the tube for this child.
On Friday nights, me and Wine Time averaged like 5.
Well, yeah, I would be on the floor after 3, and here we go.
Well, if this was regular season, I'd be hammering Oregon after Indiana just embarrassed Alabama 38-3. They feel like they're the best team in the nation. The quarterback won the Heisman. Signetti's being treated like a messiah. I fade that shit.
Yeah.
But that's what I fade. That's my whole MO.
I get it. Yeah, I'm right. I'd be right there with you.
So it's not regular season. But
and it's probably what you're saying because I said that to my dad, my mom on Monday night. And she just asked me because she's the mayor and she just wants to keep up with sports. So she asked me about this game. And I told her. I was like, so what's the story going to be? Heisman Trophy winner, Signetti is the greatest coach, arrogant coach. Can't nobody beat him in nothing. And they win a national championship undefeated. That's the story. It's Indiana's greatest team in the history of all histories. That can't be the story. That's just things like that just don't happen. I mean, until they do. But this Indiana team is good. Is really good. That's why I have not bet the spread. I hope Indiana goes up, like I said, 21-3, and I will take the points and not get greedy and lie bet Oregon. I'm just not gonna bet a pre-flop because I want more points to stand in front of Indiana. But come on, like this just can't. It's not gonna be the story. The Heisman, Signetti, undefeated season. It's not. Just blow everybody out all season long. That's not the story, man. Cut it out.
Let's just say there's no fairy tales in Shawshank.
I'm just saying, like. Things don't work that way. Like, even the New England Patriots, when they was undefeated, what happened? The regular season, undefeated. Like
David Tyree.
Did you bet against the Patriots that day, Jimmy?
Got the ball in his helmet. Like,
I can imagine Jimmy betting against the Patriots.
I think I was a wreck ass clown back then. No, I don't think I did.
That's one of my first early sports memories. Very early sports memories is that game.
No, I don't think I did, man. I think I was just a wreck ass clown back then. I would love to tell you that I was on the Giants, and I can't. It'd be a fucking lie. Look, this is going to be so much fun tonight, 7:30 p.m. College football playoff semifinal. Yeah, look, if Indiana wants to write this story, I think they do it with a much tighter football game, and I will take the points. If they want to write this story about 0 5-star recruits, and they're the first team in college football history to go 16-0.
I'm going to casino. I'm betting it again. I ain't taking the spread. I'm taking the team total because just in case I'm wrong, and maybe this is the story, but nah. Come on, Jimmy. This it can't be the story, right?
I like it. And TC says Shawshank is a work of fiction with a fairy tale ending. Says Indiana running the table. Hey, we're just talking about the prison.
We're talking about the sisters invading your prison pocket.
That's what we were talking about. We're talking
about.
Well,
here's the question, though.
Yeah,
there's still one more chance for this to end. We know it's not going to end like this, but does it continue one more game?
God,
well,
I hope
this
not.
is a totally different story because Miami gets to play at Hard Rock, so you can be the villain. You can be the look. We're gonna go into Miami's home and beat Miami. That's a different angle. I don't mind backing Indiana in that storyline. I mind backing Indiana in this one.
I don't know. They got them Haitians down there. I don't know, Jimmy. They got a little Haiti down there. Them little Haitians catch little Signetti down there running his mouth. That ain't gonna work out for him.
No, I know. You're right. You're right. Signetti, though, man, that guy the guy looks like he acts like RoboCop now, man.
And I love it. I love the way he acts. I don't have no problem with him. I love the villain. Like, talk your shit. Ain't nobody beat you, so I get it. Talk your shit. Poke your chest out. All I'm saying is, it's not ending like that. Like, you gonna go to Miami, and I made a comment last night, telling you, man, like. A lot of people don't respect Lil Haiti. And I personally been down there before. Like, you go to Lil Haiti about the Miami U, Signetti and the Heisman Trophy, and you got them Haitians coming out.
Fernando Mendoza is from Miami, though.
We're talking about Lil Haiti, Jimmy.
I know. I feel you.
Big difference from Miami and Lil Haiti. I'm just saying.
Justin, I'm accepted in Little Haiti, Justin.
If Indiana wins this game, there's not a chance in hell. I'll be on the Canes money line. And as soon as I see the lines going up or down, it'll be when I bet it, but I'll be on the Canes money line. I'll give me Justin, one of the big chains with the U.
Justin, I'll tell you what, they accept and love me in Little Haiti. There's nice people down there.
Great food.
I had this conversation I swear to God I did. And I like the people down there. I actually know, well, maybe not now, but it's been couple of years, but I know a couple people down there, and they just get a bad rep.
Yeah, shout out to them. By the way, I love how Fernando Mendoza is seemingly from Mexico, Miami, and Boston as well, all at the same time.
He's from Miami, man.
He was
Fernando
born in
got ties to Miami.
Yeah,
he was born in Boston too, so it's just so funny.
Well, then he know about Lil Haiti. Then he know, like, Indiana not coming down there and leaving with no natty shit. They might as well lose tonight.
Well, they're not going to win tonight, Justin. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. Jose was giving me heat about how long NHL took, and he's loving this now. A couple shots in, he wants just to wax.
Well, no, you guys fucked me up here. Now you guys fucked me up here.
All right. Well,
I got a call from the guy that I'm going to have to get the marriage to, and the whole thing, and this is the whole thing.
Jose, it was only like 2 shots.
Well, Justin, it only takes me 3, and I'm on the fucking ditch with my shirt.
That means you got one more for NBA.
You saw the video, Justin.
All right, let's confidence level 12 on the Jags for Sweaty Butcher. Well, then your whole pool is on the line.
12 on the Jags?
Wow.
I mean,
12 on the Jags?
You have to use the 13 this week. You have to.
Liam, I want to know what happens with this market. So I will tell you, I want to bet the under. But if the market tells me that that's a mistake, because yesterday this went down to a 48 after being a 48.5 and circling back to 48.5. The only reason why I took the live over 41.5 last night was because I knew that the over was sharp. If the over appears very sharp to me here, I won't bet the under. But if in 2 hours I don't think that the over is sharp, the problem is that the line didn't move heavy to the over after seeing the high scoring second half last night. So
this game goes over.
I think the first half under is a better bet than the full game under, as always.
I can see that.
Always. And I just going to state it one more time here. You guys have watched me double down on every single total that I bet, not splitting a unit, but 2 units. It's changed my ROI on totals dramatically. Because 1, I need to have real conviction if I'm putting 2 units on a bet, and 2, the hijinks of losing the game going over late in the second half because of hijinks the last 5-6 minutes. I'm just losing a little bit of juice because I've already cashed the first half under. So,
what's the first half under?
Let's grab it here right now. I got the first half under. Well, certainly it'll be. Oh God. Look at the sign from this. My first thought was they got to give us a 24, right? There's 124 I'm looking at. It's minus 122 to the under.
Oh, I just following your under. I do in my little notes. I have Oregon first half money line. And my whole thing is, I just think Oregon come out here and throw a whole bunch of punches early. I think they're gonna go for it on 4th down on their own field position, like on the opposite side of the 50. Like I think they're gonna come out hot. Like I feel like if they win a toss, they're gonna take the ball. Like that's my game script. Like I feel like they're gonna come out here and say, "Okay, y'all won, y'all got it, y'all did this. If we win the toss, we want the ball right now." And if we on our own 39 and it's 4th and 3, we're going for it because we feel like we can score anytime we want.
I'm so with you. And when in the Niners-Seahawks game, when the Niners won the toss and didn't want the ball, I fucking lost it.
Shit, it's over with.
You need to set the tone. You're an offensive team. Your best 2 stars on and defense are out, and that defense even held its own sort of on that first round. But still, it was like no. I know Ole Miss went 3 and out, but I liked them saying we want the ball, punch him in the mouth, set a tone. I'm so with it.
It's a motto I live with my kids and anybody who deals with me, and everyone thinks it's a physical thing. I always be like, you got to throw the first punch. And my whole thing is you could take it as a physical in a fight because that's obvious. If you're in a fight, you got to throw a first punch. But I break it down into life. Like, if you got bill problems, you can't wait for them to contact you and say, the X, Y, and Z. You got to contact them through the first punch and be like, look, start me out a month. If you're dealing with sports and you're dealing with y'all just came off a playoff game and regular season and they jumped on you, if you win the toss, you got to take the ball and go for it on 4th down and throw the first punch. Like, you got to show Indiana, like, y'all won when it didn't count. So my whole thing is that I just think Oregon's going to come out here and throw the first punch. Like, I wanted to look at their team total over in the first half, but I didn't want to be cute because I so much love the over 21.5 that I didn't want to take away from it. That's how much I love the team total over. But my script is like, Oregon first half money line, Oregon first half team total over because we're going to go for it. We're probably the punter probably not even going to be there unless he's the kicker too. But like we're not punting today, so stretch your leg when we go play Miami and Hard Rock because today we're not punting.
I cannot wait to watch this football game tonight, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. It is time for us to flip the page to the NBA. And this will be, I tried to finish it off this morning. I tried to finish off this morning your record, but I was sitting there like I was just because I have to do the Tuesdays and the Fridays, and I was just like I had to get back. I wanted to make sure I got all the NBA, but this will be the last show where your record isn't up. Don't forget the back-to-back Westbrook double-doubles, one on Betting with the Bag and on the Loshak show. Those were both plus 600. Your record's spectacular, and it does the show a disservice not to have it up, and I apologize for that. Let's get into NBA here. We got a 10-game card, and we've been doing a little waxing. So, oh God, do not want to drink this again. But
this is what Jose here for.
I don't either, Jimmy.
Well,
I already got. Hold on.
I've never bought this. What the hell?
I actually poured a little. I almost over poured it.
Justin, I did the same thing. It's how it happens. This is the same thing that happened to me last time. The last shot's always the biggest one.
All right, to basketball and glory and wine time and Jose and Justin. All right.
Yeah!
There it is, Jose. There it is. Jose sent me the clip.
I have to go to Vegas next week, and I'm just going to be fucking walking down Vegas, just stumbling around with my shirt unbuttoned, just my pussy polluted.
I love it.
Disgusting.
No, I love it. Jose sent me the clip of our the show where we started getting into the sauce heavy about 3 years ago. It was a fun clip. I love it.
Yeah, it's very funny.
All right. Let's get some fucking money here. Let's get paid. Let's get into NBA. Jose. Jose, I know that you've set up the race, but this is a huge race. If anybody wins the race that's already signed up for the pool, we'll send them $100. So don't worry. But I do think that we should do heats 3 and have a final of 9.
Sure.
That's so much fun. And can we do camels?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're going to do 3 heats. The top 3 in each heat make the finals. And then those 9 will race for free entry into the confidence pool.
I don't know if I want Justin to come to Pubapalooza now. This is not going to be good for me now. Fuck.
No, it's going to be great, man.
Justin's just going to get me polluted on
one
Friday.
night that you drink. You only pick one night.
Yeah, but
Justin's why would you say that, Jose?
Friday night, Justin, you're going to give me shots, and it's just going to be horrible.
No, it's great. And there's only one night. There's only one night. And look at the Reaver in the house. Fresh off a top 5 finish.
You got to remember, the key is you got to put food in your stomach. That's all you got to remember.
Well, I have had none today, so.
That does affect, yes. And it's so hard to find breakfast. Well, because we're rushing to whatever. I'll deal with it.
Yeah. I Jimmy, I thank you. You helped me keep my figure because I fast while doing this show. I just don't eat before.
You said your figure?
Yeah, my figure. Yeah, my body, you know.
That hurts my lungs. My lungs are a mess right now, but that is nice. It was a nice shot.
Justin, again, just wait. Pubapalooza, you're going to get all this in person. It's going to be great. And Friday night, I will not let you get me drunk. Sunday night, you can get me drunk. Friday night, you could not get me drunk.
Friday night's poker night, man. I can't wait for it. God, I'm so excited. Deacon's going to bring you a new custom sippy cup, though. That will help.
I would like
I want to play poker, too.
Oh, it's such a fun. We play in our back room, like with all the tables. It's magic.
I want Justin right beside me.
Another thing that we're probably going to do this year is we've cut what I think we're going to do. We got to discuss it, but we're going to use Big Show as a dealer. Also, we have Jose who can deal late night games, but and then we'll just do one table at a time. The top 3. Once it's down to 3, you move on. You keep your chip stack for the final table. Or maybe top 4. We'll decide when we want to cut it. So then the final table might be on Saturday night. The final table with the lights on, all that stuff. But because then we don't need these ass-clown dealers.
Kale was a winner last year of the poker tournament, I believe, right?
He did win the poker tournament and was top 5 in the cappers contest. Kale, I need Kale and Sonny. Sonny's going to be here on Sundays. Got a big gig up here. It's gonna be your son. I need Kale and Sonny come down from Denver but we got to get back to work. We got to get back to work.
By the way, Jimmy, before we go on, I have a New Year's resolution, and it involves you.
Okay.
My goal, I need to learn how to shuffle. That's my New Year's resolution. I want to learn how to shuffle cards so I can be a competent poker dealer for Pubapalooza. So we'll see if that works.
You have the ability to make $500 that weekend.
Oh, try. The shuffling will come. I'm going to learn how to shuffle, and I'm going to
$500. We tip
slapping
heavy.
everyone's own. I'm gonna slap ass as a dealer.
We hit
a great time.
See, let's watch. Okay, let's get to work. Let's pull them, says Nasty Nate. Pull them. Okay. I'm so excited, man. Nasty Nate says we need 2 tables of 10. That's true, but I want Jose in the tournament. We could have 2 tables of 10 and move with 2 different. We'll figure this out. Okay, let's roll. Again, to be in our Camel Race for the free entry, you need to be a silver or gold member. Let's roll. I'm excited. Justin, I don't take this lightly, the opportunity to cap with you. I'd like it. I'm very thankful for the opportunity. It's been showing in my record. It's showing it. You're proving yourself with your record, and it fucking pains me that I can't have it up here. And it will be up next week. Let's roll. We got props coming in from MMA Locker Room. We want to hear from all of you guys. Prop for MMA Locker Room right here. Jaylen Brown over 28.5 here for Jaylen Brown. I'm excited about this 10-game hot card, and I'm ready to invest. In college basketball, the sharpest cappers that know the sport the most, they want to beat the line, and they do by 2 or 4 points. I truly believe with the hijinks and the mess that NBA is right now, that this is the absolute perfect time to bet. That there's a reason why my record is what it is. Now, again, the sample size is not quite enough, but year after year, I'm beating NBA, not crushing it, and I am crushing it right now, but not crushing it, just beating it. I think this is the time right now where the market is marinated. It's been sitting there. We have a real sense of who's going to be in or out. Now, I know it screwed us up yesterday because both Ant and Garland were in, but I do think that there's no rush in NBA, that you really want the information from both your X's and O's to correlate with the market. And at 3 p.m. Eastern, we have that. Let's roll. 7 p.m. Eastern. Toronto Raptors 23-15, 11-7 on the road at the Boston Celtics, 23-13, 11-6 at home at TD Garden in Boston. Let's start with the line history before I get into pace of play and things of that nature. I guess that's how I'm going to do that. We'll go into the line history. We also then will after the line. Oh no! First, we should talk about who's going to be in. I've got full breakdowns for each game, too. So, and I don't always have the time to get the full breakdowns in. But this is a big, juicy Friday card. And we know that there's a lot of wild results on Friday nights here. So in Toronto, Boston, there's no surprises except that Scotty Barnes is not going to be playing tonight. So we know that Pirtle's out. Scotty Barnes is listed as doubtful. He's not going to be playing. He's been downgraded to doubtful as well with the knee injury. He was listed as questionable. He was not at the shoot-around. So no Barnes. We have BI listed as questionable. BI right now, he's got the thumb injury. He's saying everything you could ever dream of for a Raptor fan. He wants to be out there, and he wants to be involved in every single basketball game. And he wants to win, and he wants to win here. And I felt like I was the only one excited about BI coming to Toronto. And we're blessed to have him because not everybody wants to play in Canada. Sometimes you need to have guys who have not succeeded to some point that say, oh, I'll play in Canada, and we'll open up our arms. We have both teams playing on Wednesday night. I lost with the Celtics. I had a great night on Wednesday in NBA, 7-2. I lost on the Celtics -9. I'm not entirely sure why I bet it. They were on this winning streak. It had gone from 9.5 down to 9. There was really no reason to have it on my card. For the Raptors, there's really no reason to have the Raptors on your card. IQ hit that dagger. That was absolutely spectacular dagger. The Banchero dagger was lucky, like anybody calls bank. IQ's dagger was because he is a beast. Line history wise here, IQ will be in the lineup. Line history wise, we have it's taking me a second. Sorry, I thought I had it set up. We'll start with the side and the total, and then we're only going to talk odds logic board here. But we have the Celtics. And obviously, there's been a move since Scotty Barnes was dropped to a doubtful. Boston opens up at -8.5, and they're now -10. A 1.5 point move predicated on injuries, not on sharp action. There was not a half-point move towards Boston until this line had been available for 14 hours. And it's moving quickly. 10.5s will be appearing here shortly. From a total standpoint here, opens up at 224. It's now at 223.5. It got up to 225.5, dropped down to 222.5, got down all the way to 222, and now we're at 223.5. A half-point move towards the under. Tommy Turnbuckle, our guy Turnbuckle Tommy says Celtics cover. We've never seen this offense without Barnes and BI. I think BI is in here. BJ says Celtics spot. I agree with that. I don't see why BI is not going to play, especially if you've listened to his interviews. If Scotty Barnes is out, BI is going to force his way in. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Toronto 6-4 of their past 10, playing at the 24th fastest pace. Celtics playing at the 27th fastest pace. They're both playing slow. Boston 8-2 is the best record over their last 10 games in the NBA. So Boston shooting the ball beautifully, 48.4 from the field and 38.8 from three. The Raptors are winning basketball games shooting poorly, really badly. 44.5 from the field and 30.5 from three. That's the lowest number of any team from three over their last 10 games. Boston on the first leg of a back-to-back with no travel. They host the Spurs tomorrow night. So remember, one of the angles I talk about so often is the under in games where you have a double-digit favorite on the first half of a back-to-back. Well, we have that right here. We also have no real heavy movement on this total. If it's efficiency, the Raptors do not have efficiency offensively, and they're both playing at a slow pace. I don't see why this game would go over. Boston's lost to Denver on Wednesday night with the Raptors win at Charlotte. Raptors are one game back of the Celtics, so it's a disappointment that Scotty Barnes isn't playing. Raptors have won 5 of their last 6, trying to extend this winning streak to 4. And obviously they're still kind of riding high off that quickly dagger. The Raptors were 3 of 27 from 3 in the first 3 quarters of that basketball game. They went 4-7 in the fourth quarter. Quickly was 3 of 11 from 3, but he has that Kobe in him. Maybe that's a little much. Maybe I shouldn't say that. It's a little much. But he wanted to take that big shot regardless of what he was doing. I take that back. I shouldn't. But BI jammed his thumb in the first quarter. X-rays are negative. But you were right. You know, BI only plays 11 minutes. Why am I sure that he's going to be in? I shouldn't be. And let's talk about the Celtics. Queta. I mean, this guy's got to win most improved player this year. Doesn't he have to? Goes for 20 rebounds in that loss. 10 of them were offensive. That's the most by a Boston player since Jared Sullinger in 2015-16. Nick Reinhardt is on the under 224.5 for 2 units. I think that if you move on the under, you should probably bet it right now if you think BI is not going to be in the lineup. Take it away, Justin. Our game 1 Raptors Celtics.
Yeah, I don't have no official action in this game, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I had it wrote down in my notebook about your first leg double digits, first leg of back to back, and what I had underlined and I took it all, I scratched it out. I wanted to be on Jaylen Brown. They coming off a loss, and I wanted to be on Jaylen Brown, but this Toronto all of a sudden, whether they win or not, like. All of a sudden, they're playing a whole lot of defense. And when you play a whole lot of defense, I feel like you're going to focus on Jaylen Brown. And Jaylen Brown's his little 30-point streak been, how can you say it? It's been over with, so it's not a thing no more. It's asking him to score 30 points. So I got off that with this Raptors defense. So I don't have no action, but I kind of wanted to bet either Jaylen Brown or the Celtics, like coming off a loss. But I don't know. I just want to face somebody else rather than this Raptors team. I just don't. I don't know. It's just hard for me to see the Raptors. I don't want the Raptors as a favorite. I don't want to ask them to win by margin. But not to get blown out, I don't know. I kind of want to be on Toronto, but kind of want to be on Jalen. But his props done. They're not efficient no more. And if this game does go, if I'm on the wrong side and Boston Celtics win going away, catch his prop, he's going to end with like 24 or 27. So I got like 7 plays, but I ain't got nothing in this game. But I don't know. It's just hard for me to feel like you're going to blow this Raptors team out, but Celtics coming off a loss. But I don't know. It's just hard, dude.
If any of you out there think that the Celtics are going to blow out the Raptors, then bet the under. Because if they're up, and it has to be a full game under, not a first half under. Because if they're up big, I'm just telling you time and time and time again. Also, live bet the under at halftime or late in the second quarter. If the Celtics are up big, they're going to start thinking about Wemby. They're going to start thinking about tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to bet the under. The question that I have is, should I bet it right now?
How about you're going to bet a pre-flop?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to bet it pre-flop. Yeah, because I think that there's a real distinct possibility that the Celtics beat the Raptors badly. If BI is not into... shout out to Kale Reeves, the Reaver, upgrading his membership. Look forward to seeing you in the Discord, man. You'll get your invite, Kale, just by going to your account at the top of pubsportsradio.com. But I love it. And Kale now in the race.
You see this being like a 113-91 type game.
If BI's not in.
I mean, and I agree with you. I think the way I'm reading the injury report, I see BI in, and I don't see him in like officially. I'm saying the way I read the injury report is I look at it that I think BI going to be in, and I think Barnes going to be out. He's doubtful, so he got downgraded to doubtful. So when you get downgraded to doubtful, as I understand it, I don't think you're going to play.
Yeah, 100%. The under in these spots. Now, it's better when you're a 17-point favorite or 16-point favorite, but also, remember I said the Raptors are now 1 game back of the Celtics. Even if BI is not there, this team's going to defend. This team is going to hustle, and they're not going to make shots, which is an under's dream. But again, it's a full game under. So you guys know, I love the cappers that talk trends and angles. I'm not one of them. I don't believe in them. But there are a few that I do really like. I do like hearing them. I have no disrespect for them. We all just have our own route to the bag.
I use them to benefit my cap.
And
I ignore them when they're against me.
I think the Celtics should probably be bet here. I think they should probably be bet now. Because the Celtics know the Raptors are a game back. They know that there's no Scotty Barnes, which does hurt the defense, but we have a lot of guys that can defend. You know what? Celtics coming off of a loss. The problem is the Raptors are a really tough team, but that's the reason why I haven't bet already, because they're just scrappy. You know what? Let's go to the cash flow here. We have 60% of tickets, 65% of cash on Toronto. Celtics smash. I think it took me a little while to understand it, and which is what I love about our capping together, but I think the Celtics know that the Raptors are right there, and they also know that Scotty Barnes isn't out there.
Yeah, like a statement game. Like whether you got Barnes or not, we know Barnes. Well, we don't know, but we feel like Barnes is not going to play. Like coming off a loss, this seemed like the Celtics saying, "Oh, y'all trying to catch us? Well, let's send you a message like a 113-91 like massacre."
Yeah, which would then make, God, how much do you want to invest in this game? It would then make the Raptors. You know what? I don't bet team total unders on huge dogs. Ever.
What is their team total under?
I'm
the
gonna
Raptors.
pick it out right now here, but I don't do it. But let's just see because I'm not betting the first half under, so it would be like
because that would protect me from the Celtics going crazy off a loss.
It's 106.5.
106?
Yeah. Wow. I'm gonna hammer this basketball game. It's gonna be $1,000 for me because when I go to 3 or 4 units, I cut it down to 250. But in NBA, I generally keep it at 250 anyways. But
Yeah, I got 7 games. Damn, I want to make that official.
okay. I think I need to bet all of these now.
106?
106.5.
How the hell they get 107 points?
They're not. I mean, again, like, and I know we need to roll on, but they're shooting 30.5% from 3 over the last 10 games and 44.5% from the field.
But how do they get 107?
They don't.
I'd rather take the team total under rather than the full game under because you want to take the I want to take the risk out of the Celtics snapping out.
So does this not fall into your field of star player being announced out 5 or 6 hours before?
Well, no, because and we'll talk about it again for OKC in that game. And my star theory player is when it gets ruled out, like game 7:00 Eastern, like with that Giannis, you got to be ruled out at like 6 something, like right before the game starts, and then the spread doubles for the favorite, and I want that, and that's when I want that to side. Like, but this doesn't apply to it because everything's doubtful and questionable. But I do think that, like we said, we get BIN. I think we get Barnes out, but this doesn't apply to it unless because they're on the injury report. Like, and I'll explain it to you when we get to the OKC theory because I have action in that game too. And once I seen the injury report, I didn't even put too much cap into that game. Well, I bet it.
I like this. Liam liking this. Rob Free has his numbers finishing 118, 108, so he's just going to focus on the Queta rebound prop. Rob, for me, Queta probably without Pirtle or Barnes probably dominates the boards. You're probably right. But again, coming off a career high rebound game, coming off career high anything, I never want to go back to the well. And if Queta is becoming that important to the Celtics, they have Wemby on deck. If they're up big, I mean, he doesn't play the fourth, but I get it here. 40 Kid, we have 3 cappers on Miami of Ohio. 3 cappers on. Are we talking? Here, Saturated. I'm about to invest heavily in this basketball game, and I'm going to invest during the show. I'm going to put in now. I think line's going to move. So I'm going to be on the full game under, the Raptors team total under, and I'm going to be on Celtics first half and full game.
Dang, you hammering this game.
I am. I never want to do 4. I always want to do 3, but I think I don't want to do 3. I limit at 3.
Seems like you want to.
Yeah, I feel like we spend a lot of time on this game, and it's my team against fucking Nasty Nate's team. Like, we know these teams so well. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, 76ers, 20-15, 10-6 on the road. The Orlando Magic, 21-17, 12-5 at home. Jam Sports, Jam Play of the Day is the Philadelphia 76ers minus 2.5. We're at the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida. You know, we got saved by Banchero. I really liked the breakdown that Daryl Rice had on the Magic game. We got bailed out. And that breakdown, you know, when you hear a sharp breakdown, it elevates your game and your thought process. Because what happened right after that, I had my sharpest breakdown on the New York Knicks against the Clippers. That was no bailout. That was sit back and make that money, feel good about yourself. You know, when you're around sharp cappers, you get sharp as well. That's why the jealousy in this game is hard to find. You want your friends to win because winners create winners. Let's roll here. Possibly, Jerry, possibly. But you're still rocking with us, man. Spooner moving on 1.5 units on the Johnnies tomorrow. Plans to have full 2 units on St. John's. Kripke took Boston -9. I love it. Robert Franklin is moved on Anthony Black under 17 points. Let's get into this right now. Let's get into the rest situation here for Orlando. They have, of course, both Wagner's out. Moby now all year. Franz out. Suggs out. Castleton out. Richardson questionable. Black, Bain, De Silva, Banchero, and Carter are starting 5. Embiid probable. Maxey, Edgecombe, George, Barlow, and Embiid. Embiid and the Sixers saying very nice things in the press about everything that they're doing here. Oh, no worries. Thank you for the heads up, though. We got Jose all hopped up on the sauce, so he has every
That's funny.
every excuse.
Couple of shots, no graphics.
No, look, he's the man. And I was. It does feel that way, Jerry, but it's disgusting. I would much rather have that being some real and booze to burn this ship. But let's go. Let's go. So we're in the Kia Center. Let's go into the line history. So we know it's a pretty clean situation. We know exactly who's going to be in and out. No surprises. Line history wise, we have I was just angry off the top, and that was my fault. I got my feel. I was a little, whatever. I apologize for that. I apologize for Jose, who handled it so well, as he always does. This total opened up at 227, got up to 228.5, came back down to 226.5. We're right back from where we started at 227. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Philly -3.5, -114. They opened up at 1.5, and it's just moved in their direction. It got up to 4, and that was the first time we saw buyback at 3.5, but that 3.5 is still juiced. Let's get to the cash flow. Cash flow wise, we have 57% of the ticket, 73% of cash on the Philadelphia 76ers. The line moving in their direction. Circa hanging a strong 4. So there, other books have moved it back to 3. They have not. And they have 84% of the cash on Philly. This is something you don't see from Circa very often. Circa trusting the gamblers that are betting there. I'm telling you, man, you do not see it often. You do not. And I think it should be recognized here that we see it. Let's get into the situation. Philadelphia 6-4 over their past 10, playing 16th fastest pace, 99.67 possessions a game, shooting the ball average 46.3 from the field, 36.3 from 3. Orlando 5-5 over their past 10, playing at the 18th fastest pace. They're playing similar paces, under 100 possessions a game, with below average efficiency, both squads. Orlando shooting 45.8 from the field and 34.2 from 3. We have the Magic coming off the Banchero bank job, the prayer. Again, though, one thing that I'm tracking is that I stopped betting the 2.5s, 2s, and 1.5s and 1s as much as I can. I'll take the money line if it's under -135. That saved me on Wednesday. So we have the Magic coming back home. They've barely been home. They have been playing a lot of road games. You have the Sixers coming off dominating Washington, bouncing back from the Denver debacle. TC says Paolo Bebe. MMA Locker Room says Wendell Carter. Oh, kind of looks like Stacks. I don't know. Stacks one of kind, man. Winners of 4 of their last 5, these Sixers, man. They're playing well. And if you read and study Edgecombe as a man, he'll become your favorite player. What he's come from and where he is now. It's a story that's special, and he's a special kid, man. Maxey went for 43 the first time he faced Orlando, and then on Wednesday they bounced back. We talk about situational gambling. They were embarrassed by the Denver Nuggets. What did they do? They destroyed Washington right off the hop. Maxey went for 16 in the first quarter. Embiid went for 28. Edgecombe went for 26. Look at this line. I mean, Edgecombe's 26 was the first time he played Orlando. Oh, no. He went for 26. And then on Wednesday, this is Edgecombe. When he's not scoring, 7 assists and 5 steals. This guy is the truth. Oubre back from injury. He 1 of 4 in 20 minutes coming back from the left knee sprain. It took him forever. I just think that I think that the Magic should be faded after that special victory. If you listen to the press about Embiid is saying he wants to be on this team forever, that him and Maxey and Edgecombe are best friends. I mean, I've not heard Embiid talk this shit. Take it away for us, Justin, game 2.
Yeah, I heard similar to the same thing, and I don't buy into all that. And I don't know if we had the same game. Maybe I seen the second game, not the first game, or vice versa. But when I started digging into this game, I seen that the Magic, the last time they played, they won by like 31 or 41. Did they win like 144 to 103 or something crazy in the cup game when they played each other?
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
and people, whether you count the cup game or not, way I look at it, and I'm sure like there's somebody on the Sixers side feeling the same way, like, oh, like, yeah, I remember that. And then in that same game, Maxey only had 20. And one thing I like to do when I come on here on these shows, I like to play guards against the Orlando Magic. And then coming off that whatever happened against the Nets, that bank shot, one-legged bank overtime 3 buzzer. Like, I want to fade that, but I don't want to get on the Sixers team overall. So I'll just take Maxey. I didn't post it. So depending on the best number you give me for Maxey over his points, I'll take it.
I'll get it. I'll grab it for you. Irish King got on the Sixers -3.5 last night. Great call. I should have been on this earlier. Let's get the Max. I'm moving on the Sixers. I mean, look, I know that Wendell Carter can bang down low, but you take the Wagners off the floor. You have them coming off of I was very fortunate to cash that ridiculous high-arcing banker. We have this line moving quickly towards the Sixers. And again, I almost never see Circa respecting the gamblers, ever. I feel like they fade the people coming in, but they're respecting the gamblers on the Sixers here. Player prop wise, we have Maxey. I got over 27.5 -111. That's a lot. Over 27.5 -111. Let me see.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay. Over 27.5. So Max is going to go up, obviously. That's a high number. Over 27.5 -111.
That line actually seems low. I want to sit because I swear I got 28.5. I know I got 28.5, but I can't off the top of my head. I can't think of the big, but 100% I got over 28.5. I don't know. Guards against the Magic off that huge loss in the summer. I don't know. And not the summer, but the NBA Cup. 27. I'm gonna take it, but why is that 27?
Because he's gonna go
I
off.
feel like it should be like 29.5 juiced.
They're gonna win tonight.
That's the only thing that can stop them. Like, unless they just return the favor.
Let's roll on. I'm gonna try to get these bets in. Those first.
And you said that was my fault. -111 over 27.5. Okay.
Yeah. Over 27 available right now. Over 27.5 -111. Let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the New Orleans Pelicans 8-31, 2-14 on the road. Washington Wizards 10-26, 6-12 at home. We're Capital One Arena, Washington D.C. Obviously, the news of Washington acquiring Trae Young from Atlanta is a big story. You know, it's surprising. We've kind of laughed at the Wizards' decision-making over the last little while, and it's been pretty sharp. Dawkins has been pretty sharp. He's been pretty sharp. And when we talk about the Advia trade, I stopped talking about how great Dawkins has been. and there's articles out right now about Dawkins. Look what he's done with this. Look what he had. Danny Avila in the palm of his hands, and he gave him away for Brogdon in a 14th overall pick. So maybe he got something for him. Maybe he was only focusing on future, but couldn't you have? I don't know. But he's done some good things here. But he's done some good things. But I read these articles about what great job he's doing, and I think what Danny Avila just went for 41 last night. You trade him with for Brogdon in the first rounder, 14th overall. Pelicans 1-9 over the past 10, third fastest pace in the NBA, 103.15 possessions a game. Yeah, Trae Young is out. Good call, action. And they're shooting the ball poorly, 44.8 from the field and 31.2 from three. That's poor, and that's better than where the Raptors shooting the last 10 games. And the Raptors won 6 of those games, which is nuts. Washington 5-5 over the past 10, 10th fastest pace. Yeah, he's not really hurt, but he's not playing. He could play, like he's just going to get, climatized, all that shit. Washington, 47.1 from the field, 35.2 from three. So, Pelicans lose 117-100 to the Hawks. That was my first half full game. Hawks smash and grab. Why are the Hawks double-digit favorites after getting embarrassed in Toronto back-to-back nights? And then the Wizards lose on the road to the Sixers, but the Kispert and McCollum were off, so it was like, it was Trey Johnson led them with 20 points. Carrington and Koulibaly each had 18. George and Sarr and now Trae Young are the future of this team, I guess. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the Wizards right now +3, -113. Opened up +2. So a 1-point move towards the Pelicanos. I mean, you take Kispert and McCollum off the team, and what do you have left? This total is a 242, which is insane. But they're playing at a very fast pace, even if it's not efficient. And cash flow wise, we have 64% of tickets, 71% cash on the under. And we have 50% of tickets and 93% of the cash on the Pelicans. Wow. The line moving quickly in that direction. Washington's been a laughingstock the last 2 years. And they get off this year 1-15 to start the season. They've gone 9-11 since. They've won 5 of their last 8. And the Pelicans are a mess. But I do think we should respect. We don't have to bet this game. Don't get me wrong. I'm not, This is the Pelicans' 4th losing streak of 6 or more. The second time they've lost 9 straight in a year. Zion goes for 22, 8, and 6 in Wednesday's the loss in Atlanta. They weren't ever close in the game. Poole goes for 21. McGowan's goes for 20. Hawks hit 18 3-pointers. New Orleans was 8 of 28 from 3 and turned the ball over 19 times. I guess we could just sit back and focus on other shit, but I guess, or we could respect the books moving towards the Pelicans. I don't know. Let's hear what our guy Justin has to say. Take it away, Pelicans, Wizards.
Yeah, I'm like you, Jimmy. I always try to find my way to a toilet bowl type game, and this is the game that I found as a toilet game that attracted me the most. I didn't want to be on the Pelicans. I didn't want to ask the Wizards. Yeah, I didn't want to ask the Wizards to win another game, and they're underdogs. I don't understand how a team that hasn't won in a long ass time as a favorite to the Wizards. But the spark plug of this Wizards team has been, and I was intrigued because he got like 4 names for his one. And I'm on Kashawn George, but his name's like Kashawn, like Shanti something George. Like he got a long ass name, but I'm on like seriously, I don't even when I started digging into him and seeing his name, I was like, is this the same dude? Like I don't know if he's Muslim and got 4 names, but I like his ball. I like his ball against his Pelicans team. And this will be the 3rd time I bet him. He's 2-0 over his PRA. So best number you get me in his PRA. I think the Wizards is gonna win this game. So rather than back the Wizards, I'm gonna ask one person to do their job, and that one person is my young boy Kashawn Shanti something George over his PRA.
Yeah. Keyshawn.
I mean, he's nice.
Yeah.
Did you see? It's like Shanti though. It's Keish,
I'm
it's
never gonna call him
Kashawn,
Shanti.
Shanti, something.
I
But
will not call him Shanti. He'll have to slap me in the face before I call him Shanti.
I figured put an A in front of it and call him Shanti.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, let's
I
find
cashed for him, and I think they're going to win this game. So rather than trust them to win a game against a team that where the books is telling us that the Pelicans are going to break it out, I'll trust one person.
Yeah. No, I get it. And you know, another thing is, if this line wasn't moving towards the Pelicans, you know, with like big bets being placed on the Pelicans, I'd be on Washington because I think they're going to be, I think they'll have a bit of a bounce in their step. It feels like they finally turned the corner. You know, it's not like Trae Young's going to do, but Trae Young wants to be there. And that says something. Look,
That's why. No, go ahead.
Well, we have to deal with that in Toronto. Does he actually want to be here? You know, and when BI wants to be here, I'm like, open your arms up to this guy. And I think they should do the same with Trae. What were you gonna say, my man?
I came on here and before the trade was even announced, I told him that the trade's looking to go to Washington way before, like 2-3 days. I was on here on Pub and said that. And my whole thing is, I think this is going to be a get-up spot. Like, regardless of how me, you, and the rest of the world feel about Trae Young, it's about how the Washington Wizards feel about Trae Young. So they might be like, yo, we got Trae. Like, they might come out here and get in there at home.
Yeah.
They might try to rally around Trae. Like, yo, like, my whole thing is like, I'm so glad. I'm glad we got rid of Trae. But I guess that's the best we could do. Let me put it that way. But I feel like the Hawks, my Atlanta Hawks, is happy. They was willing to take a loss just to get rid of him. And I think the Wizards, he wanted to be on the Wizards because he want to go somewhere where spotlight's on him and you could build around him. So I think all the young boys and the agents, the whole Washington organization, I think they're happy to have Trae. So I think the one game giddy up at home, and you're playing it's the perfect spot. You're playing the Pelicans. Come out here, wrong team favor, and come out here. I mean, I know the line's moving against the Pelicans, but I don't know. I feel like this is a giddy up spot, so I'll trust Ashanti George. What's the best number you get me?
Let's get it right now. By the way, our guy Nine Legacy played ball with his dad and his uncle in Montreal.
Okay.
You know, in Montreal, man, they got a real basketball scene. Quebec is a huge sports province. It's the biggest football province. It's Saskatchewan and Quebec are the biggest football provinces. And then we've had so many phenomenal basketball players, you know, Lou Dort being one, but so many, Boucher being one, so many great basketball players coming out of Montreal over the last little while. Respect Nine Legacy. Let's grab the player prop number here for Keyshawn. We have him at sorry, let me get it here. So we have action here. And Keyshawn is oh shit, I blew past it. Here we go. Over 13.5 points at -112.
I'll take it.
Over 13.5 points. -112. Keyshawn, Shante, Alonzo, George.
So you did see it.
Thank you, Kingu.
He got a whole bunch of names, but I seen that. I was like, what the hell? It made me think I had the wrong Keyshawn George.
Trae's not playing tonight.
No, that's another thing I seen. I don't even think they're planning on playing Trae. I'm not talking about today. I seen something where Washington said that he'll be lucky to play minimum time, if ever. Like, they're not. I think they're just gonna like sit him like and say, we'll see you next year. He might get like 5 more games, but from what I read twice, it don't seem like he gonna be in the lineup too often.
I hope they don't do that, man. They've been a part in this bad product the NBA's been dropping for so long. Please don't do that.
But my whole thing is, for us, we're happy. For the Wizards, Is that y'all like franchise player now? Like y'all gonna try to build around them? Like that's your whole game plan. This is the process. The process starts with Trey.
I know, I get it. Like it's,
I mean, they ain't had a guard since John Wall.
God, yeah. And Agent Zero also.
Yeah, yeah, and then he started playing with pistols though.
Yeah. No,
John
it's
Wall
crazy.
went to Kentucky, went to the league. He tried, and
Until he
I
got
don't even know what happened
paid.
to John Wall. Now that I think about it,
All of a sudden you got 100 million in the account, and you're like, yeah. All right. Let's roll on. Dougie Wise in the house. What up, Dougie Wise?
and I think Agent Zero's a rat now, ain't he?
I've heard that. Yes, I don't know.
I think he's a rat.
I can't speak on it. But I've heard that. Yeah. Let's roll on. King who's saying they want Boozer, son. He's gonna be a beast. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Our next spot on the board: L.A. Clippers, 13-23, 4-14 on the road to the Brooklyn Nets, 11-23, 5-14 home at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. We have. Okay, so I loved my cap on the Knicks beating the Clippers. Now, I imagine that the market is going to price us out of backing the Clippers here. We have a total of 214.5. This one opened up at 217.5 and immediately went down to 213. Not immediately. I take that back. But there was a big bet placed. Well, there couldn't have been too big a bet. Because there was limits then. A respected bet came in, moved it to 213.5, then to 212.5. We're back at 214.5 for a total. From a point spread standpoint here, we have Clippers minus 4.5. I mean, it opened up at 5.5, went down to 2.5, and it's back to 4.5. This is as fishy as things get. This is the same number the Clippers were against the Knicks. You have 50% of the tickets and 58% of cash on Brooklyn. That's crazy. 70% of tickets on the under, 56% cash on the under. I would bet here. I don't have it up anymore. Let me pull up Action. I would bet anything that if we go to a site like Action that we kind of don't trust and think that it's public, I would bet that Action's going to say the bets are on the Clippers. And look at this. 83% of the tickets and 83% of the cash. You know, I almost think I should keep Action around just to know what the public is doing. For the Clippers, it's Kawhi listed as questionable. That's the only situation here. Nothing much going on with Brooklyn. Right ankle sprain. He stepped on a fan, turned his right ankle. God, is he going to take tonight off? Maybe that's gone back to the 4.5 means he will be in. Sraf, Liddell, and Highsmith out for Brooklyn. Now, if he's out, you know, Justin, you moved on Harden against the Knicks. I mean, wouldn't we think here, even if Kawhi plays hurt, that he would be the spot to back? The Clippers are playing at the slowest pace in the NBA, 94.85 possessions game, but they're playing with very high efficiency. One of the reasons why I stopped betting totals was because I had a very difficult time fully understanding high efficiency, slow pace. It was costing me money. And I was like, okay, I'll just stop betting it. Brooklyn, 28th fastest pace. They don't have efficiency. They're playing poorly. They're shooting poorly. 45.6 from the field, 34.5 from three. Dougie White says Clippers very public. Yes, at the public sites. But again, odds logic, which is the gold standard, has Brooklyn with 50% of tickets, 58% cash. Again, they're tracking the sharper action, the sharper books. If you look at the whole thing in totality, it is absolutely right, though, US. Clippers on the first leg of a back-to-back with travel. They play at Detroit tomorrow night, which tells me, again, Kawhi's not going to be in the lineup. The Nets are 8-7 over the last 15. They'd won 7-10 before losing 4 or 5. So let's just take a look at what exactly has happened with these two squads. We know the Clip Show lost in their first game after flying across the country after beating the Warriors, losing 123-111. Brooklyn coming off that heartbreaker that came right after beating Denver. They've looked pretty good at home over this stretch. I mean, they've looked pretty good. They're not a trash basketball team. Well, maybe they are, but they're playing. That one of the things that's created parity in the NBA is these teams like the Wizards and the Nets have won a few games of late. This is the final game of their homestand. Tomorrow they fly to Memphis and they face Memphis on Sunday. So let's talk about Demon. He's been great. Do you know that in that game where they lost to Orlando with the bankrolls buzzer, that he scored all 18 of his points in the last 3 minutes and 22 seconds of regulation and overtime? He hit that tying three with 5.6 seconds left. And he hit the three in overtime to give them a lead with 5.3 seconds left. He scored in double figures 4 straight games. He scored in double figures 8 of his past 9. Over his last 4 games, he's 17 of 32 from 3. The Clippers lost 21 of their first 27 games. They were a joke, and they've stepped up, man. They've won 7 of their last 9. They won 6 straight from over the holidays. And then on Wednesday, they lost. They had a 5-point lead at halftime. Of course they did. It's their first game after flying across the country. They were outscored 72-55 in the second half. Knicks shot 57.4 in the second half. It was the second time in 3 games Clippers have looked terrible in the second half. Remember the final 2 games of that game against Celtics, they got annihilated at home. And, you know, Kawhi went 21-25 before halftime, did nothing in the fourth quarter. That's been happening a lot. Harden sat out that win over the Warriors with a sore right shoulder. He came back and shot 6-17 for 23, but maybe that's why we should be hesitant here. I don't know. He scored 2 points in the fourth. Pickett shows 61% of tickets and 64% cash on the Clippers. I hear from Spooner. And then our guy Ronnie Crawford just sent me the details on the spread here from his site, which may be the
What
real.
Ron Crawford said?
Ron Crawford just sent me the details of his of where the cash is on his site.
Mm.
And let me just see this really quickly here because okay, here we go. We have 67% of the tickets on the Clippers and 40% of the cash. They're telling us, the books are telling us this is not a bounce back spot for the Clippers. Kawhi's going to be out, and the Nets are going to beat them. Look, I don't know if I'm going to bet that, but I mean, I'm just saying that that's what I'm thinking is what the books are saying. Take it away for us, Justin, my man. Floor's yours.
Yeah, you mentioned it for me, and I'll take the best number you can give me for him for his plus money. I don't think Kawhi is going to play. And then with Harden, I feel like one, he does. It's a spike bet you did owe me from what you did to me at the Garden, and with 23 when I had 25 plus 100. But you're playing your old team without Kawhi, and it's a bounce back spot. I do think they're going to win this game. I know the market would be against me, but if I had to make a bet, it would be Clippers or nothing. I would definitely bet. I think that the role players of James Harden and Ivan Zubac, I think they could will win. I don't know if they'll cover or not. That's why I'm not on it. The spread, I think the Nets could cover, but as far as winning the game, like I wouldn't be on the Nets money line, but I do like. I think Harden gets right here, and you skip the first game. You had 23 in the Garden and a loss. Missed a couple free throws, and I had you for 25. So I don't scare away from players when they lose, when I feel like it was a good spot. And this is another good spot. Like Harden, usually at the Garden, he balls, but now you're playing your own team, coming off a loss. You're probably not going to have Kawhi. If you do have Kawhi, he's not going to be healthy. So anything you get me for plus money for over his points, I'll take Harden.
I can't get you a plus money. I mean, I could look at some different things, but I can get you one with very low VIG. I get you a 26.5 at minus 106.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Okay. That's available right now offshore. Harden over 26.5 points at minus 106. I think the books are speaking pretty loudly right now. I'm hesitant to do it, but I think that books are telling us that Brooklyn is the bet. And I'm shocked to say that, but
so you think it's a Brooklyn spot?
No, I didn't. I thought the
I
spot.
think the books are saying it's a Brooklyn spot.
Yeah. I thought the spot. I thought I was going to be on the Clippers. This line is absolutely non. How could it be the same line as the Knicks game? Obviously, it's because Kawhi's going to be out. First leg of back-to-back. Why would he be in? They got to go to Detroit tomorrow. Should they take the win now where they can get one? I don't know if they care that much about. They're 13-23. I don't know if they care that much about wins. Now this has gone from 2.5 to 4.5 the last little bit, but I wonder if this is a bet I should make right now because I'm putting in the action from the early games, and I wonder if this is, a bet that I should make right now. Just because if Kawhi's announced out, it's going to change pretty quick.
Oh yeah, if he gets announced out, it's definitely going to change.
God, I might just move on that now. It's so risky doing that, but okay. Let's roll on here. I got action. Kripke says Clippers are nothing. That was my thought coming into the game, Kripke. I've flipped. And Dougie Wise says I think Kawhi's out is baked in this line. I agree. It's just that it's moved from 2.5 to 4.5 in the last little bit, but I agree. Let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern, Oklahoma City Thunder 31-7, 13-4 on the road at Memphis Grizzlies, 16-21, 8-10 at home. We're at FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. Dabby Cab in the house. What up, Dabby Cab? And don't forget, we are racing for free entry into our confidence pool here shortly. FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. Man, Memphis falling apart against Phoenix was a beautiful cap. It was Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day. I joined him at the worst line, and it was sit back and cash. Sit back and cash. Excellent work. Let's set this one up here. We have the Clipper. Oh, shit. Sorry. What am I doing here? Let's set this one up here. We have Memphis coming off the debacle. Just horrific. 117.98. It was that number doesn't do justice for how bad they lost right after beating the Spurs at home. This is their third game in 4 nights. They're dealing with a ton, as always, of injury issues. So for tonight's spot, we have Ja out, Pippen out, Jerome out, Edey out, Clark out, Conchard doubtful. Williams and Coward are questionable. Coward being the important one. For the Thunder, Jalen Williams, the center, out. Wallace out. Topic out. Holmgren out. Hartenstein out. Shea out. Caruso questionable. What a mess. Coming off the 129-125 overtime victory at home over Utah. I was very fortunate. If they had lost the game previously by 30 plus, I would have had to have bet it. I was very fortunate they only lost by 27 or whatever it was, so I didn't lose money. The Thunder are minus 5.5. Open up at 4.5. They're now 5.5. I mean, that's a surprise with all those guys out. From a total standpoint, we have a 230. Opened up at 231.5. Dropped a 1.5. When we get into X's and O's here, I don't think it makes any sense really to talk about. I guess you can talk about pace of play a little bit. 11th fastest for Oklahoma City. 101.59 possessions a game. Memphis playing fast. Oklahoma City shooting 32.5% from three. We talked about it before the Utah game. They're shooting the ball poorly. CD Player says Memphis is better without Ja. I mean, it's hard for me to. I mean, don't you want the guy on the floor? I mean, it just sucks. The Thunder have beaten the Grizzlies 15 straight times. 15. They're 7-6 over their last 13. Shea just went for 46. Got them a win in overtime. And in that last game against the Grizzlies game, they turned the ball over 18 times. They look terrible. This team's an absolute mess. Maybe we should just move past it. Take it away, Justin. Your thoughts here. We do have our guy Saturated. Jam Sports moving on OKC. And Saturated moving on Coward. Rebounds. Case and points. Jay points. Take it away for us here, Justin. Anything that interests you?
Oh, yeah. Best number you give me OKC. I think this is the spot that it's not the same like my hammer, get out the hammer, smash spot, but this is the closest thing to it. And I love this spot too, where you roll out your whole team. We seen this. I don't remember who they was playing. I do remember. It was the Cavs versus the Heat. and we watched the Cavs rule out the whole team against the Heat, and they still won. It was in Miami. I want to say it was like 6 or 7 point dogs, where they ruled out like 3/4 of their team and had like a G League team. We've seen this before. And this OKC team, regardless of who's in there, they still champions. Like, we realize they're the deepest team in the league, and it's going to be next man up. And I find this hard to believe. Like, you still got this spread. I think everybody going to jump on the Grizzlies. Like, no Shea. Like, you still got J Dub. Like, everyone says which Jay Williams, but there's only one J Dub. Like, they don't even call the other one J Dub. Like, so J Dub gonna be in there, as far as I know. And regardless of who's in there or who's not in there, I'm gonna trust this OKC team or whoever is the starting five and the next 3 man up off the bench is gonna be there. That they're gonna dominate this game. We see this all the time where the whole team gets ruled out. Everybody jumps on the other team and they get smoked.
I get it. We get you -5.5, -108. I get it. The problem is that the Grizzlies were just embarrassed and stomped on and played terrible. That's the only problem. That's where
that happens to them a lot.
That's fair. That's fair.
And then no Ja. I mean, they do get up without Ja. I did think about that. Like, no Ja. It's kind of like no Ja, no Trae Young when he was with the Hawks. So I did think about that, but you got almost every single starter out for OKC. And I just feel like you're basically banking on, like, off the bench and G Leaguers to beat this Grizzlies, and yet it's still 5.5. Knowing that Ja, especially the Grizzlies on a Friday night is a thing. But only because OKC ruled everybody out, I got to take OKC. This is the spot that I have to bet.
No, I get it. I get it. And Millsy's saying Ja traded for RJ Barrett. Although it would upset a lot of people here because Rowan, of course, such a big part of our country.
Y'all not going to be allowed in Canada?
Although, well, no, I think we get him taken care of.
I mean, as far as playing for Toronto.
We could get that fixed.
You might have to pull some strings, Jimmy.
We could get that fixed. And you know what? My life's pretty boring. Ja in a Raptors uniform.
We'll make it interesting.
Yes. I would love that.
You start going to Raptors games?
Oh, I want to go to Raptors games, and they're decent prices. Carter and I, we got tickets coming up. I want to go to more games. I love going to Raptors games. We packed the house, but look, we'll take them. We'll take him. That sound like an ugly chick. We'll change him.
I mean, he gonna know though. You be in Canada, you better chill out.
Yeah, it's up to him. Again, like I've said about Ja, like you need to have a talk with him and see, does he actually want to play? Does he actually care? Any of that stuff. I'm with you, Wager. Yeah, CD, they do own him. So we have a move here from Justin. Thunder -5.5, -108 available offshore right now. There's 109s, 110s, but 108's the best. We roll on. Atlanta Hawks, 18-21, 11-10 on the road. Denver Nuggets, 25-12, 10-5 at home. Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Atlanta's first game since the big trade McCollum and Kispert picked up. It's, I think McCollum, neither are playing tonight. But I think nothing wrong with they just wanted Trey out, and nothing wrong with bringing in a vet like CJ. And I'm not entirely sure what Corey Kispert's going to bring to the table, especially when you got, Jalen and Kongu and Riz Shea. But for the Nuggets, Valanciunas, Jokic out, Johnson out, Jones doubtful, Jamal probable, Aaron Gordon probable, Bruce Brown probable, and Christian Brown probable. So everybody going to be in, of course, except for the guys that we know are already out. Let's get into the line history here for this spot. We have Denver +1.5 at -110. They've gone from dog to favorite. They opened up -1.5, went down to -1, got up to +1.5, which is where they are now. 3-point swing here towards the Hawks. The market is really helpful with middling teams. When I saw the Hawks -10 in their last game, I was like, oh, it's smash and grab. And it was exactly that, right from tip. This total opened up at 238. We now have a 232.5, 5.5 point move towards the under. Cash flow wise, here we have the here we go. We have 58% of tickets, 83% cash on Denver. Line moving away from them. 56% of tickets, 60% cash on the under. Maybe, and Doug White saying it has to be a Hawks spot. So maybe they're excited about it. Drewski on the Hawks money line. CD play on the under 234.5. You know, Trey's gone. All-time leader in assists and threes gone. But it wasn't his team anymore. It was Jalen Johnson's team. Nickeil Alexander-Walker's been an absolute beast. I don't know why you guys picked up Zingis. I think you should try to get rid of him as soon as possible. But if Jokic and Valanciunas are out and Zingis is healthy, he should go off. If he's not sick and can play over 20 minutes a game. From what we just saw, let's go about the Nuggets are playing hard, man. They're playing hard. They're more than the sum of their parts right now. They're proving that they've got depth. Probably help them in the long run when Jokic comes back. But you know what happens when these older guys have one injury. They come back and they have a different injury. So Nuggets also coming home from that long trip that closed with 2 big wins. The Hawks coming off dusting the Pelicans. I agree with this line move. You have the Nuggets coming off of this long trip where last 2 games, they were, so much more than some of their parts. The Hawks are the bet here. I don't want to talk about my read on this basketball team being so good just because I crushed the last Wednesday. But I really do. I've faded the Hawks at the right times, backed them at the right times. I'm with the squad here. I think it's Hawks. Hawks, they're ready. They're excited. They're getting new blood. They get Trey out. Denver's been playing way better than they should be. And now they have to come back home, deal with bullshit, and turn it on again. I like the Hawks here. Take it away for us. Oh, we got none your business SGP for the Peach Bowl. Mendoza over 22.5 rushing yards. Hemby anytime touchdown. You put that together plus 313. How you handling this, Justin? Hawks Nuggets.
Yeah, I don't want to be on the side, especially right after this trade. I think my Hawks, same thing like the Wizards. I feel like the Hawks is going to get up, and the Nuggets still were back to back. Coming not back to back, but they was just on the road and they got a little sneaky road win where I didn't see them coming. Now they're back at home. I wouldn't want to be on the Nuggets, but I told Brizzy on Tuesday that I'm getting ready to start making official these 3-point props, and I'm gonna start with his guy. And this will be the third time I bet him. I'm 2-0 on his props, and he cost me when I was on Jamal Murray in Toronto. He cost me. He's the reason why I lost it. So I feel like he's gonna give me back, and then back at home, and he's gonna catch this problem. I'm on Peyton Watson 2+3 made at -106 at Bet Rivers. Unless you give me a better number, that's what I got when I bet it prior to the show. And I just think Peyton Watson, ever since Jokic's been gone, he's been balling. And if you look at his 3-point shots, his last 2 games, he didn't have 8 threes made. In the last 2 games, he had 6 the previous game, and he had 2 before that. So I think he's going to have a lot of points. I think Jamal Murray going to be feeding, looking for like Jamal. I was looking at Jamal Murray's assists, but I didn't get there. But 2 threes made for Peyton Watson, who covered his 9 back-to-back games. He got 8 in the last 2 games, especially back at home. Like, he had 6 on the road. Who's like, oh, yeah, when they just beat the Celtics. He had 6 in that game and 2 prior to that. So I like his recent form. And this is a market that I'm getting ready to start giving a lot more of my attention. Like 3-point props, like instead of like players that I want to take their props over, like their points or PRAs over. And I gave one out. Matter of fact, I gave one out with you with Steph over 4.5 in the cash. So I don't know. I kind of like this market. And a lot of times you catch the juice and they'll catch the threes and not the points. I think it's going to be a fast play. I think there's going to be a lot of points here. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity in. And I do expect the Hawks to be winning this game early and often. I just think they're going to get up like no trade, like let's go. So I think they're going to be coming, meaning the Denver Nuggets going to be coming from behind. So I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for, just give me 2 3-pointers for Peyton Watson.
This line's dropping. Some books aren't offering it, but I got you this over 1.5 threes minus 110. Available right now at Bet365. Slightly juiced to the under.
Oh, it's not dropping then.
Oh, I thought you got minus 126.
No, 106.
Oh, shit. Okay, so my bad. I was sorry. You're right. Okay, so let's stick with your 06.
Yeah, I'm about to say. So, I mean, it's only 4 cents, but I'll take it. I just feel like even if I'm wrong about the Hawks winning this game, then if they're not winning this game, I feel like if the Nuggets is winning this game by margin or even covering, it's going to be because of Jamal Murray and Peyton Watson. So, but I expect the Hawks to be winning this game. I expect the Hawks to win. So I expect Peyton Watson not to go crazy. And 2 threes, when you got 8 in the last 2 games, sign me up.
Yankee JJ moving on Hawks money line. Jalen Johnson double plus 108. We got that found. Thank you, Action Jackson. Action Jackson found you that over 1.5 threes a plus 100.
Well, that's even better.
You're in business. Over 1.5 threes plus 100. I'm trying to get the action in on those early games. I think I'm just gonna handle it. Oh, look at Rod. Hawks minus 9.5 a plus 265 to give us even more confidence. I love
that, Rod Z?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is perfect. I think this is perfect. Let's just take one last look at the. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. Okay, we're all on the same page there. Shout out to my man Robert Cherry. Yeah,
that cash, Watson 100% going cash.
I love it. Let's roll on. 9 p.m. Eastern, the New York Knicks 24-13, 7-9 on the road at the Phoenix Suns 22-15, 12-5 at home at Mortgage Matchup Center in Phoenix, Arizona. Knicks coming off breaking that 4-game losing streak. That one felt good, man. This total is at 228. Opened up at 230. We've dropped 2 points on the total. And then on the spread, we have this here. New York opening up -2. Another -1. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 53% of tickets, 75% of cash on the Knicks. And line not moving in their direction. So no, books not respecting it. 60 on the under. Tickets in cash. Quick look at the injury report here. Hart out. Yabusele questionable. Status quo for the Suns. No Bouye, no Jalen Green. Both out. The Suns coming off beating up on the Grizzlies. Bouncing back off that loss at Houston. Real nice situational spot for us. That's just situational 101. Suns coming off getting daggered by Durant. Grizzlies coming off beating the Spurs. I don't know if capping gets much easier than that. It was Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day. There's just not much to it. The Knicks game took 20 minutes of us breaking down, and I was kind of banking off of the breakdown that we just heard about the Magic from Durrell. And now the Knicks have broken their streak, but I'm not running to back them. Rod Zawacki says bet on Phoenix versus poor defensive team, shooting percentage less than 46%. Shooting percentage defense, so shooting percentage allowed of 18-3 against the spread are the Suns. This has got to be one-way traffic towards Phoenix.
That was Rod saying about the Suns.
Yeah, but back in the Suns.
I mean, everything. Like if you look at it, every single thing points to the Suns.
Yeah, but
everything.
The Knicks have the Knicks tax and the Knicks cachet. Now. Look, the Knicks are 7-9 on the road. So the opening line is a problem. Why did this line open up with the Knicks favorite? Who cares if it moved a half point or point away? So that there is one red flag. The Suns should have opened up -2. The Suns are 12-5 at home. So, and look, it's actually saying Knicks are bad on the road. So let's look at action and see if the public at least is betting the Knicks. No, they have 54 and 45. So I think the opening line's a problem here. Rod says bet on Phoenix when they score 115-120 in a game. Phoenix record during 2026 8-0 against the spread. The opening line might get me off of this because the Knicks are 24 and 13. The Suns are 22 and 15. Why would the Knicks come in being favored at 7-9 on the road? They come off snapping that 4-game losing streak. Outscored the Clippers, as we talked about, 72-55 in the second half. They lost 3 games by double digits too during that loss, and they lost by 31. Again, it's the and I hope that as a group you guys move forward on this angle. I've never had it really. I don't remember having it with a winning basketball team like the Knicks. But so Josh Hart out. So what happened? Deuce comes into the starting lineup, and he looks good. 16 points, 6 of 15 shooting, 4 of 11 from 3. Harden went for 23 for 4 threes of his own. Suns come in off making 22 threes in that victory at Memphis. They've won 3 of 4. This is a 2-game homestand. Brooks went for 21. Allen got 19 off the bench, but Booker only going for 13 and 8 shows what kind of basketball team this is. This is a very fishy number, man. Just so fishy. Take it away. Low key saying seems like the biggest trap spot out of this. How are the Suns not opening up 2-point favorites? Take it away, Justin.
Yeah, I'm right. I thought the same thing when I first started digging into this game. I didn't even have the Suns highlighted. I had it in the highlighted. I just knew I was going to bet it. Like, I knew the Suns was going to be stacks, and I'm going to bet this and money line and spread. And the more I started thinking the way you're thinking, like, why is this not round team favorite? Like, just because the Knicks done lucked up and jumped up and got a cover against the Clippers the previous game. So is that why, like, and then because if you look at the trends, if you look at the records, if you look at the road records and the home records, there's nothing that'll put you in the Knicks. There's nothing unless you kept this game and say that they're the better team. There's nothing that absolutely outside of line reading that will put you on the Knicks. If you're looking at records, trends, home records, ATS road records, it just seemed like a smash spot for the Suns. So, and then I kept thinking, like, okay, that's too easy. So I crossed that out. And then I started looking at other things. And I got a flat number. And I hardly ever get a flat number. And I got a flat, but I'll take whatever you can get me. I got a flat over 228. And I love this on the over. And I just think no matter how my script is, which I feel like the wrong team is favored. So I feel like the Suns should win. I feel like the Knicks is going to keep up. It's going to be a high-pointing game. The Phoenix Suns at home, they play a little more pace than they do at the road. And then even the books is right. In order to beat the Suns team at home, you said 12-5. I'm probably wrong. I thought I've seen 13-4 ATS at home. So I don't know. I can't take the Knicks. The market, can't nobody get me on the Knicks. But the line telling me it's the Knicks spot because there's nothing pointing you to the Knicks being in favor. But I'm on the over 228. If you give me a 228.5, that's fine too. But what I actually bet was over 228.
I agree with everybody's X's and O's taking them to the Suns.
And if the Suns go up early, or not even early, if they up like 6 or 7, matter of fact, 3 or 4 at halftime, I might look to live bet the Knicks. I just feel like the line, that's the only thing telling me that it's the Knicks spot is the line.
I agree. And I'm going to stay off of this basketball game. It's just
like the Suns is balling right now.
They're balling. It's so easy to get to them.
And then ever since Hart been gone, like, it's like everything says it's total opposites. Like Stevie Wonder could come out here and look at it and be like, oh, give me the Suns. So it's just not like you always say, the books ain't just giving away money. It's not that easy to just take the Suns. So that's why I'll be on the over. Did you see what best number you get me for the over?
27.5 offshore. Minus
27.5?
Yeah.
So it's moving against me. That's okay.
Let me just see what I can get here. That's not a sharp book either. I mean, it's a book that's used, but it's not sharp. Let me see.
I like 227.5. That's a half point smaller than what I got.
I can get you even better at a sharp book. I can get you to 227.5, but I can get you at minus 107. I can get you 227 at minus 113 if you'd rather have that.
What can you give me 227.5 at?
Minus
107. Any
107.
plus money?
No, minus 107.
Minus 110?
107.
Oh, I'll take that 107.
Okay. All right, we have over 227.5 here. Minus 107 for Justin. I'm off. This is just maybe it's as simple as the New York Knicks tax, but
It's possible.
it's but I
Definitely
don't think
possible.
it's that simple. I don't think it's that simple. I don't ever think it's that simple. I'm gonna have to stay off this game.
And I never looked into that. Everything I wrote down, I never wrote down. It could just be a New York Knicks tax. I didn't look at that. That's a good point.
But are we simplifying it too much?
I don't know. I just prior to you telling me about Knicks tax, I just couldn't see how you could be on the Knicks unless you're just simply saying, I bet this because of the line. Other than that, I wouldn't even listen to nothing else that puts you on to the Knicks.
Wow,
Just in this spot, I think the Knicks are the better team. But recent better team, no. Since Hart left, they can't win. Phoenix, all they do is cover.
Oh, this is crazy. This stuff I don't need to have anything to do with. Let's look. There's lots of opportunities for me to make bets on this board.
Yeah, I ain't got to fight with the side.
Rob Free, not really. It's no. But the public. So according to Odds Logic, it just shut off for me for some reason. But it was just 53% of the tickets and 75% of the cash on the Knicks. 53% of the tickets, 75% of cash. Maybe that's enough. Maybe what Rob's saying is enough. The 53 and 75. And Drewski's saying it's a sharp trap. That's possible. Over at Odds Logic, it's 54% of the tickets and 45% of the cash. An Oregon team total over getting hit, says Liam. The total's getting up to 50. Thank you for the heads up, Liam. Look, we don't need to talk about it anymore. The opening line doesn't make sense, and I agree with everybody's X's and O's, so I'm just going to stay off. Our guy Spooner is sitting in the fourth row tonight for Toledo, Miami of Ohio. Oh, it's dope, man. Have a great.
It's going to be a good game.
Let's roll on. Sacramento Kings, Golden State Warriors. So the big story here is that next week Kuminga is going to be traded for DeRozan. So that's the big rumor. That's the big story. Next Friday, a week from now, they have to wait till after Thursday for some reason. There's something in the contract for Kuminga. But Kuminga for DeRozan. DeRozan's going to be a Warrior. Again, it's just... But a lot of insiders are talking about it. And the contracts work for each other. But let's roll. Kings War. And so the idea is that they're going to make the deal tonight and announce it in a week. It'd be fun to see D-Ro over there in the Warriors. But
yeah, him and Jimmy Butler together.
It'd be fun. DeRozan can also, he can pass, he can sit back, and he doesn't need to be the focal point. He's a vet. But let's roll. Chase Center in San Francisco, California here for this one. Let's get into the line history for the Kings Warriors. 3 games left on today's card. Then we race Camels for free entry to our $100 confidence pool. Excuse me. This total opened up at 228. It's up to 231.5. We had a 3.5 point move towards the over. From a point spread standpoint here, we have the Warriors are minus 15. Opening up minus 12, now minus 15. Very, very, very high number. Cash flow wise here, I guess Odds Logic sums up with it now. Oh, no, it's back. Okay, good. We have 62% of the tickets. Oh, so it changed drastically. Wow. The New York Phoenix changed drastically, and the line just changed. So it moved another half point towards Phoenix. I guess it just needed to be updated. Now we have 50% of the tickets on Phoenix and 73% of the cash on Phoenix.
And what's the line at now?
A 1.
Knicks -1.
Yep, flat 1.
Okay, now it makes me think the line's not telling me it's a Knicks spot.
The opening line is. The opening line makes no sense.
I mean, maybe they messed up. I mean, is it possible to ever make one bad line? Like,
But no one's making it's the models that are leading them into it, and then the
but that's my whole point. Like, you don't think they could fuck up?
No. Unless they're the models being used with a player that's not actually going to be in the line.
I mean, but every single game, worldwide sports, every single spread, you don't. I mean, I don't know. I just don't. Maybe I'm reaching. I just can't see how the Knicks opened up as a 2-point favorite, unless the models done messed up. Like, I don't know.
And maybe Liam is right, just hammering the Suns in the spot that doesn't make sense. It's just not my MO.
Yeah, I can't do that.
But I completely agree with all the X's and O's. Let's roll on to Kings Warriors here, Chase Center in San Francisco, California. We just talked about the supposed impending trade. One thing is happening. Kuminga's getting traded next Friday or next Thursday night. And it will be done already and be announced next Thursday. So, and the idea is that it's DeRozan coming back. Now,
so he's not going to play till then, right?
Oh, that's a good question.
You don't want to get him hurt.
You don't want to get him hurt. But you know what? The idea they also said that Malik Monk is in the conversation. Malik Monk, because Kuminga gets paid more than Malik Monk.
So Malik coming to Golden State too?
No, it's one or the other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Monk.
As a basketball player, yes. As fitting into the system, fitting with the group, I don't know. I would need to study it longer. Because
Rosen climbing that ladder though.
D-Row is a vet, being there.
But I'm saying he's climbing that ladder.
Yeah. So and he would probably be perfect, quiet and perfect, and
or maybe like a 1 year.
Oh yeah,
maybe 2 year rental.
If D-Row
2 year rental.
If D-Row and Jimmy Butler are on the Warriors with Steph Curry and Draymond,
I would like Jimmy, especially if you give them a whole year of chemistry, Jimmy, D-Row, and Butler and Curry, and then add like a little scrub off the bench.
I would need to watch all of their games like that. I would love that would be just fun to watch. But
yeah, it'd be must see TV.
Yeah, it'd be fun. All right, let's.
So
we have
a bunch of dinosaurs out there.
Yeah, I like that. Huge favorite, 15 from 12. From a total standpoint here, we have a 231. Oh, we did already, up from 228. And we talked about the cash flow. I'm just going to revisit it quickly. So I have 62% of tickets, 85% of cash on the Warriors, 84% of tickets on the under, 92% cash on that under. So Pink Night would be lit, so saturated. Sacramento 2-8 over their past 10, 21st fastest pace, 98.82 possessions a game, shooting the ball poorly, 43.6 from field, 31.9 from three. Warriors aren't shooting the ball that well either, playing middling pace, 15th in the league, shooting 46.5 from the field and 34.6 from three. Let's get the exact situation here for both of these squads. The Warriors now have started their 8-game homestand. They started with a 120-113 victory at home versus Milwaukee. Kings are just in the throes of this losing streak. I mean, this is 8-29, 3-16 on the road. It's shocking that somebody thought this was, someone playing video games put this team together. Horford had 10 boards, 8 points, 6 assists, and 2 blocks in that game. Also, Melton stepped up in a big way, 22 points. I guess he had 5 threes. So I guess there's, it's important. So here we go. Kings have lost 6 straight road games. Last win on the road came December 6th. Take it away for us here. Any interest in Kings Warriors, Justin?
No, I don't have absolutely nothing in this game. I still got, I think I got one more play, but it's not in this game. It's a whole lot of points. Like, this Kings team is sorry. And I dibble and dabble with Westbrook's props, but this is not the spot for the 13-point spread. I just think, well, now it's probably higher than that. I'm looking at season 14.5, but I don't know. The Warriors to win by 15 just sounds crazy to me, but asking the Kings not to get blown out also sounds crazy to me. So I don't want to be on definitely wouldn't now that I wouldn't touch the Rosen, but I don't know. Maybe that makes me want to look at Westbrook because maybe DeRozan's not going to be active because of what you said. But I didn't get to nothing. I'm not going to get to nothing.
Robert
I don't
Cherry on
know.
the
It's
Sacramento
just a big
Kings.
spread for the Warriors.
The Kings have lost 5 of their last 6 by more than 14. I'm not involved.
But when we have known the Warriors to ever win since they've been the Splash Brothers, when have we ever known them to win by 15?
Yeah, it's not. We got lots of action, lots of opportunities. I don't need that one. Let's roll on. 10 p.m. Eastern, the Houston Rockets, 22-12, 11-10 on the road. Portland Trailblazers, 18-20, 9-9 at home. Moda Center, Portland, Oregon. Obviously, we have the benefit of these teams just playing each other. It was a great game. Terry Easton thought he had the winner. It was, still on his fingertip when it went to 0.00. So the tip-in didn't count. Abdiya went for 41. Durant went for 20 plus 12 straight game. 15 points KD needs to pass Wilt Chamberlain. Move 7th on the all-time scoring list. That's impressive, man. I've really been impressed with him this year. So here we go. Let's roll. And now Abdiya's got to be an all-star, I think. I think he should make the all-star team.
Yeah, he will.
I think
How can he not?
That's what I think, too. This total is a 221.5. Opened up at 219. We've had a 2.5 point move to the over from a spread perspective. Yeah, from a spread perspective, Houston now minus 6.5, which was the same line as we had in that first meeting. Opened up at 5.5, got it to 7, dropped to 6.5. And then cash flow wise, we have 57% of tickets, 77% cash on the Blazers, 53% of tickets, 69% cash on the under. And then who will be in and who will be out any different? We have Sengun out, Crawford out. So same deal for Houston. For Portland, it's same deal too. Drew doubtful. Grant Henderson out. Murray out. Thibault out. Wesley out. So the question is, do the Rockets snap back? What do you think, Justin?
This is I got one more play in the next game, but this is the game that I wanted to talk out with you because I have a couple questions. My first thought is I stopped doing that zigzag theory. I don't do that no more. And I want to go back to the Portland. And I also want to go back to the under. Ever since Sengun, this Houston Rockets team, like since he's been out, they can't score. And even though Portland transferred the over at home, this Rockets teams, ever since Sengun's been gone, cannot score. And it seemed like as dogs, all Portland do at the crib is cover. And they've been hot lately. So how do we not go back to Portland? They won outright 103. Was it 103, 102 last? We just seen it just the other day. And what is it, 103, 102 Portland? That's what you said it was, or you didn't, or but
103, 102, yeah.
So my whole thing is, how do we just don't go right back to Portland side into the under when the Rockets can't score?
Well, I tell you what. First off, the zigzag is not been cashing.
That's why I stopped doing it.
But I still believe in it. It's just in any big sample size, you're going to get runs on either side. But you're absolutely right. In all sports, hockey too, zigzag is not happening. Basketball's not happening. So you've nailed that. BJ is on the Rockets here. I think that the Rockets should be bet here. The problem or the concern is, what if they win by 4 or by 5 or by 6 and not cover? I think the Rockets should be bet here. Abdiya's sick, and he goes for an outlier performance.
41, right?
So what we're saying is, you need to have an outlier performance by the Portland Trailblazers to cover. Are you going to get one every game?
That was my problem. Because I wanted to get to him. And when I seen he had 41, I was like, that's the problem. He had 41 last meeting. And that was his sick Jordan game.
Yeah.
So
That was the flu game, yeah.
you know what you do now. It's at least as far as him. But I don't know. I can't bet the Rockets. I can't bet the Rockets in this spot.
Let's see.
I don't know. I just feel like this is deja vu all over again. And it's not the zigzag deja vu. I think it's going to be the same script. Maybe the Rockets will win by 3 or 4. But to say the Rockets is going to win by 3 possessions, I don't know. It just sounds crazy to me to ask them to win by 3 possessions when was the last time you done that? Like, you don't win by 3 possessions. You had the Suns coming off a battle against the Thunder and had the Suns, and you won by like 2. Or did you lose? I want to say either way, they didn't cover. That was the spot of all spots for the Rockets, and you blew that one.
Dat Fed, what up, my man? Great to see you. Unopinionated says this reminds me when Rockets lost the first game versus Denver. They should have won. They smacked them up the very next game. Let me say again that Justin is absolutely right. The zigzag is not being playing out. In hockey and basketball, teams are beating the opposition again the next game. In saying that, I'm going to be on the Houston Rockets here. I'll be on the Rockets here. I think this is a good spot. And then secondly, I want to bet up the under. 34, 29, 33, 41 the last 4 games. They're hanging at 26.5 juice to the over. I don't think he does it again. I mean, it was just one of those games. It wasn't a career high. It was second highest. I mean, I'm trying not to do this.
I don't know. It does make you want to fade. How do you not fade Avia? Like,
yeah,
I might not be able to get with you with the Rockets, but the Avia under, like, you just scored 41 when you say. And if you like the Rockets, if Avia does that again, then the Rockets are not going to cover. So,
yeah,
I don't like the Rockets, but I like the Avia under look.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to bet both, man. I'm gonna have a big juicy NBA car. I'm pumped up, man.
You bet both of them?
Yeah, I'm gonna bet both. I just, you know me. If you're celebrating and everything's going great for you, I'm gonna bet against that shit continuing. It's not real life, man.
Bet against your happiness.
Yep. All right. Let's roll on to our final spot on the board here. My man Old E in the house. We got Milwaukee Bucks 16-21, 7-12 on the road. LA Lakers 23-12, 10-6 at home. We're crypto.com, Los Angeles, California. Both teams 5-5 over their past 10. Playing bottom third pace in the league. Milwaukee playing pretty slow, 25th fastest pace, 97.6 possessions a game. And the Lakers playing 20th fastest, 99 possessions a game. The Lakers and Bucks are both shooting the ball well from the field, and the Bucks are shooting well from 3. The Lakers are shooting terrible from 3. The only team shooting worse than them over the last 10 games from 3 is your Toronto Raptors. Let's take a look at who is in, who is out for our final spot on the board. Then we race Camels. We have James probable, Rui Hachimura out, Reeves out, and then Prince out for these Milwaukee Bucks. We get into the line history. We have the Lakers right now -3.5 at -106. Opened up at -3, dropped down to 2.5 for a while, got up to 3.5, back to 3. Now sitting at 3.5. This is a high water mark for the Lakers as favorites. From a total standpoint here, we have a 229.5. Although I'm looking at 228.5. It is dropping. This was a 231.5 at 2:45 p.m. So it's now a 229.5. We have a 2-point move towards the under. Cash flow wise here, we have 56% of tickets, 63% of cash on the Bucks, 75% of tickets on the under, but 51% cash on the over. Then let's get into the X's and O's here for our final spot on the board. And let's just quickly touch on exactly what's happened, and then I'll go into my notes. But from the last spot, we saw the Bucks. Of course, they lost to the Warriors 120-113. They lost by 7. And when we get to the Lakers, they got destroyed by the Spurs 107-91. I stayed away from that Warriors Bucks spot, and it was a sharp line, man. Very sharp line, and it was, the Bucks backers feel upset, and the Warriors backers are probably fortunate. And I faded the Lakers at 7.5 minus 111 on Wednesday, and it was just sit back and cash very, very easily. So we know the situation. No surprises from the injury report. LeBron going to be in the lineup. And here we go. The only game the Lakers scored less points than in that last game was the 103-88 loss to the Clippers when Luka got hurt at halftime. Luka went for a 38-point triple-double on Wednesday. LeBron missed the second straight game. Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, of course, have been out for a while. Gabe Vincent came back after a 9-game absence. He played 18 minutes, scored 6 points. LaRavia looking pretty good. He went for 16. Nobody else. So you had 38 from Luka, 16 from LaRavia. Nobody else goes for more than 10. They shot 39.5 from the floor, 23.1 from 3, 17 turnovers. And who were the culprits? Luka and Marcus Smart combined for 11 turnovers. The Lakers are playing good basketball, but they've lost 5 of their last 9, and it's injury related. Bucks have been better. They've been a little better lately. Giannis went for 34, 10, and 5 in that loss. He's got 31.2 points per game over his last 6 games since coming back from the calf strain. KPJ went for 15 and 9 against the Warriors. The Bucks lost despite shooting 54.1% from the floor. That's, shows that they're a bad basketball team. If you're shooting 54.1 from the floor and you're losing, and they only went to the free throw line 12 times, they're not going to the dirty areas. I mean, do we think this is a fishy line because it's so low? Is the opener very fishy? Is that the problem here? Take it away, Justin. Bucks, Lakers, our last game on the board.
Yeah, I'm not on this. I got a prop in this game. I'm not on the side or total, but I did think this line was fishy. And then with the Lakers coming out with what I called as a blowout loss against the Spurs, I don't know. Like, this Bucks team, I feel like they're wishy-washy too. Like, Giannis, don't know if he wants to demand a trade or wants to be on there. This Laker team don't play no defense, which helped me out with my prop. I got a prop for the Bucks side, especially going against La La Land with a high total. And Lakers are 13-3 to the over, which helped me get me to the prop. I'm on KPJ. Best number you could give me for Kevin Porter Jr. over his points and assists. And I just think it's a good spot for him. I think he's going to feed Giannis all day. Just lobs and dishing, and everybody wants to perform in La La Land. But to be 13-3 at home to the over, it tells me there's going to be a lot of points. I think this total is low. I do like the over in this game, but I didn't bet it. I'm not making it official, but I will make official KPJ over his points and assists. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for either get points, assists, dime up to Giannis. So I love this play for him. And I don't know, I've been backing him more and more. Sometimes some of his points, sometimes just assists, sometimes PRA. But in La La Land, where I think that them coming off with a big loss, well, like everybody might not say that's a blowout, but double digits is a blowout to me. And all y'all games go over at home because y'all don't play no defense. Y'all, meaning the Lakers. So I just think there's going to be a whole bunch of opportunity for the Bucks. And it seems like since Giannis been bad, they've been all right. So I don't want to pick a side. I think this line is too low. Unless you just look at the recent form, this line is that low because the recent form since Giannis been back. But the first number I seen was a 3, and I was like, 3. That just instantly made me want to bet the Bucks money line. But I started digging, and that's how I ended up with KPJ. But it'd be Bucks or anything for me. Bucks or nothing for me, if anything.
Maybe it should be the Bucks, but
this line don't seem low to you?
the opening line is so fishy. But it's moving now towards the Lakers. Shout out to Philly Eagle Flyer, now in our confidence pool, my man. Thank you. Go get that cash. $100 a pop means there'll be a real prize, man. I like it. Excuse me. Let's see your points and assists here. This points and assists. Come on. I think there's something up here. I'd love to sit with it for longer, but I don't know if that would necessarily help. Actually, honestly. Combos. Let me move combos. They're giving me
it'd be in their combos.
Yeah, points and assists. Because it's not the other. My other book that I've been using offshore is not giving me anything. KPJ. This is not a very good book for these. So I'm getting 24.5 minus 115 to the over.
Minus 115.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Okay. KPJ over 24.5 points and assists minus 115 to the over here for Justin. I guess I'll sit with this for longer. It's a 10:30 game tonight. But the line doesn't make any sense. The line's telling us that the Bucks are going to – the opening line doesn't make any sense because we know LeBron's coming back. Man. Robert Cherry giving you a shout-out, Justin. Man, yeah. So I'm just going to stay off here. But maybe I should wait for LeBron to be announced out and bet the Bucks. Or sorry, LeBron to be announced in and bet the Bucks. Is that the only angle that you see here? LeBron gets announced in.
I mean, now that you said it, that's a good point. But I like the Bucks money line. If I make a play, I wouldn't bet the spread. I would bet the Bucks money line. But I do think Bron's going to be in. So you're right. It'll tick up. What do you think he's worth? Like 1.5?
Yeah,
at least. And that's when I'll come in and probably do. Matter of fact, where my ink pen go? Yeah, matter of fact, that's probably what I'll do. I'll do half. No, I have pre-flop just in case it goes.
I don't think it will. It's moving towards the Lakers right now.
So you're saying just wait it out?
Rob Free, I think so, yeah. Just be patient. Rob Free's on Kuzma props or looking at them now. I agree. That makes sense. It's not the way I bet NBA, but I makes sense to me. So that's the plan. LeBron announced in. I'm going to move on the Bucks.
They didn't play yesterday, right?
No, these.
So they gotta submit their injury report then.
Well, yeah, and I mean, right now LeBron's probable. I mean, so
yeah, that could change.
Well, no, with LeBron, like it doesn't. For me, what I've learned from the market is that it can say probable or doubtful, but when they're actually announced out, there's a little more. I know it's baked in already, but there's a little more of a move as well. So I think LeBron's going to be announced in, and we move on to Bucks. I think this one. I think we figured out. We got Rollins points and assists for saturated. A Yankee JJ on the freak double and plus 6.5. Respect. Thank you for rocking with us. Well, that is our NBA coverage. You know, I know that it's painstaking sometimes as we break through these games, but for me, you know, the longer, the deeper, the more work we put in. I see it in my ROI. I see it every single show. I see it. And I enjoyed this breakdown very, very much. Let's review all action here. I didn't move on those. Hopefully, I was putting it together and it was just like getting me off of my thoughts. And because I want to be listening to and all that stuff. It hasn't changed yet. Please tell me it hasn't changed. Yeah, it hasn't changed. Nothing's changed in that Raptors Celtics game. So I'm fine there. So let's get started. I'm quadrupling up in this Raptors Boston Celtics game. Big Show picks in the house. What up, Big Show? We're all pumped up about locker room talk getting back together, man. It's been too long. Still gotta wait like 2 more weeks for our first UFC. So I'm gonna be on Celtics first half, Celtics full game, Raptors team total under and full game under. Bang, 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 bang. God, it scares me saying that out loud. I'm going to be on the 76ers. Justin's on Maxey over 27.5 points, minus 111. JM has moved on the Sixers, minus 2.5. Keyshawn George, over 13.5 points at minus 112 in Pelicans Wizards. That is for Justin. I'm off of that game. Then Justin's on Harden over 26.5 points, minus 106. I'm moving on Brooklyn. I'm shocked. I'm flipping. So this would be, I'm very curious to see what happens, because this is generally a spot where I would just get off of the Clippers, but I'm not. I'm going to move on Brooklyn. Then Justin's on the Thunder minus 5.5, minus 108. I'm off of that game. Justin's on, the over 1.5 threes. I didn't write a name. It was in Hawks Nuggets. Peyton Watson?
You talking about Peyton Watson?
Peyton Watson. Okay, thank you.
Peyton Watson, 2 plus 3s,
plus
plus 100. You said somebody in the chat got.
Yeah, Action Jackson got it at Fanatics. Just growing this kid up. Oh, yeah, man. What a great family you got. I love it. Love seeing the little big show, man. Little show. I'm going to be on the Atlanta Hawks. Then Justin's on the over 227.5 in Knicks Suns. We stayed off Kings Warriors. I'm going to be on the Rockets and Abdia under 26.5 points. And as soon as LeBron's announced in, I'm going to wait on this one. This one's easy. It's the 7 p.m. games where I say, oh, I'm going to do this, that, and this. And I've got the kids and it's 6:30 in the day and I'm overwhelmed. Not at 10:30 games. I can easily come back to my notes and take care of business there.
Did you get my KPJ over 24.5?
Yes, that was right under LeBron announced him. But
okay.
KPJ over 24.5 points and assists at minus 115. And that is our show for Friday, January 9th. And the most valuable capper of this show, our guy Justin McKelvey, rocked with us, gave us his best bets in college basketball. We'll go over all of this. Give us those. We capped the whole Peach Bowl with us. We heard that total is moving and moving and moving. And then
that's 10 bets.
Destroyed that. When wine time, this is like wine time human type effort that you've just done. When I have a friend who puts in this much time and work, I hope it shows in your wins, man. I hope it pays off for you. I'm so close to being done your full records. I almost put the time aside to have it ready for the day, but then I just was like, I gotta get back to NBA. But it's going to be up, and you'll see just what Justin's doing here on the show. He's putting together a really impressive season. I'm the pop his X handle here in the chat. Support our guy Justin McKelvey. Support the Stacks plays of the day, and thank you, Justin. Thank you for your work today. I really love capping with you, man. And so hit this link. I just popped in the what the hell? Oh, there we go. I just popped in the chat. Hit that link. Support our guy, Justin. Justin, my man, any last words for the capper supporting the show?
No, thanks for having me. Let's have it done.
Let's get it. Stacks play of the day in the house. All right. We've had a bunch of people sign up for the confidence pool. Thank you. Truly, thank you. If one of you guys wins this race, we're going to send you $100. So don't worry about that. I love it. Oh, yeah, I love it. That's moved to 3. I love it, Godfather. I love it, man. That's what I want. So let's bring Jose back and let's put a bow on the week here. Jose had to work. Oh, Jose, what is the show called again? It's the card show.
Yeah, it's the High Rollers Card Shop. It's a card shop that Jeff is owning, I guess, with a few other guys, and we sell sports cards and do breaks, which is basically like the sports card version of gambling, because you bid, you're in an auction, you bid, you pick a number, you hope you get the good team. For example, last night people were trying to get your 49ers, Jimmy, because there was a $2,000 CMC card in play there. So it's a whole lot of fun if you're a gambler. If you like sports card, it's a good.
Did the cost of does it go up? Like if you want the 49, do they do like
So essentially you pick a number and then they shuffle a deck, they pull a card and say you get the Rams. Then that card's out, and as the teams get lessened, that can happen. Yes. So if for the
could you get the Rams for $10? What if somebody says I want the Rams for $20?
Yeah, then you got to keep bidding. It's auction style.
How much did the 49ers end up going for?
It's random to when you get the 49ers. So sometimes it went for like $70, sometimes it went for like $30. It's just, random draw at that aspect.
Wow. And did that $2,000 card come out?
No, but there was a $1,000 Gronk card that came out, I believe, which was very nice.
Oh, wow. And how much had the person bid for that opportunity?
Like $40.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you can, like I said, it's equal parts gambling, it's equal parts sports cards, a whole lot of fun. Someone got a 1-of-1 card.
How often do you guys do it?
I think they do it Thursdays, Fridays, and Mondays. Check out Whatnot is the app. So it's like a selling app. You can do auctions and stuff, and look up the High Rollers Card Shop. Hopefully that there will be a physical location for that place soon as well.
And are you hosting the live streams for these?
I'm producing them. I'm just making sure all the shit works. Yes.
Who hosts it?
A guy you don't know. His name is Ryan. Good guy.
Are we going to be doing any of that for Pub 5?
It's a great question.
Okay.
That is a great question.
Well, that's exciting. I know that they're working you to the bone, man. Coming back 2:30. So thank you for all that you do for us here, even though you pulled such a late night. So thank you so much for that. Should we camel race?
Yes, we should. And sorry, I was reading. Team breaks are the best. Sweaty Butcher, fuck that bidding shit. It's a battle. You gotta fight for the teams you want. You gotta hope you pick the right cards there. It's a whole lot of fun. It's fun to watch for sure here. And oddly enough, Jimmy, the Jets, always the last team that goes. Always the last team that goes. Really hurts my feelings. But let's race.
Okay, but let's talk about we're racing 30 seconds. Can we go a minute?
These are the 3 heats. So
so you
30
want to go
second
30,
heat.
30, and then the minute for the finals.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. Is 30 long enough, do you think?
Yes.
Okay. So 30, then a minute. How many people do we have in this one?
This one has 30 because of Kale Reeves' late entry. Shout out to you, Kale. Thanks for being a member. Everyone else has 29, I believe.
Okay, and the top 3 from each race move on to the finals, a 1-minute race where the winner gets free entry into our $100 confidence pool. Sweaty Butcher, by the way, confidence level 12 on the Jags, confidence level 11 on the Chargers. So he could go ahead and win this week.
He could.
Yeah, he will. He will.
Yeah, especially, everyone's going to use their 13 on the Rams this week. So.
There's so much parity this year. I was talking to Gorky about it. I was like, usually you need to sweep the board kind of to win these things. I don't think that'll be the case this year.
If you hit your top 3, you'll put yourself in good spot. But yeah, everyone's going to hit the Rams this week.
You probably need your top 5 or 6. Probably.
But yeah. Are you going to use the Rams this week?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I figured. 13? Yeah. Come on. That has to be a 13.
I've seen a lot of people win this type of thing, saving their 13 for the Super Bowl, but
those people have big balls.
They do. Yeah, I don't do that.
Big balls. Speaking of big balls, let's watch these Camels balls bang around right now as Man Bear Pig and Guillermo Zertucci in the mix. Fernando Mendoza, who's on the field tonight and in our Camel Race. Jeff Slaughter in the mix here. Dozier Dynasty, Chill Will, Steve M, all in the mix here. Is that K Reed pushing from the back there. Salty Pete, King Ooh, Steve, who wants to come home with it? It's Stevie M, King Ooh, and Salty Pete, or excuse me, K Reed.
Oh, Salty Pete just missed it.
Yes, just misses there.
Wow, look at that. Steve M, King Ooh, and K Reed move on to the finals.
You hate to be the bubble boy, isn't that right, Jimmy?
Yes, it's you'd rather be last. You would rather be last.
Yeah. I would hate if that happened to me personally.
Well, let's see which one that you are in here. We are getting a lot of love for your race call there.
Well, thank you. I am exhausted. I had some pasta just now because I was flying for a hot moment.
Oh, for sure.
There, I saw the sun, Icarus. I touched the sun for a second, and then I had to come right back down.
All right, let's race here. Heat number 2. I'll call this one, and then Jose will call Heat 3, and then we will split Heat 4. Which cappers will make it into the finals, Jose? Let's camel race, shall we? Scu Irvin taking a quick move. There's Julian Cesario also moving very quickly. Picks from Dave. Helga in the mix. Robert McCormack.
You don't want Helga in this fucking cappers thingy. You don't want her in it.
That would be nice. Scu Irvin moving forwardly again. Here comes Robert McCormack. Robert McCormack making big moves here. Ken Wood trying to get involved. Scu Irvin holding the fort down.
No, Helga!
Coin moving very fast. And it is Coin moving on to the finals alongside Scu Irvin and Robert McCormack, which means that if Coin wins, he gets sent $100 because he's already signed up. I like it.
Why not?
I like it. Let's see here. We have our third and final heat. So we have, and you've been writing down the cappers that made it on?
Yes.
Beautiful. Thank you for doing that. All right. We have our 6 of 9 finalists here for our confidence pool. Free entry into our confidence pool here. Rob Free just moved on Oregon money line here. Ooh, it's going to be a fun night.
I like it.
All right, let's roll.
I like it. Speaking of the Ducks, how about some Camels? Fairview up in the front. Zoe, MMA Mad Hatter, Gorky, Kelly McInnes all in the mix here. Jim Dewigger in the mix here. Kelly fighting. Debbie Cab in the mix. By the way, the tailgate officially all about the hoops this weekend. F. Donahue down there at the bottom. Rashawn Killer pushing up there at the top. Rashawn. Maddie Campbell and JB in the mix there. Shout out to you guys. Matt Campbell, JB88, and there's our final. Ladies and germs, there is our final. Oh, Jimmy, you're muted over there.
Oh, shit. Sorry, I was going to say, I didn't even see us menace in that race, either of us.
Yeah, well, our horses were not good.
Camels. They respect the animal.
You're right. Sorry, camels. You were in the second one right there with Helga.
Oh, wow. I just failed to menace.
Ain't nothing for you there.
Kelly McInnes, sadly, that is the case, but you can still sign up. Get paid here. Our final race here, and then we'll do a quick review and put a bow on the proceedings. Our 9 finalists: Jared JB, Matt Campbell, Rashawn Killer, Robert McCormack, Scu Irvin, Cohen, K. Reed, King Ooh, and Steve M. It's going to be fun.
Let's find out who wants the glory. Is it going to be the chicken chaser K. Reed? Is it going to be King Ooh? Is it going to be Penn State head coach Matt Campbell? Rashawn Killer? Coin wants $100 here. Can he double up? Can Coin double up here? What's going to happen here? Scu Irvin from nowhere, Jimmy? Steve M? What is going to happen in the Sport of Sheiks?
It's a tightly grouped race right now. Robert McCormack trying to make a move in, but all the camels in a line here. Who's going to get the free entry into our confidence pool? Jared JB, Rashawn Killer, K. Reed, all. Oh, no. Robert McCormack and Scu Irvin moving in the wrong direction. Rashawn Killer trying to come home with it. Steve M trying to come home with it. And here comes Coin. Coin flying late. Can his neck get to the wire? And it does. Coin gets his money back. Look at that. Congratulations, Coin. Wow, that was exciting. Coin, thank you for signing up. Thank you for all that you do for us. Excellent work, Coin. So we will send you $100. Thank you, man. Thank you for signing up in the first place. Just send an email to pubsportsradio@gmail.com, and we will take care of you, man. I love it. Coin getting paid, Coin getting free entry. That's great, man. You put out a good vibe for signing up in the first place, and great job, man. All right, let's do a review of all action here on today's show, and I've got bets to make. We have the free bands play today from Rob Free. Podziemski over 3.5 assists, a plus 150. Robert Cherry, he's on the Magic, Hawks, Nets, Thunder, and Rockets. In the NHL, he's on Blackhawks, Jets, Mammoth. College basketball, he's on Akron, St. Peter's, Wright State, Manhattan, Merrimack, and NKU, the Norse. We have 9 legacy. Flank stake play today is the Phoenix Suns. He's on the Nuggets, Detroit Mercy, the Mammoth on the puck line, and Oregon Ducks money line. Don Play says, can you give me your best play that you feel most strong about at the end of the show? Yes, we'll close with that. Billy Friedrich on Blackhawks team total over. Justin McKelvey on the over 6 in Capitals Blackhawks. I'm off of that game, even though I want to fade the Capitals without. I think Protas might play, but without Wilson and Protas. We have the Goracle on Oregon money line in the plus 3. I'm on the Winnipeg. I'm on the LA Kings. The LA Kings. Oh, I love it. Saturday, let's go. Let's get it. I'm on the Winnipeg. God, I keep doing that. Jesus. I'm fading the Winnipeg Jets. I've already bet this. I'm on the Kings. And I'm on the Mammoth -1. Those bets are already moved on. In college basketball, Billy Friedrich is on the Pig Milk Play Days, Miami of Ohio. Spooner's also on Miami of Ohio. Billy Friedrich's on Sienna, Bowling Green, the Norse first half and full game, Fairfield first half. And the Pig Milk's Miami, Ohio. Spooner on Miami of Ohio, St. Peter's, Akron, Manhattan, Iona, Milwaukee, and Marist. Coin's on the other side of that, though. He's on Toledo. Stacks play of the day is on Toledo, Miami of Ohio, over 163.5, -110. Tone Miggins. Levels play of the day is Indiana. He's on the Hoosiers, -4. Then I'm going to get my college basketball in now. Got 2 hours before tip-off. I do have interest in the Ryder Bronx. I know it's a horrifying thing to say out loud. Oh, Kingu, you were right there, buddy. Man, we were cheering for you. You're right there. That camel was right there.
There's nothing like watching one of your camels with one of your loved ones.
Kingu is so funny. His girl cheering for him, his son cheering against him.
That makes sense.
That's funny, Kingu, my man. We have Cleveland State first half. That is a move I will be making. Bruce Huncho, our guy BJ Best Bet, is on the Ducks, 5-unit play, 4.5. Philly Eagle Flyers on the Kings and the draw, and the Caps first period full game draws. Detroit Mercy, I might move on Green Bay. I'm not sure if we can do that, Kale. I will ask Jeff. Let me just copy and paste. I will ask Jeff, and then I will message you on X here. So Green Bay or no bet. I might not bet. Spreadsheet play today from Ron Crawford is Sienna. I'm interested. I'm not sure if I get there, but I'm close. Mount St. Mary's, I'm interested. Iona first half. Now, Spooner told me to pump my brakes on my interest in Sacred Heart first half. They've been playing without their best player for the last 5 games. I'm going to study it a little bit more. Then I'm going to be on the Milwaukee Panthers. I love Stacks play day number 2 on the Trojans. I don't know if I get there. I think I'd rather just be a observer. The Nuke Workers on Oregon plus 3.5 and Oregon money line. Los Chudi is on the Hoosiers -3 in the under 50. Justin is on the Ducks team total over 21.5 -118. I have not sent in my dad's action on the Hoosiers, but I think I might want to have some of my own on it too. So, and I'm interested in the unders, but again, if it climbs too high, I'm going to trust the market is right and I am wrong. MMA Locker Room gave us Jaylen Brown over 28.5 points for the Celtics. We just went over our NBA action just before the race, so we don't need to do it again. I think you just click on the green banner, right? And then that takes you in, I believe. But Rushia, we can help fix anything here. Just talk to me on X here. We just reviewed all of NBA, so we don't have to hit it again. So let's talk about what is the best bet on the show today. I think the Saturday says the Queta rebound line is only 8.5. You still don't like it? No, I don't dislike it at all, Saturated. It's just that that's not how I work. I don't, after a guy has a career high in something, I don't back at the next game, especially if I think there could be a blowout. Ronnie Crawford, it is straight up. I don't know if you're watching right now. If you just text me. If you did just text me and you're not watching, I'll text you back. But it's straight up. All is straight up here. So best bet on the entire board is I'm really close to saying Raptors team total under. I'm very close to saying Raptors team total under. So that's what I'll say. Is the Toronto Raptors team total under? It's 106.5. I also, do you have a best bet, Jose? Like if I was doing a friends and family, I would say take the Mammoth on the money line.
I don't have really anything off the top of my head, but the only bet I was even remotely close to making today was Oregon, but that was equal parts of liking Oregon and just like wanting action on the game. So I guess it would be Oregon.
Yeah.
I would not be pussy about it. I'd just take money line.
Yeah, I think my favorite spot here is the Raptors team total under.
When you guys see Hugo Gonzalez, Hugo Gonzalez and Jordan Walsh locking you up, Brendan Ingram has no chance.
No chance. Thank you all. Jose Perez, we do. Swiggy, thank you for helping everybody for the confidence pool. Please sign up for the confidence pool. Saturated. Rushia, my man. Philly Eagle Flyer, Kale Reeves. So I'll ask Jeff about that now. Jam.
That's Saturated's asking the good questions here.
If you had $1,000 free bet, I would bet Mammoth money line with $1,000 free bet. But I wouldn't bet it with if it was my own money, I'd bet it -1.
But what would you feel more confident in, the $1,000 free bet, or if you were doing a friends and family parlay? What bet do you feel more confident in when you ask someone that question?
I think it's the same.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I put the 1K free bet over the parlay leg personally.
I think of it the same. I just think of it as the best bet personally. I think of it the same. Thank you guys. Jam, the Godfather, Rob Free, Kelly McInnes, Robert McCormick. You were close, Robert. Cheering for you, man. Coin, congratulations. Thank you for all that you do for us, man. You deserve it. Fernando Mendoza. What a great group. Philly Eagle Flyer, the Sweaty Butcher, Sham, thank you for the dono off the hop. It means a ton. I've been so sick the last few days, and I really struggling here. I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm just gonna lock myself in that room and get my action out and then just not move. Oh, but I gotta do the records. So NFL Pub Up is on Saturday tomorrow, so I gotta do all that. The battle doesn't cease. Yankee JJ, thank you for rocking with us. AOD for always pumping us up, man, inspiring us. Drewski, thank you. Crip Key, thank you, man. Low Key Productions, Unopinionated TV, Dab Fen, Robert Cherry, Bruce Huncho, Liam Duggan. Thank you guys so much. Truly, thank you. Now let's go out and get this money. Jose, thank you for all you do, man. I know you were up so late, so sorry I got a little fucking moody off the hop, man. I love you and love capping with you. Take us home. Let's have a great weekend. Let's go get that cash. Let's milk the fucking money. Let's fucking go.
Let's please do. Molly the dog has to go poo. So again, we have an exciting next few minutes ahead over here. Good luck, everyone. Let's go make some money. Saturated, Robert, Swiggy, good luck with the contest. Sign up, and leche a los bookmakers.
The NFL regular season is finished. Does that mean that opportunities to make money here on Pub Sports Radio have come to an end? No!
The NFL playoffs are here, and so is the Pub Sports Radio Confidence Pool. $100 to enter, with only 3% going to cover credit card fees. And as always, top 10% gets paid.
There are 13 NFL playoff games culminating in the Super Bowl in Santa Clara, California. 6 games in the wild card round, 4 in the divisional round, 2 in the conference round, and then the Super Bowl, which means you have 13 slots to fill. And you have to decide how confident you are on each game. Now, these picks are straight up. They are not against the spread. Each week, before the kickoff of the first game, you must have your picks in, pubsportsradio.com. So your most confident bet of the entire playoffs would fill your 13th slot. Your least confident spot, the one you question and you're not sure of, will be the number 1 slot. And you fill in these slots as we go through the playoffs. The capper with the most points, when it's all said and done, wins the confidence pool.
Sign up right now at pubsportsradio.com.
Get that cash. Get it. Get it.